Good morning. Welcome to the continuation of the February 9th and 10th Urban Planning Committee meeting. Really pleased to have everyone back today and really grateful for the excellent conversations yesterday. So look forward to continuing more of those today. I'll start with a quick roll call of committee members. Councillor Jans.
Good morning.
Councillor Clark.
Good morning.
Mayor Knack.
Good morning.
And Councillor Paquette.
Good morning.
We're also joined in chambers this morning by Councillor Wright.
Good morning.
And online we have Councillor Salvador.
Good morning.
Councillor Rutherford.
Good morning.
Councillor Morgan.
Good morning.
Councillor Principe.
Good morning.
Councillor Tang.
Good morning.
And Councillor Parmar.
Good morning.
Good morning. We are going to get back to our fourth panel, but before we do that, we've had a request to add one additional speaker. Oh, two additional speakers. Great. Councillor Jans, would you like to move that we hear from those speakers?
I don't. I'll look to the clerk. Could you share the names? But I move that we hear from the additional two speakers.
Thank you. We will put the motion on the screen.
Okay, thanks. Guest Kay Taft and guest R. Jakes.
Thank you. Please vote to hear from these two additional speakers.
We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. And that's carried. So those new speakers will be added to panel 5. We'll return now to panel 4. We went a bit out of order. We've heard from two speakers on panel 4, but I'm going to start from the top again. Invite anyone in person to make your way to the seats as I call your name. So Kathy, and if you're online, again, if you can just indicate that you're present. Kathy Hawksworth. Thank you. Place 1. Neil Bourgeois, number 2. Jennifer Faulkner, seat 3. Great, we can do that. So Jan Hardstaff. So sorry, Jennifer Faulkner is not. Well, apologies. What is your name? Sorry. Brad Hardstaff. Oh, okay. So you're number 10 right now. You'd like to move to number 3? Okay. So number 4, Jan Hardstaff. Number 5, Beverly Zubat. Welcome. Number 6, Victor Leifers. Okay. Okay, thank you. Number 7, Lydia Kaun. Great. Number 8, Colin Heffron. Thank you. You can make your way down. Number 9, Arlene Valgertson-Klassen. Thank you. You can make your way down to seat number 9. And then we've had that change in order. Suzanne Churdarchuk. Not speaking. Paul Martin. Thank you. You're number 12. And then is Ben Magalnik here? No? Okay. Okay, and then Eric Gormley, were you able to rejoin us today for questions? Maybe not quite yet. And then Robert Chevalier, were you able to join?
Yeah, I'm here.
Great.
Good morning.
Thank you. Thanks for coming back. Okay, with that, we will go to our first presentation of the morning. Speaker Hawksworth, over to you for 5 minutes. Okay, we'll pull that up. And then do you mind turning on your microphone?
There we
We'll
are.
just get
Sorry.
that presentation. No, that's great.
Good
Thank
morning. My name is, could we go to the next slide? My name is Kathy Hawksworth, and I'm one of the people speaking on behalf of the Residential Infill Working Group, RIWG, today. New slide. The RIWG is a network of professionals from multiple disciplines who come together to technically analyze and seek to improve the city's planning, zoning rules, permitting, and infill processes. New slide. We've shared our findings with multiple community groups across the city, BILD, administration, and council. Our intent is not to rehash the city's zoning bylaw, but to fix what is clearly not working and to develop solutions. We understand neighborhoods grow and change over time, and we support positive densification. New slide. We wish, one more slide, please. We wish to amplify that the key problem is the sheer size, excessive volume, and height of developments, not the number of dwellings per se. Previous and current proposed changes do not solve this massing problem and the related negative impacts in any meaningful manner. Defining numbers of dwellings is not more transparent. It simply doesn't do the job. New slide. The RS zone now contemplates housing that's 3, 4, or more times the building volume of adjacent buildings. You have heard consistently that the consequences of these overlarge developments include loss of integrity of street plan, significant loss of private tree canopy, and for neighboring properties, the loss of privacy due to overlook, loss of sun and sky due to the massive shadowing, and with it, the loss of yard enjoyment and viability of gardens, solar energy production, in addition to reduced airflow and heat capture. Urban planning success is measured by public confidence in reducing pressure points and conflicts, in protecting neighborhood livability. Mayor Knack has referenced kindness, and in accordance with the limits of authority granted by the Municipal Government Act to the city, infill bylaws need to reflect kindness also to the citizens and neighborhoods in which they are placed. Success also requires support of development opportunities in areas with both the capacity to absorb higher density and few constraints. New slide. The rise in row housing has dramatically altered the infill renewal experience. The city's administration supporting data indicates row housing increased from only 4 in 2023 to 233 permits in 2025. That's a 5,825% increase. This indicates the zoning bylaw is working to increase density, but this is not all that the city must consider. What must be emphasized is that these huge developments are causing significant harm, real negative property impacts, plus permanent alterations of neighborhoods and streets. Resolving these impacts is important and urgent. Council must not wait to see how July 8th, 2025 amendments are built out as infill 2.0 because accurate modeling exists. The RIWG has analyzed models of previous and proposed changes, along with many infill permits, infill 2.0 permits approved since July 8th. These changes don't and won't fix the oversized massing problem. A huge building is a huge building, whether it houses 6 or 8 dwellings, or frankly, even 1 or 2. New slide. What is needed is an integrated approach that corrects building volume and scale. The city has focused on increasing density by removing barriers and cutting regulatory red tape. Lost in this focus are the cumulative negative impacts of out-of-scale buildings inserted in other than orderly development, both of which reduce neighborhood livability. As a result, residents are threatened by zoning bylaw renewal because their interests are not appropriately balanced. This must be resolved, and the next speakers from RIWG have some excellent suggestions to do so. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, Speaker Bourgeois.
Great, thank you. Can you advance the slide? One more, please. Okay. All right, my name is Neil Bourgeois. I'm speaking on behalf of the Residential Infill Working Group, and I'm here because I went through a development appeal involving a mid-block infill project in an established neighborhood. That experience revealed more than a dispute over one development. It exposed a structural gap in how the zoning bylaw and review process address cumulative impacts. Regulations don't exist in isolation. Cumulatively, they affect essential services like waste collection, impacts on utilities, fire safety, transportation, parking, and other public services that must function in the context of a neighborhood. In spring 2025, 2 adjacent mid-block lots directly north of my home were sold to the same developer, who proposed building to the maximum density permitted, 8 dwellings per lot, for a total of 16 units. When those permits were approved, my neighbors and I wanted to understand how a project of this scale could function in the middle of a block in an established neighborhood. Next slide, please. Learning details about the project was challenging. Access to meaningful information and the time to review it was limited. Only after paying fees to appeal the approved permit to SDAB were complete plans provided for a thorough review. This identified several material issues. Variances to site coverage and soft landscaping were missed. Waste bin configuration was non-functional. Floor layouts were capable of operating as additional dwelling units beyond approved density. Next slide, please. When waste management cannot be accommodated on the site, it signals that the intensity of development is exceeded beyond what the lot and the neighborhood can reasonably support. At the SDAB hearing, this concern ultimately could not be resolved because development planners met their obligation by deferring to Waste Services, and Waste Services did not have the full context of the project due to incomplete documentation. Even though the waste system could not function in practice, it was deemed compliant. This illustrates the structural gap. When key operational requirements are reviewed in isolation and under separate authorities, no one is accountable for whether the development actually works as approved. Next slide, please. In our case, the maximum 45% building site coverage was exceeded. While the site plan indicated there was 43 soft landscaping area, it was determined to be only 25% and short of the minimum 30. An arborist has also informed me that a mature tree on my property will need to be removed because its structure and ability to absorb water will be impacted. This will contribute to a cumulative impact of stormwater runoff, lack of room to retain mature trees, or plant new ones to maintain private canopy. This is essential to providing environmental services and climate resilience. Drainage and flooding present a similar issue. Next slide, please. Exceeding site coverage and falling short of soft landscaping reduce the amount of permeable ground available for water infiltration. Evaluated lot by lot, these impacts can appear minor, but the cumulative effect of many lots like this is increased runoff and surface flood risk, particularly in older neighborhoods where the city's own citywide flood mitigation strategy shows insufficient storm and surface water capacity. The map on the screen highlights my street in red. Adding increased site coverage, reduced permeability, and tree loss in these areas compounds a known flood risk, yet this information is not considered in development permit decisions. Calls to wait and see how things play out assume the impacts are theoretical. The issues raised in today's report aren't theoretical to me. They describe exactly how my neighborhood experienced development under the current rules. My experience shows they are already happening under the current bylaw. My community was able to appeal, many others cannot, even when there are real compliance issues. The city must consider impacts on residents as our communities redevelop. A successful zoning bylaw must not push residents towards restrictive covenants, tribunal appeals, or buying adjacent properties as defensive measures. The goal should be a zoning bylaw that works for everyone. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we'll have Speaker Brad Hardstaff.
Yeah, good morning. My name's Brad Hardstaff, and I live in Park Allen. Next slide, please. So the RIWG supports administration's proposed changes to remove problematic policies in Section 252 of the urban mix from district policy. These have led to many public hearings and rezonings and consumed time, capacity, and resources. The result should be clearer node and corridor boundaries to focus density and limit speculative rezoning within neighborhoods. RIWG supports replacing these policies with a new district policy 2527 and developing criteria guided by established TOD practice and neighborhood context supported by a local area planning process. RIWG does not support a proposed criteria for a blanket 400-meter radius around mass transit stations that would be applied equally, not equitably, without consideration of context around mass transit stations and in TOD areas. An arbitrary 400-meter radius from mass transit stations does not ensure consideration of neighborhood context or the ability of abutting neighborhoods to absorb the increased scale and density and intensity of density proposed. In some areas, a 400-meter radius might be appropriate. In others, an 800-meter radius would be reasonable, and in others, a 2 or even 100-meter radius should be the rule. The second criteria to support rezonings on all corners on all arterial roads once again is arbitrary and fails to consider neighborhood context or ensure growth is supported primarily at nodes and corridors. As enshrined in the city plan, Edmonton's neighborhoods are an asset. They must not be viewed as land use opportunities to accelerate growth that may result in unforeseen impacts. Finally, RIWG supports changes to district policy that limit the use of RSM's small to medium scale zone to node and corridor areas and large undeveloped sites where supported. Next slide, please. Figure 2 in replacement attachment to supporting data shows redeveloping units within nodes and corridors from 2020 to 2025. In 2020, 27% of redevelopment was built outside nodes and corridors. After the new zoning bylaw was introduced in 2024, this increased to 65% and to 58% in 2025. Density is being focused within neighborhoods, not where the city plan intended, primarily within nodes and corridors. These district policy changes limiting the use of RSM small to medium scale residential to nodes and corridors would help to refocus density toward where it was intended. This will provide greater clarity to property owners, communities, and future developers along with the city. Next slide, please. District policy and the zoning bylaw must both ensure the right building is built in the right place and in the right zone. The question must be asked, is RS zone row housing that is 3, 4, or more times the size of surrounding development with FAR 1.2 to 1.6 appropriate for a small scale zone, or is it more appropriate in the RSM small to medium scale residential zone? In conclusion, infill is not the problem. Excessive building volume and massing is the problem. Our next speaker will explain why previous and current proposed changes do not effectively resolve this problem. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll go to our next speaker, Jan Hartstaff. Microphone, please.
Thank you. Good morning. My name is Jan Hartstaff, and I'm going to show you why infill 2.0 isn't much of an improvement over infill 1.0. So this is a street in McKernan, and we've done some modeling here and want to show you a comparison. The infill row house on lot number 1, second from the right, they're building a 3-story row house. The building length will be only reduced by 10% after the July amendments, and the site coverage would be reduced with those amendments from 45 to 40%. In this case, the side setbacks are 1.5. So then if you look over at infill 2.0 on lot number 2, second from the left, this shows the impact of the July 8th amendments. So we've got a 1.9 meter side setback, and the building length is reduced to 50% of lot depth, meaning that it's actually lost about 17% of the original length, and the site coverage will be reduced from 45 to 37. On lot number 1, we're illustrating how builders are pivoting. What they're doing is they're not building to the 1.9 meter side setback, but actually reducing it to 1.2, and they don't have any side entrances at all. And this allows them to reduce the loss of building length to only 7%, and the site coverage is only reduced from 45 to 42. So a 2D plan makes it hard to compare building volumes for each infill scenario, but we've provided some FAR calculations to show building volume metric. And the FAR for the infill 1.0 row house, second from the right, is 1.68. This is 5 times the FAR of the mature development next to it, and it's twice the FAR of the M&O infill to the left. If built now under July 8th amendments, the FAR would only be reduced to 1.59. So what we're showing here is that the FAR is just very, very high. If you look at the infills over on the far left, these scenarios you get FAR 1.39 for number 2 and 1.57 for number 3. They are just simply not in the range of small scale. Missing middle amendments in 2019 of the RA7 zone doubled the FAR from 1.3, that was the previous FAR for low-rise up to 4-story apartments, and they doubled it to 2.3. So we're in the range of what was previously low-rise apartment zones. Next slide, please. So I just wanted to show you, this is actually how this that row house is building out. On the right-hand side, we've got the mature development next to the row house, and on the left, you can see that the building projects 9.4 meters currently from the M&O infill, and it would be reduced to only 7.15. Next slide, please. And this is the famous Crestwood example. So in this example here, the buildings on either side currently protrude 12.06 meters from the back of the house, and that would be reduced to 9.73. The building length does not reduce much, and on the other side, that kind of shows what the builder's pivot looks like. Next slide, please. So this shows massing of the rear wall projections on either side of the neighbor's home. And again, that actually projects out 12.87 and we would be reduced only to 9.73. Next slide, please. So here are the desired outcomes. This is what we're looking for. We would like to see reduced shadowing of neighboring yards and trees, increased access to sunlight for people and solar panels. We would like to see reduced overlook and loss of privacy. It's absolutely critical to mitigate heat absorption and radiation from long exposed development walls, increase space for retaining mature trees and planting new ones. This would be achieved through a 2 buildable area scenario. And we want to achieve environmental benefits necessary for climate resilience. Most of all, we want to improve livability, not just for the people who live in the neighborhoods now, but for the people who will live in these buildings. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Speaker Zublot.
Yes, good morning. Next slide, please. Okay. We want to reduce the massing. That's the key issue here. So there are techniques to mitigate the negative impacts of massing. You can align buildings along the block. You can increase the separation distance between buildings, create similar massing on adjacent properties, and you can create predictability. For example, the developer needs to know how much floor area they can achieve in an RS zone, and the neighbor needs to know where they should place their solar panels. With this in mind, RIWG proposes a package of integrated proposals that will work together to reduce the massing effect. First, we are proposing 2 separated building areas. And yes, that's the slide we need to be on. 2 separated building areas for rear lane sites and other sites surrounded by existing 2 building development configurations. We are suggesting that site coverage and building volume be split between a front buildable area for principal dwellings and a rear buildable area for garages and or backyard housing. This would break up the massing by preventing long development walls. This creates better alignment of front and rear buildings with the front and rear buildings down the street, thus increasing sun access, airflow, space for tree canopy, and improving sightlines. Better alignment of infill housing with neighboring housing creates a better fit for an infill, even when infill buildings are moderately taller and larger than other buildings down the block. Second, slide please, another slide. We are proposing a maximum site coverage for the front buildable area and a maximum for the rear buildable area, while keeping the current total 45% site coverage. Third, we are proposing an increased minimum rear setback pardon me, for the front building and a contextual front setback primarily based on the percentage of site depth, thus creating unique front setbacks responding to the character of the neighborhood, so to speak, yet predictable for the developer. Next slide, please. Fourth, for all sites, introduce a soft cap FAR, that's floor area to site area ratio, to cross-check whether a proposed building volume fits within the small-scale zone and the surrounding developments. The maximum FAR should not be a hard cap, like, for example, a maximum height regulation. Rather, FAR could be varied if justified. Fifth, we also want to add that RIWG supports an immediate reduction of dwelling unit cap from 8 to 6 and supports reducing height. And today we're not proposing specific metrics because we are wanting to sit at the table with administration and industry representatives to do further analysis and work out what metrics are best to improve the zoning bylaws' achievement of positive outcomes. We want to get this right once and for all. It is our hope that we can come to an agreement on the metrics and return to you with a joint proposal by April. Now, our presenter on tree protection cannot be here today due to illness, so I will provide the key points. First, we are recommending a simple first-step solution which could be implemented immediately. That is to include a provision in the zoning bylaw. Oh, next slide, please. I'm sorry.
Oh, you know what?
We could just leave it there, I guess. Yeah. We are recommending a simple first-step solution which could be implemented immediately to include a provision in the zoning bylaw to require a tree assessment and a plan for preservation of trees as a condition of every development and every demolition permit. There is evidence of significant tree canopy loss related to redevelopment. Trees are currently treated as a barrier to development, which invites clear cutting. However, the city is responsible for the public interest. So, treat trees as an asset, as part of the city's infrastructure. Tree canopy has a significant role in moderating drainage impacts, soil stability, environmental importance to mitigate impact of climate change, and offers amenity features important to human sense of well-being.
Thank you. Next is Speaker Cohn. Cohn.
There it is, sorry. Okay. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Slide 35, please. Madam Chair and members of the Urban Planning Committee, thank you for this opportunity to speak today. My central message is this: I support the zoning bylaw. My concern is not with the policy direction, but with how the bylaw functions in practice. As currently written and applied, the bylaw lacks the interpretive and oversight mechanisms necessary to consistently deliver orderly development in the RS zone. Having reviewed multiple RS zone permits for multi-units on interior lots, as an urban planning professional, I am seeing gaps that diverge from Council's planning intent. Orderly development depends on a regulatory framework that requires validation at the approval stage whether the development proposed is likely to perform as labeled and avoids foreseeable downstream problems. However, this oversight function is missing in the zoning bylaw for the RS zone. This is not a benign issue. The RS zone is unique from other residential zones in the city in that it has fewer site triggers for a functional and impact assessment for a development site. I have three illustrative points. Can you turn to slide 36? This is an example of an approved permit under infill 2.0. First, the development plan review is primarily based on a series of discrete compliance checks. This can result in unit counts beyond the allowable limit, 14 instead of 8, which you can see on that development permit. Slide 2, next slide. It can go over the site, and these are approved plans, over the threshold. This one is 47.8%. Conflicts between the labels on the drawings and whether it can be built as stated are not resolved at the approval stage. Slide 38. For example, drawings show overlapping swales, pathways, retaining walls that cannot function, numbers not adding up, datum points missing, roof leaders pointing into window wells, multiple grading estimates, garages directly in the drainage path, etc. Together, they create compounding impacts and avoidable problems of property damage and lack of livability. It effectively shifts the risk onto neighbors, the new tenants, city infrastructure, and enforcement. Slide 39. Third, the bylaw is oriented to site, but there may be multiple permits issued on a site, making it difficult to reconcile grading and drainage. When the planning sequence is disruptive, outcomes fail. In this case, another permit case, a demolition permit for a habitable home with mature trees remained actionable after the associated development permit was canceled, even though the planning sequence is clear in city signage. This exposes a regulatory gap in the planning sequence and creates a precedent for unintended outcomes: dormant vacant lots, permanent loss of tree canopy, and no replacement housing. In other residential zones, the city is meticulous in doing comprehensive planning. Other Canadian cities allow oversight in their permitted use bylaws. We know this is not about speed, since the permits I displayed to you were reviewed in 4 to 5 months. This gap reflects the absence of clear regulatory oversight clauses in the zoning bylaw to ensure functional tests are applied to the plans before they are approved. This is the essence of orderly development. This is particularly necessary in established neighborhoods where site conditions are highly sensitive, lots are tight, infrastructure is old, and Edmonton's heritage and tree canopy are both concentrated. More scrutiny is required in the RS zone under these conditions to be at least as rigorous as other residential zones in the city, which have fewer site constraints. Bridging this gap is key to making all other metrics work and ensuring that the planning hierarchy is reinforced rather than undermined. This must be reflected in both the zoning bylaw and the district plans. The solutions are not rocket science, but they are technical. This cannot be resolved through internal-external back and forth in a forum like this. A referral from this committee to administration is required to participate in a collaborative table with BUILD, Infill Group, RIWG, Administration, and Legal Counsel to establish a coherent solution. Thank you.
Thank you. Excuse me. Next up is Speaker Heffron.
That's you. Yeah.
Could you put up slide 40, please? Madam Chair, honorable members, my name is Colin Heffron. I'm a retired registered professional planner, former housing developer. I've worked across Canada as well as several countries in Central and Eastern Europe. I also spent 10 years as a full-time adjudicator at the Ontario Municipal Board, which is now the Ontario Land Tribunal. As a planner, developer, and adjudicator, a significant portion of my professional life has been spent determining if a development proposal works. That is, does it represent good planning and is it in the public interest, which does not preclude its being in the applicant's interest, but it must primarily be in the public interest. I learned that good planning and consistency with the broader public interest are non-negotiables in the planning process. That should be what the planning officials ask themselves as they are reviewing, and certainly before they approve a development application of any kind. It's my professional opinion that the several eightplex residential building proposals that I've reviewed that have been approved in the RS zone in central city mid-block locations do not represent good planning and are certainly not in the long-term interest of the people of Edmonton. Here's why. Good planning begins with fit. Fit with neighborhood context, fit with lot size and lot pattern, fit with infrastructure capacity, fit with the ability of a site to safely handle servicing, drainage, access, and waste collection. In short, does it fit with the long-term functioning of the block and the wider urban community? Cumulative impact matters too. The eightplexes I've seen seem to have been approved and built with zero or very little regard for their cumulative impact on the existing infrastructure. Not just schools and parks, but underground services, including sanitary sewers, storm systems, and site drainage. The central city underground systems, many of which are more than 70 years old, were not designed for abrupt lot-by-lot intensification at this scale. When water backs up, when basement flood and sidewalks ice over in the winter because of poor site drainage, those are not abstract planning issues. They're real costs borne by the local neighborhood and by the city too. Aesthetics really matter as well. Edmonton is no longer a frontier town. We're a big city, and we have to start thinking like one. Some of these eightplexes are, let's face it, butt ugly, even to my undemanding eye. More distressing than that, those that I've seen appear to be dysfunctional as homes for real people who want to live in them with their families. In my professional planning judgment, the several I've looked at represent the triumph of anti-planning. They disregard many of the most basic principles of context, infrastructure capacity, community compatibility, and aesthetics. What I'm recommending here, Mr. Chair and Honorable Committee members, is a recalibration. Specifically, I would urge you to do two things. First, recommend that Council direct administration to take back control of the planning process in the RS zone. Insist that your planners use their education, training, and judgment to implement good planning that's in the public interest as the governing standard. Equally important, make sure they have the tools in an amended bylaw and regulations to do their job, which is, among other matters, to have adequate regard to the impact of their decisions on both the local and broader communities. Second, I recommend that Council reduce the maximum permitted number of dwelling units on a mid-block RS lot from 8 to 6 units, ideally to 4. In my view, this would be a practical and defensible first step to restore good planning in central Edmonton. There's no shortage in Edmonton of vacant, fully serviced, centrally located land suitable and already designated and zoned for multifamily development. Perfect for housing working families actually can afford. And if it's numbers we're talking about relative to a place like Glenora, it's dirt cheap. No need for government handouts here. Cities succeed not because they win Globe and Mail races to issue the most development permits in the shortest time, but because they build places that endure while functioning as dynamic centers of commerce, livability, urban aesthetics, and yes, residents delight in living there as part of a community. Your decision today is a rare opportunity for you and Council to establish good planning in the public interest as the operating principle in Edmonton. Please don't miss it. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Speaker Volgerson-Klassen. Oh, okay, not able to make it. I apologize. Okay, I think then we are on to Speaker Martin. For you.
Hello?
No, sorry, this is for Speaker Paul Martin.
Okay.
Oh. Yeah, sorry, we'll have our clerks reach out to you to see where you are on the list, but I don't believe you're on this panel. Sorry, Speaker Martin, to you. Just got your mic? There we go.
Can you hear me okay? My name is Paul Martin. Thanks for the opportunity to present. Thanks to Mayor Knack and Councillor Jans for initiating this meeting, from what I understand. But even though I don't really know where they sit on the policy and whether we agree, but Anyways, I live at 7708 97th Avenue. The mid-block pilot next door has been sold to a developer that has received approval to split the lot and demolish the buildings. They've applied for a development permit to build 4 buildings comprised of 16 units across the 2 split pieces. The lot plan is virtually identical to the infamous Crestwood property next door to Kelly Petrick. Same developer. I'm sure Mayor Knack recognizes this case because 3 days ago he stated on Facebook that the changes made back in July prevent the situation in Crestwood, i.e. splitting a large pilot, from happening again. I'm here to tell you that it is happening again. And I can also tell you that contemplating 16 units next door has been anything but gentle infill for us. The lifeline has been Edmonton Neighbours United. The caliber, experience level, and candor of the NU leadership team amazed us, but paled next to the compassion that was immediately offered by people volunteering their time to help us go from not knowing to knowing what we needed to know. It was invaluable. Through Kelly Petrick, we got to see what we were in for vis-a-vis the Crestwood property. A sun-blocking nightmare. No parking. Only a 3-meter gap between the front and back buildings. We were quickly convinced that we needed to try to fight this outcome if we could. But we soon found out that our only say was to appeal within the narrow confines of the applicability of bylaw 20,001 statutes. Development officers told us they have 0 discretionary power. If the design elements meet the criteria, it gets approved, period. I got involved with the NU, not in hope for myself, but to protect my neighbors from a similar fate. Then there were the real impacts. Fear, uncertainty of being able to live next to it. We have to. To move would be detrimental to our son's mental health while he is still in school. To stay only may be detrimental to mine. You see, I suffer from depression that is managed with medication, but I still have troubles with the seasonal affective disorder. And now we're going to completely lose our son for half the day during the time of year I struggle the most, in the winter months. Throw in the usual gripes like privacy, full sun hours, reduced solar potential, parking, property value loss, the stress on our marriage. It's a lot. The irony, we weren't opposed to renewal and infill. We expected basement suites and or garden suites. We knew whatever went in would probably be 2 stories tall. We could reconcile all this. But this? I guess we're just NIMBY then. Are we the enemy? Some folks love infill. We heard that yesterday. Personally, I would never choose to forgo ownership in favor of predatory rent paradigms in a poorly designed box ill-suited to raise a family, age in place, live with a physical disability, or have room dimensions favorable to mental health according to best building practices. In my opinion, allowing 8-unit, 3-story structures in the RS zone is a deliberate attempt by administration to drive apartment-style multiplexes into our RS neighborhoods without the same level of oversight and regulation as would be required for actual apartment blocks. It has created a niche opportunity of minimum regulation and build cost for maximum profit, which serves only to enrich developers, landlords, and tax collectors. This appears to me to be to deliberately overlook or downplay potential negative impacts and creates a free-for-all investor-friendly bylaw niche that becomes a recipe for disaster. Indeed, we have already seen that this development paradigm has resulted in highly flammable situations that have put lives at risk and cost families their infill-adjacent homes as collateral damage. Are 4, 6, or 8 time densification really necessary to meet Edmonton's growth? To address some of the affordability concerns of concerned students, people with disabilities, and other low-income earners, does removing entry-level ownership opportunities in favor of these rentals really lead to rents not exceeding 30% of minimum wage? I value light and space. I don't know, maybe I don't represent the majority, but I do know I'm not alone in my opinions. I have no desire to live in the shadow of a 3-story building. And yes, if I can't reconcile living beside it, I will vote with my feet. I will leave this jurisdiction if it comes to that before putting myself and my family through this again. I, like many others I've met, will sell and get out now, as per the emphatic advice of my realtor. If the society that Council wishes to build feels I'm not the kind of person they want in their community, I am happy to oblige them. However, I take everything I bring to my neighborhood with me, including my small business, my love of my neighbors, the pride of ownership in our property, the Halloween displays that made our home and street a destination.
You're at your time. Thank you for joining us this morning. Great. We are now ready for questions of our speakers in panel 4. Just a reminder to colleagues that we did hear from Speaker Gormley and Robert Chevalier yesterday. They are both, I don't know if Speaker Gormley is able to join us yet, but Speaker Chevalier is here as well. So please remember you can direct your questions to them as well. Just wait for the board to come up. And thank you all again so much for being here this morning. Okay, yeah, Councillor Jans.
Thank you. I mean, broadly, not a lot. These are very thorough presentations, so I thank the speakers for that and for sharing their slides with us. If I can go to Guest Hawksworth, I appreciated the notes that you shared today. If I recall, there's the broader conversation in your situation regarding the rooming house question or the dormitory question around if something is an eightplex that's 4 stacked townhouses, basement suites, compared to 24 bedrooms, 24 bathrooms in a build. Is that the neighbor you're referring to, or the situation you're referring to?
I'm referring more generally to size in my presentation today, but yes, we have had under the guise of an eightplex with secondary suites. What has been approved for our street is 24 bedrooms and 24 bathrooms on a lot that's too small to be split for 2 skinnies. So that is a 24 densification, not even 8 densification. But that was not my point this morning. My point was that the absolute size of these buildings are the issue in terms of livability. This particular property, it does extend beyond the approved size, but
It extends beyond the approved size?
we've taken the position it does, although the development officer has said that is not the case.
Okay.
But that particular development is not my particular purpose here today.
Yeah.
I'm here on behalf of RIWG to talk about massing generally and the difficulty of that.
Yeah, I hear you, especially when many of the neighbors on your street are original post-war, the original squares.
I will say that our neighborhood is a very modest neighborhood generally.
Yeah.
So the massing is very evident when you compare it to the size of the properties and the size next door to them. There is another that has been applied for as well for an eightplex on a similarly narrow lot as well.
Mm-hmm. And Neil, could I confirm what is the address, or what's the project you're referring to with the two eightplexes together?
9547 and 9543 146th Street.
And that's a case where, is it the same builder for both?
Yes.
Okay, and they weren't able to harmonize some of the impacts of both properties together?
No, in fact, they're encouraged not to, because if they do, it's considered cluster housing or some other form factor.
Interesting. So because I can think of one example of I think it's in North Glenora, where the builder had both lots and did a very integrated, seamless design together. So that flagged for me as something we need to look at. I can think of, there's another situation on Park Allen on 72nd Ave where there's 2 eightplexes together, but they work generally harmoniously. So thinking about how to do that if there's multiple development sites in question and all the
And I think
impacts.
what you'll find is that a lot of these are now coming up in pairs or sometimes triplets. And so a single project of 2 or 3 eightplexes, in my opinion, should be considered together. And the cumulative impacts should be considered. And they're not. two different development planners.
You would think it would give a little more flexibility to the developer of, oh, I want to do this, or integrate these things both across both properties. So
Totally agree.
that's something I certainly take all the other comments about massing and size and FAR and everything else, but I think there's a couple of these tweaks that could be advantageous for all parties involved. So thank you. I'm out of time. Thank you, Councillor Clark.
Great, thank you. Thanks everyone for a very thorough presentation. I'm going to start with Speaker 2, Neil. I just want to get, you know, kind of as you outlaid the situation that happened next door to you and your appeal process, I just want to know, like, these compliance issues, they seem pretty straightforward to me, site coverage, landscaping. Like, how did these get missed, in your opinion?
That's an excellent question, and I think that's something that the city should look at. I think we're putting an undue burden on the subdivision appeal board. I don't think their role should be in looking at site coverage and the soft landscaping. Like, these things can be caught early on in the process. In fact, during our appeal hearing, the development planner actually calculated in a matter of minutes and agreed that the soft landscaping wasn't 43% as the developer had claimed on their site plan. And so these things are not onerous if you have the tools and the data to do it. For the community to police this stuff, I mean, it took us countless hours to calculate these things. And then we had to go to the appeal board to actually have our case heard. And I think this is broken. I think that we need to tighten up the bylaw definitions. We need to reduce the intensity and, you know, just make this a transparent, clear process that we can all get behind.
Great, thank you. Next question, Speaker 3, Brad. You were talking about the RSM zoning changes kind of before us right now, and kind of, if I'm hearing you correctly, the 400 meters, you'd like that to get a little bit of flexibility and context on the radius? Is that your take on it? And secondly, wouldn't the district plans changes on there kind of address that?
I am an alternate speaker this morning, and so I'm not actually personally qualified to answer, but my wife here sure is, I think, if I may defer to her. Thanks.
Could you give me the question again? I'm sorry.
It was just to the 400 meters in the radius for the RSM zoning, and there was a comment about some flexibility on that on the radius.
Yeah, you know, I mean, we want to make sure that the criteria that would be provided in this new recommended policy is not arbitrary. A fixed radius of 400 meters, like for example, Park Allen's really close to the South Campus station, and 400 meters is appropriate there. But in Blatchford, perhaps 800 meters would be appropriate. And maybe in Strathern, it could be 100 meters or 200 meters. You know, we just think that the fixed 400 is arbitrary. So I think it needs flexibility. Yesterday, Build was talking about how they really encourage the city to do some more local area planning to add flesh to the bones of the district plans, which are you know, just kind of an outline, but don't have a lot of context or detail. So we would like to see local area planning that would include some of the context of the neighborhoods around TOD zones and also along arterial roads, because that policy, the second criteria, would allow, would support rezoning on any corner lot, on any arterial road, anywhere, including outside nodes and corridors. So that's quite a leap as well.
Jen, I'll stay with you. Just one quick question. Clarify, in your presentation, you're saying the two developments that are on Crestwood 147th Street, one was from the previous zoning and one was from the amendments made, even though when you look at them, they kind of look the same.
Well, what I did, you could bring up my slide again. I just kind of, there's two identical developments in the Crestwood example. they're on either side of, I think many of councillors have been to visit it. What I've done here is just provided shadow boxes over them. The one shows how it actually is built out. And in that case, they have a 1.8 meter side setback and 2 entrances on the side. And so in that case, reducing the building length reduced it by what did I have here? I think it was 3.7. I don't have the slide in front of me, so I can't remember the number.
Thank you, sir. I'm going to have to stop you there, but we can come around. Thank you.
Yeah.
Mayor Knack.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson, and thanks everyone for joining today. Sorry I can't be in person. I'm still slightly under the weather, so I didn't want to sit around coughing in the meeting the entire time. So just one question. I'm sorry, I don't have the speakers list right in front of me. The guest that we had from Laurier Heights, I believe that was our second speaker, last night, right before the end. Are you still with us?
Yes.
Yeah. Thank you. Thanks for joining. I just wanted to ask, you mentioned, I think you have gone down the path of putting forth a restrictive covenant on your property and some of your neighbors. Can you give me a sense, and is that accurate? Have you taken that step?
We're in the process, and other areas on a block by block basis have placed theirs. My estimate would be that at least half the Laurier Heights community has placed the restrictive covenants on their properties.
Appreciate that. Can you give me a sense of sort of what some of the requirements have been put on? What's in the covenants? So from unit count to height, to just wanted to get a basic sense of what folks are been designing in that covenant.
Yeah, I think there's 3 adjacent blocks that have voted for not even any subdivision of lots. Single family dwellings only to preserve the character of the neighborhood. And other areas have allowed subdivision with the skinny houses, and the skinny houses can have a rental unit. Now, the areas that have suggested not even subdivision, they have allowed for rental units as well. So that at least gets 2 units where 1 previously was.
What about the massing of the building? I've certainly heard that message pretty clearly from folks today. I mean, everyone's going to have a different view on unit count, even just what you described. Some want no subdivision, some want subdivision with a rental. But I've certainly heard a lot of folks say massing. So what's been the massing changes in the restrictive covenant that you've designed?
Well, I can't speak to the other groups in terms of that detail, but in our group, there was an architect. There is an architect in our group on our block, and we were trying to design, some guidelines on sidewall height and overall height and sidewall length. Now, we were told, however, by the lawyer who puts together these restrictive covenants that the more detail you add in, the harder the restrictive covenant could be to defend. And the more detail you put in, the greater that the chance that it could be challenged. And also to try to get consensus among the neighbors for that level of detail is also more of a challenge.
Yeah, that has always been the case I've learned over the years. So do you, in the one you're working on for your block, do you have height restrictions or setback requirements, or are you focusing on, the number of units?
No, none of those requirements at all. Just
so you're just restricting the number of units on your property.
Yes, that's what the majority of the people in the block agreed on.
Because what you'd found is there wasn't necessarily going to be agreement from folks on the massing, what they're, not certain height levels. Some people might have wanted more, some were comfortable with less, some might have wanted more setbacks like that. That's why you just didn't feel it was going down that path. You weren't going to get enough agreement. Is that fair to say?
Yeah. And on our block, there's actually 4 skinny homes that were built. 2 of them were of better quality, and when they were finished, the asking price was around 950,000. So this is not a neighborhood that should be considered for so-called affordability measures. The other two skinnies were built more cheaply and sat there unoccupied, unsold for a year and a half, and now they are occupied. And some of those people are actually willing to sign on to this restrictive covenant, even though their lot has been subdivided already, because the way the restrictive covenants work is that by placing one on your property, you are helping your neighbor, and by your neighbor placing one, they help you. So.
Well, that's really helpful context on what you've been working on. I really appreciate you sharing. Those are all my questions. Thank you.
Yeah, if I can just add, part of my presentation yesterday was that there's a person living next to a lot that was ready for development of an eightplex.
Sorry, I'm going to have to stop you there. Mayor Knack's time has run out, but yeah, no, that's all right. Thank you for your input. Councillor Clark?
Yeah, thanks. I'll just pick up with Speaker 4, Jan. Sorry, I just wanted, the two developments we're looking at there, are they from different, were they built at different times? Or
if the clerk could bring up slide 23. So yeah, so what I was showing is the two buildings on either side of the Crestwood mature home, and they're both identical. And the one in McKernan, actually, the example I was giving you on the street in McKernan is the same builder. It's the same building, exactly. So what I'm showing here is the one on the left is the actual. They're building it with a 1.8 meter side setback, so the building's a little bit longer and narrower, and reducing the building length. It has a little bit more of an effect because the side setbacks are already quite large. So it's losing more site coverage and it's losing building length. So it loses buildable area. So how builders are pivoting around this is they aren't putting any side entrances in. They're putting them all at the front or the back. In the Park Allen example, which Michael was asking about Kathy, they're actually putting the stairs to basement units outside the building. That also prevents loss of buildable area. So these buildings are they're a little bit shorter, but they're also wider. And then if you don't have the stairs going into the basements as part of the interior of the building, it just maximizes the buildable area, and it reduces the amount of site coverage loss. And the other thing is that these stairs that are being put external, they're not being measured as part of the building length. In the Park Allen case, they had covers over all four of the stairs at the front and the back that were 2 meters high, and they weren't covered. They weren't included in the site coverage or the building length. So, they're working around this to maximize the size of the building while complying with the regulations. So there needs to be some better definitions about how to calculate site coverage, how to calculate building length, what is an unenclosed porch that could be qualified for the extra 2%. So all I'm saying is that what we're seeing is just maximized building volume, and the volume size of the buildings is just far too great for small scale.
Great, thank you. With Speaker 5, Beverly, what you kind of showed on part of the presentation in your slide, the two different areas, because I brought that up yesterday when we were talking to Idea and Build a bit, and I guess because you're still saying you'd like to go down from 8 to 6, what I heard in your presentation, but you're saying that might be a good example. So I guess my question is, if that is, and I didn't hear a lot of hesitation, I guess, from the developer side. They seem to think that could be a good idea, but I mean, why wouldn't they be looking at that option? Is it cost, or
Why would somebody be looking at the two buildings?
Two buildable areas, yeah, why wouldn't they?
Why would they? Well, if you wanted to reduce the impacts on the neighbors, because that's the building design configuration of all the neighbors, then you would do that. Or you would do it because it creates more livable spaces, because there's more light penetration. I think if you look at the 8plexes, for example, if you get one beside the other, the middle units are all facing a wall. They have no sight lines whatsoever. So if you wanted to get a good price for what you were building, I think you would do it this way. You would break it up so that you could create really livable, desirable places with not much difference in cost, or no different. Maybe it's cheaper that way, particularly if you're not doing a basement for the rear building. It is much cheaper to build that way. So I guess the only reason why they would want to go with 8 is because that's another 2 units you can potentially rent. There's probably not too many people who would purchase a lot of these units, but I know, talking to the Community League in Glenwood, for instance, that has 32 eightplexes. Some of them are still, just haven't been completed yet. They said they already see a lot of turnover in those eightplexes. They see people
Thank
moving
you.
in and
Sorry,
then moving out shortly thereafter.
Councillor Clark's time, so I'll stop you there. Clerk, so I was wondering if we could pull up that slide that we just had up, and just had a question for Speaker Hartstaff around that. Can you help me understand, what is that, the white box to the left that says infill 1.0?
So that's, I guess we're trying to sort of, without saying, like that would be, infill 1.0 would be before the July 8th amendments. This was what is built. That's what's been built. I've basically put a shadow over, because it's under construction, you can't really see the whole building volume. But that shows pretty closely what the size of that building will be, the footprint of the building.
She's referring to the white box.
Yeah, like the white box at the far left of the image that says
Infill 1.0?
Yeah.
Yeah, so on that side, that's infill 1.0. That represents what's being built, and it was approved before the amendments on July 8th.
Okay.
On the right side is what we're seeing built under infill 2.0, which is they're not putting in any side entrances. And so they do comply with the reduced building length of 50%. But you can see if that was being built before, that the building length reduction is less and the loss of building site coverage is less. I actually had, I had changed this slide out, but it didn't show up in the, on the Google slide today. So there's a couple of things here I would change to make it read better. But the point being, the amendments really didn't change very much. We're seeing reductions in building length between 7%, 11% is pretty typical, or maybe up to 14%, but it's really not much in terms of reducing the massing. It's not solving massing. It's just reducing the building.
Okay, so hearing it did result with, in terms of the side entrances, and then there's sort of like, again, call it a 10 to 15% length reduction. Okay, thank you. Just wanted to clarify that wasn't, that's not an existing building to the left.
The building on the left is actually what has been built. The building on the right is kind of I'm just trying to show you what builders are doing to actually get around the reduced building length and the loss of site coverage. They're creating shorter, wider buildings so that they minimize the loss of development area.
Great, yeah, and I think that was part of the intent. So thanks for clarifying that.
Okay.
Great, I have no further questions. I don't think I see anyone else. Oh, sure, yep, Councillor Clark.
I'll just jump in and I'll go to Speaker 12, Paul, because I think you brought up, a really good point. We're talking about percentages and unit counts and site coverage and that, but I think you brought up the human element in this discussion that we go to. And I guess, sir, where I'm at, I'm trying to, I take your feedback and kind of the challenges you outlined, and that's real. And I'm trying to get it kind of with some other feedback we got yesterday and saying, hey, I want to be able to live in a neighborhood and I need, an access to do it. So I kind of just want, I guess, a little bit of your opinion on, and how do we ground this and actually get that feedback and that kind of human involvement from your standpoint? How do we look at that if you're in my seat as a counselor and use that to kind of help make your decision?
Just microphone, please.
My apologies. I got to think about that just for a second before I answer that. It's my understanding that the CMHC funding policy that's funding, this gold rush into 8-plex developments does have encumbrances to a certain extent over accessibility, but we're not seeing that in the built form from what I can tell. From an accessibility standpoint, whether you have a physical disability or you're elderly, you're not going up downstairs. So if these are going to be the replacement for bungalows, how are you going to manage that in terms of the design elements? I'm not privy to the floor plans. I don't know if there is a base, like a main floor suite versus an upstairs suite, but that might be an option. The other element, there was a lot of anger expressed yesterday that ended up being directed at folks like myself as bungalow owners in RS neighborhoods as being an impediment to their ability to live in these neighborhoods and find affordable housing. And I found that improperly targeted. I see that as more of a socioeconomic issue that has a lot more to do with the wealth distribution phenomenon in our current society. You can't tell me that building, there was a lot of, we need to build more of these 8-plexes so that we get cheaper rents and better housing. Well, you might get cheaper rents, but it isn't going to be in these brand new units. It's not going to be in, better housing. It's still going to push those lower rents to the margins in terms of what's available, and it's not necessarily going to be beside Grant MacEwan, or it might be in our neighborhood, but until you can prove to me that they're going to offer rents equivalent to 30% of a minimum wage income, as an example of low income earners, of true affordability, in my opinion, not the nebulous construct we've made of that word, you're not addressing the issue. I don't know if that answers your question. That's about the best I can do.
No, thank you. Just appreciate the context.
Hey, thank you. Thank you for that, and thank you to all of our speakers for joining us. Not seeing any further questions, we'll invite you to take your seats, return to your seats, and we will call up our final panel, panel 5. Just want to confirm, do we have any additional speakers who have registered?
Thank you, Chair Stevenson. Yes, we have one that needs to be added.
Thank you. Do we have that name? Or you could just put the motion up.
Sure. It's Diane Forbes. We'll put that motion up for you.
Diane Forbes. So I'll move that we hear from an additional speaker, D. Forbes. Any questions? If not, please vote.
I'm a yes.
Thank you, Councillor Jans. Just waiting on one vote. Mayor Knack, are you with us? We'll mark him absent for this motion. We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. Thank you. That's carried. All right. So our final panel, I'll read out your names. If you're in person, please make your way down to your assigned seat. And if you're online, please just unmute and say a quick hello. Our first speaker, Kristen Goa.
Hi, I'm online.
Hi, good morning. Stephen Lakey, you'll be in seat number 2. Greg Christensen, welcome, in seat number 3. Drina Schneider. Drina, are you with us online? Okay, I'll come back. Elaine Soles. Hi, welcome. Seat number 5. John Collier, seat number 6. Cameron Peters.
Present.
Thank you. James Callian.
Here, I'm online.
Thank you. Marcus Wilhelm.
Yes, I'm here online.
Thank you. Kay Audrey Love.
It's Kay Audrey Lowe. It's Audrey Lowe, and yes, I'm here online.
Thank you. Apologies, I'm trying to read my own handwriting. Kevin Taft, here in person. Thank you. You can be seat 11. Ryan Jakes. Not seeing, but we will come back. And then Speaker Forbes. Was Speaker Forbes added to the meeting invite already?
Yes, she was.
Okay, I'm not seeing her there. Okay, oh, and then we had some speakers from yesterday. Dolly Sipita Montefiore, I think I see you online.
Yeah, hi.
Great, thank you. And David Barry, were you able to join today? No. Okay. Well, thank you all. To Kirsten Goa. You have 5 minutes.
All right.
I'm sorry, Speaker Wilhelm, can I ask you to mute, please?
Yes.
Thank you. Sorry. Speaker Goa, to you for 5 minutes.
No worries. Thank you. My name's Kirsten Goa, and I'm a lifelong resident of Strathcona neighborhood, and I've spent nearly 20 years as a community volunteer working on land use policy and a fair bit on public engagement, primarily advocating for communities navigating change. I am also a parent of 5 young adults, age 19 to 26, and the grandmother to a toddler. Our 1,600 square foot bungalow currently houses 2 Gen X parents, 5 young adults, and 1 toddler full-time, with 2 additional young adults part-time. My eldest child and her partner rent in an apartment building behind our home. This is not a lifestyle preference, it is a housing reality. And this is not a family that is economically compromised or particularly poorly off. And that is why I am here today. The fact that Edmonton is finally seeing meaningful amounts of missing middle housing built in established neighborhoods is a major win. It actually made me almost cry when we finally passed regulations that made this possible. It supports financial sustainability, environmental responsibility, social cohesion, and equity. Most importantly, it gives our young people a chance to live in or near the communities they grew up in, whether they rent or own in the long term. Let's not cut it off at the knees before we've even really started. We have a lot of catch up to do. Last fall, I completed an economic analysis of Strathcona's main census tract for a course in economic geography. Strathcona is one of the densest neighborhoods in the city and one of the very few pre-1980 neighborhoods that has not dramatically lost population over the past 4 decades. While stagnation may be better than population collapse, it is not a win. Between 2001 and 2021, Strathcona grew by an average of just 10 people per year. Today, we have only about 300 more residents than we did when I was born in the 70s. Some years we lose population, other years we gain a few. Overall, we've been stagnant for more than 50 years. To put this in human terms, in both 2001 and 2006, I gave birth to twins. In those 2 years, my single household accounted for roughly 20% of the neighborhood's population growth. Like, it's crazy. Meanwhile, Edmonton nearly doubled in population between 2001 and 2021 and has tripled since 1971. Over the past 3 years alone, the city's been growing by approximately 50,000 people per year. While neighborhoods like Strathcona absorb only 10 people annually and many established neighborhoods continue to lose population, we are not preserving or protecting communities. They are slowly collapsing. New Edmontonians, young people, and families are pushed to the edges of the city. Inner and middle ring neighborhoods decline as schools close, businesses struggle, services disappear, community leagues weaken. Who's laughing? And the tax base erodes. This pattern is fiscally unsustainable. Every new meter of road adds long-term infrastructure and service costs, snow clearing, water, sewer, waste collection, transit, emergency services, recreation facilities, you name it. The farther services must travel, the more expensive the city becomes to operate. And those costs are borne by all Edmontonians, alongside emissions, public health impacts, and equity consequences. The new zoning bylaw, particularly the small-scale residential regulations, is actually working. For the first time, infill development is matching greenfield development in housing starts. Row housing, brownstones, and small-scale apartments, or what many are calling multiplexes, are the housing forms we often say we prefer when faced with tower proposals. And they are now finally feasible, along with the CMHC's help a lot of the time, to build in established neighborhoods. This is not radical change. It means we're finally playing catch-up. It is a retrofit, and it's long overdue. It's council's responsibility to plan not only for current residents, but for future ones. Public engagement is essential, but public engagement does not mean public agreement. From 2015 to 2021, I served as the community co-chair for the council initiative and later the guiding coalition on public engagement. The city invested heavily in extensive, inclusive, and iterative research, testing, and consultation throughout the city plan and zoning bylaw renewal processes, as did thousands of Edmontonians who participated. These proposed amendments and July's have not been subjected to the same level of rigor. They are not reactions to systemic issues with the new regulations, but to a vocal, highly privileged minority opposition. Most people do not engage with land use policy until something is proposed next door. I understand personally the fear and anxiety that can create. I've walked that walk myself, and I've also walked it with hundreds of other people. But calls for more consultation must identify gaps, actionable gaps, not be used to delay necessary decisions. Reverting regulations that haven't even been tested and that aren't causing really dramatic harm is really not the right answer. It's also critical to recognize that land use engagement disproportionately reflects the...
Thank you. That's your time. Thank you for joining us this morning.
Yeah, basically.
Thank you. Thank you. I'll just note, before we go to our next speaker, I failed to call. We have two other speakers who were registered for yesterday, but I believe are with us now. So Ben Magelnick.
I'm here now.
Wonderful. And Michael Thomas. Are you there? Maybe have gone. We'll come back to you again, but just want you both to know that you are on the list and we will come to you in due turn. Next, we will hear from Speaker Lakey. Over to you. And Mike.
There are three. Okay, thank you. I'm Stephen Lakey. I'm a resident of West Jasper Place, and I wanted to give you some perspectives from outside of Crestwood and Glenora. My original intent yesterday was to provide you with some up-to-date perspective on the pace and the impact of city policies in my communities of West Jasper Place and Sherwood, and to demonstrate that the impact in certain communities has been much more significant than the deceptive 0.39% suggested by other speakers. I did a count of the infill in West Jasper Place and Sherwood on the weekend, and the West Jasper Place image is up there right now, and it shows in the yellow the multiplexes that are already complete and occupied. The orange shows the ones under construction. The pink shows the ones that are approved or in planning. The blue is the priority growth area and corridors around our community. And the green in West Jasper Place is the park space deficit that has been long recognized for West Jasper Place, that has been written into the Jasper Place District Plan, and for which the city has given us nothing but lip service over the past few years. That deficit is about 14 lots. I can show you the Sherwood slide. Next, please. Next one. Okay. The situation is that approximately 7.2% of West Jasper Place is already earmarked or in play for higher level multiplex density. The situation in Sherwood is even more egregious. It's about 11%. So that the total of the West Jasper Sherwood community is 8.8%. I have one more slide that I wanted to show you before I discuss a few things. This is an image in Glenwood. It's across the street from West Jasper Place. But this is where there are 4 eightplexes, mid-block eightplexes in a row. There will soon be 5, and with the way that this is going, I suspect that there will soon be 6. I think this speaks to what a number of, many people are concerned about what is happening. But I'll talk about some of my other concerns now. In my view, there's no community in Edmonton that has been affected so much by some of the city's policies as West Jasper Place. We've gone from the protection that we had with the Newman resolution, where we had some control, to now we are completely in play, surrounded by nodes and corridors, priority growth areas, the LRT. I'm really concerned that we're going to become the dumping ground for problem solving, as one of the proposed solutions has been to move the infill closer to TODs and corridors. When I look at the Jasper Place district plan, a lot of the population growth in the plan is smack right in the middle of West Jasper Place. I just do not see that there has really been any of the planning that's going to be required for this population. There's no schools left anymore. And Mr. Knack, a direct question to you. Where and when are we going to get our park space? You promised us that you would do something about it at our annual general meeting. We had another session here where you had no answers. City administration had no answers. It's now at the point where it's untenable. Another couple of concerns. District Policy 2526 is written in that it pretty much encompasses all of West Jasper Place. There's hardly a block that is not left untouched from that. That can't stand. We'd like to see some rejuvenation along Stony Plain Road, but we just don't see it. It's too easy for the developers to come into the core of our neighborhood. The pace of the development is just unbalanced. So I think the way this is going, if we're going to continue with this district plan, there are places like West Jasper Place that really need some special consideration, where residents have greater say in the future. There needs to be some targets, some quotas, things like that. And the final thing, the meeting yesterday, I was really distressed with how the discussion seemed to be skewed towards renters. Other people have brought that up, but the prospective homeowner is just completely lost in this equation right now. Mr. Knack, you were wrong yesterday with the...
Thank you. Sorry, that's your time there. Next is Speaker Christensen.
Excuse me, good morning. Thanks for your attention. I won't go through my resume. I'm a builder, of course, predominantly of apartment buildings, urban villages, high-density housing, and have participated heavily over the last 20 years with city planning and city council through groups such as BUILD and the Edmonton Chamber of Commerce. I want to fully disclose that I very much support the character, lifestyle, and options in housing offered by Edmonton's mature neighborhoods, predominantly single family. I support city plan. I was glad to hear yesterday a number of references in the documents, because sometimes I think the infill debate forgets that the bigger picture is about the growth going forward, which I'm sure council is very aware of. So particularly the principles of densified nodes. I'm not such a big fan on corridors, but I've done a number myself where you can build on 5 to 14 acres, various choices in multifamily housing, and it's particularly good for seniors, elevators, barrier-free building, and is good for redevelopment of infill sites. I did the Creekside site, for example, a former meatpacking plant. I did Railtown, a former rail yard. But I believe both these housing types can coexist, and I believe that 85% of the multifamily growth should be in the urban villages and not in going into mature neighborhoods and impacting negatively and destroying single-family houses. I would ask council to reconsider this discussion we've been hearing that these single-family houses are evil and need to be knocked down, and we need to replace them with 8-unit, fairly unimaginative and uncreative apartment buildings. I've always advocated, and CMHC and other groups, that I think your best form of affordable housing for families is single-family housing. It usually exists near schools, playgrounds, other amenities. I think the preoccupation with transit, it's desirable to be near transit, but the urban villages are purpose-built to be next to transit, and TOD is a term we heard yesterday, and I hope those discussions about improving for the councillors that were interested, the guidelines around that to direct the planning and development industry to more TOD. I don't think you want to restrict all growth in Edmonton over the next 20 years to TOD and suburban single family. I believe that choice and affordability, if I may say it again, choice and affordability, I think you're taking away choice when you knock down single family homes. And I'm seeing that in the ones where I've got personal friends and existence, and I see a lot of anger and I see a lot of frustration. I see an attitude where the idea that if there's no variance, it's approved, has resulted in poor communication between communities and planning. That's regrettable. There's no need for that. I think we all want to see a good city and good outcomes. So that being said, the other thing is that this growth in infill housing is not so much an outcome of the change of the zoning bylaw. It coincides, as you've heard many times, with the MLI Select CMHC housing program that offers up to 95% financing. So you've got a number of builders, it's a natural thing to do, I would do the same thing, trying to build for less than the 95% mortgage funds. Now to qualify, you don't get 95% up front. You have to build a building and you have to qualify, lease it up, and you don't get your takeout mortgage amount or interest rate fixed till the end. Just looking at the timing, 1 minute. So suffice it to say, I truly worry that a badly implemented infill bylaw will ruin one of Edmonton's major features, single-family mature neighborhoods. I believe it'll take away single-family, and I want to go back to Mr. Alan Bolstad, a very fine gentleman, former councillor, writer for the Sun, who yesterday said, having relocated out of my neighborhood, Ritchie, to Norwood, that he's worried that knocking down these single-family houses and putting in 8-unit or 6-unit apartments is actually close 2 schools potentially, I might be misquoting him, and has a risk of closing the last school, Alex Taylor. So I rely on his credibility, and that being said, I will forfeit my 9 seconds. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll do another call for Drina Schneider. Were you able to join us? Oh, hello. Oh, wonderful. Okay, well, come on down. I have you at seat 4, which is right there. Maybe we'll go to our next speaker just to give you a moment to get settled, if that's all right. Okay, so next up I have Elaine Soles.
Actually, John and I are switching places, and we are speaking contiguously. So if you could go to the new speaker that would be great.
Or do you mind waiting 2 turns?
We can wait 2 turns.
Oh no, to the new speaker. We'll give a moment to get settled. So John Collier, you want to start? You know what? Yeah. Okay, we will go to Speaker Schneider. There we go. All right, over to you. Thank you.
Okay, hello, my name is Drina, a lifelong Edmontonian with a background in municipal finance. The volume of multiplex developments over the past 2 years has been framed as success stories by infill advocates near and far. They address a housing crisis. They accommodate the city's rapid population growth. They provide affordable housing options. They're responding to demand, and they advance our city's densification goals. These are important objectives, but they warrant closer examination. We need to better understand what is actually driving the volume of multiplex development. Which housing needs do these projects serve? And what trade-offs do they create for existing residents and neighborhood infrastructure? Housing crisis. Claims that Edmonton faces a market housing shortage is not supported by evidence. A recent CMHC report concludes that Edmonton does not require additional market housing supply beyond current projections to maintain average affordability by 2035. Where we do have a serious housing crisis is in our core housing. Roughly 1 in 8 neighborhoods are living in core housing need. Population. Edmonton did have exceptional growth in 2023 and 2024, among the fastest in Canada, but growth slowed in 2025, just over 40,000. And Stats Can projections suggest that even under a high growth scenario, average annual population increases over the next 25 years will be moderate in the order of 35,000 people. Affordability. These multiplexes are predominantly purpose-built rentals financed through the CMHC's MLI Select program. While this program requires some affordable units, those are typically the smaller basement suites, with main floor units often commanding rents over $2,000, well above any affordability thresholds. The MLI Select financing structure reinforces stable rents. Loan terms are tied to rental income. If rents fall, owners face lender pressure to restore coverage, creating strong incentive to maintain or increase rents rather than reduce them. Multiplex development. The surge is due to 3 converging forces: RS blanket zoning that expanded when multiplexes can go, favorable MLI Select financing that amplifies purpose-built rentals as an attractive financial investment, and Edmonton's relative housing affordability, attracting local and external investors. Together, these have created a highly financialized housing product whose volume is tied to investor returns more than local housing demands or need. The city's housing needs. On the rental side, the greatest need is for rent under $11.25. On ownership, surveys show a strong majority of Canadians, especially renters with moderate or higher incomes, still aspire to own homes. Densification. There is no dispute that the multiplexes add residents. However, because most are purpose-built rentals at higher price points, they serve a relatively narrow segment of the housing market. As home ownership becomes more challenging, it is essential that redevelopment in mature neighborhoods continue support a variety of small-scale ownership options. Incremental, gentle justification, combined with natural demographic turnover, allows mature neighborhoods to accommodate more residents in a way that respects existing neighbors, built form, and local amenities. The Strong Towns perspective. Strong Towns talks about traditional development as incremental investments that raise neighborhood value over time. The phrase, "no neighborhood can be exempt from change," is accompanied by an equally important caveat: no neighborhood should experience radical change all at once. In many areas, rapid appearance of large multiplexes feels closer to radical change than incremental adaptation. Strong Towns also urges cities to judge projects by the relationship between private and public investment. In Edmonton, that logic supports concentrating higher intensity development along nodes, corridors, and LRT stations to generate the necessary amount of property wealth, residential and non-residential, to support the city's transit system. Valuation. Residents have been expressing concerns that even though multiplexes currently represent a small share of eligible parcels, the scale, form, and pace feel disruptive. Concerns about built form, parking, privacy, and garbage collection are symptoms of putting too much intensity onto local streets never designed for it. Continued mid-block multiplex permissions will reduce the opportunity for smaller infill housing forms that would better align with the housing needs in neighborhoods. A balanced approach. We can maintain strong support for density where it works best, on corners, along nodes, and corridors. We can preserve infrastructure and community capacity for gentle, small-scale infill inside neighborhoods. And we can reduce mid-block permissions from today's 8 cap to a max of 4 to 6 units.
Thank you. Before we go to our next speaker, we have one other speaker who is registered. So I'll move that we hear from Andrew Bembridge. I just also wanted to note that I think we will not be accepting any additional registrations for speakers after this panel. So just if anyone is listening and they are considering signing up, I would encourage you to do that now. But if we can move that motion, I believe it's to hear from Andrew Bembridge. Thank you. Any questions, comments? I'll ask my colleagues to then please vote.
I'm a yes.
Thank you, Mayor Knack. We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. And that's carried. Clerks, I believe we may have someone else interested in registering, and so we can do that in a moment. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, we will hear from Speaker Colley first. Over to you.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I'm John Collier, and I'm with the Windsor Park Development Free Agents, an unaffiliated group of Windsor Park residents. Regarding the debate over the number of units, we hear very few complaints about the people around a property after it's built. We hear lots of complaints about the size, massing of the structure, so we see no need to change the number of units. And Elaine Soles will discuss possible ways to reduce building massing. We do, however, support the changes to the use of the RSM zone. The whole idea of the new RS zone was to reduce the need for spot rezonings. The current regulations have not done that and cause considerable anxiety to residents in mature neighborhoods as the consider guidelines are vague and the current potential domino effect of RSM rezonings leads to worthy rezonings being opposed simply on the grounds that it leads to further rezoning in and of itself. Proposed changes to the district policy and zoning bylaw to focus support for larger scale developments, primarily in nodes and corridors near mass transit and along arterial roads, will also relieve tensions that have been the focus of so many public hearings this last year. It was also the stated position of previous Windsor Park Community League executives. This will give residents more certainty on where RSM rezoning can occur and where it cannot. The RS zone itself is already leading to significant density increases in Windsor Park and in other areas of high demand. Further to those items, we would like to see more site-specific design incorporated and encouraged in the zoning bylaw. As you tour neighborhoods, it's easy to differentiate between developers who design their projects for the actual site in question and those who have one or two designs they just put into place regardless of site context. One all too familiar example is the eightplex with two entrances on every side while the site is either on a corner or has a side yard that abuts an alley. We strongly feel that all entrances should be facing the street and the alley, not into the side yard. This allows for easier access for residents themselves, as well as reducing impacts on the neighbors. The RSM changes are a good refinement of the current plans and bylaws, not a wholesale change. Densification will continue at a good pace, but conflicts with current residents will be reduced. My thanks to you and the administration for listening and responding.
Thank you. We'll go now to Speaker Soles to continue the presentation.
Good morning. Good morning, committee members and Mayor Knack. I'm Elaine Soles, and I'm also here as a Windsor Park free agent. As usual, we're presenting some suggestions to improve infill development and improve upon the recommendations under discussion this morning. My comments focus on two parts of the November 19th motion: options and recommendations to reduce the impact of height on adjacent properties in the RS zone, and options and recommendations to support maintenance and retention of trees on private property. On height, we're disappointed that while three options were considered to reduce the impact of height, no change was recommended. In our view, we'd like to see consideration of combining two of the three options. Limit the height of the sidewall to 9 meters, the maximum height would remain at 10.5, and limit the length of the third story to 75% of the length of the second story. This improvement would also reduce massing and overlook. In addition, to further reduce massing and overlook and shadowing and all that stuff that we've all heard about and heard complaints about, we'd like to see an increase in the rear setback from 10 meters to 35% of site depth, and an increase in separation distance between principal building and two-story backyard housing. 3 meters seems insufficient, 5 might be better. We've heard the suggestion to add regulation of floor area ratio in the RS zone. In our view, it isn't necessary. Impacts on neighbors can be mitigated with the right regulations of setback, site coverage, height, building length, and separation distances. On the topic of trees on private property, we're disappointed that yet again there's no recommendation to protect mature trees on development sites except for the incentive in the landscaping requirements. That isn't enough. Whether a mid-block row housing development or a new single-family house is planned for a site, we see clear cutting before demolition occurs. That's the easiest and cheapest way. It's also the most invasive and least environmentally sound. It's destroying the tree canopy in mature neighborhoods. Trees and the benefits they provide are a key reason many people choose to live in mature neighborhoods. We expect better of the city and developers. We'd like to see the trees outside the building envelope retained. We heard yesterday about regulations in other municipalities that Edmonton could look to. We can't rely entirely on the public realm to provide tree canopy. We need public open space too, not just forests, and private property should continue to contribute to the tree canopy in Edmonton. Thank you for considering our suggestions.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Speaker Peters, joining us online. Over to you.
Good afternoon, Council. So I'm going to annoy some of my drinking buddies and the NIMBYs at the same time by saying this. Homeowners should have a right to decide what gets made on their property. It's their right to place a restrictive covenant on their property, and just like my grandfather did, as his duty as a pastor and a Christian, it is their right to sell it to anyone, including supporting housing groups. This is why we should reject these motions in their entirety, especially the tree bylaw. Let's start with the obvious. I have 2 stories of mature trees who should not, but would be bound by the bylaw. In 2017, my family made the difficult decision to destroy a fatally, fungally infected tree. It served as a nest for birds and a hunting ground for woodpeckers for years. However, every year, without fail, its desperate roots entered into our sewer drain and backed it up, and off we went to rent a drain cleaner and spend a few hours beating it back. It would be absurd to demand any household to sacrifice their right to go to the washroom for a tree. Then there was a tree I was fond of, which was right next to our shed, which I will say we modified to accommodate its growth. But when we needed to upgrade the electrical systems, there was a clear risk of that tree going out in a blaze of glory, taking our fence and shed with it. Shouldn't have to ask permission to cut that down, but apparently the right to a temperature control of the house goes out the window when a tree's rights are involved. I want to remind you all, we have a choice with implementing the tree bylaw. It can either be non-binding and performative, or it can require checks of both of these kinds of trees, and that costs time and money that most people don't want to spend. Don't we need to spend some money on snow clearing? Do we really want to be regulated and nannied in the ordinary business of maintaining our homes? Now, I want to move into the other parts. Apparently, our right to have an attic on a 2-story new build is going to be taken away because someone is worried about multiplexes being a few meters too tall. These restrictions would stop my family from creating the same kind of fairly large single-family home that our neighbors over by the community league put up in the last decade. But they wouldn't affect the duplex that went up a block away in the past year, which is a mere meter taller than a 2-story single-family home across the street. Likewise, for building a multiplex in the floor plan. Congrats! We've maybe reduced a few 4plexes down to 3plexes in my neighborhood. Y'all are aware that every 4plex built here outside the nodes and corridors is another 8plex for Crestwood, right? We seem to have forgotten that the zoning bylaw renewal is the compromise. The development outside the nodes and corridors distributes the burden to all of us. And to point out some of our friends who are in person today, better a bunch of duplexes around Bonnie Doon than building a high-rise in Windsor Park, eh? Anyways, that's all I've got. Thank you for your ears.
Thank you, Speaker Peters. Next is Speaker Kalian.
Hello, I'm here.
Hi, we can hear you. Please go ahead.
All right. Hi, everyone. I'm James Callion, and I live in Belgravia. I'm both a homeowner and a prospective home buyer. I mean, if I could find my ideal home, which would be a townhome, but there's not really a lot of choice. I oppose all the proposed amendments today because I think they will limit our city's sustainable growth and go against our social duty to make life better. Not just for us current homeowners, but excuse me, for our fellow citizens as well. So instead of picking arbitrary even numbers like 4, 6, or 8 units, we should use a more elegant and generalizable restriction on housing. For example, we could create a general unit cap for all residential zones with a simple calculation. We could take the building footprint multiplied by stories and divide the resulting floor area by some reasonable minimum unit size. That would give the number of units allowed in any building of any shape and size. That way you can consider the issue of shape and size separately from unit count, because that seems to be the real issue that people have. To put it even simpler, the number of allowed units would be determined by how many you can actually fit into the building's envelope. And I don't find this solution unreasonable at all, especially when considering an extreme case like a 1,000-meter squared lot. I mean, I don't even know if any of those exist, but it's just an extreme case. I mean, sure, you could split the lot, but why would you complicate things when you have a simple formula? A hard unit cap is actually the unreasonable way to look at this issue, in my opinion. Now, regarding the envelope of new builds, if you have a vision for the city like mine, where I can comfortably walk, bike, and take transit to my everyday destinations, we're going to need to stop wasting so much space. If we let the current or a more permissive form of RS take root, we will see a more efficient, prosperous, and livable city start to take shape. With less spent on sprawling infrastructure and subsidizing parking lots or private yards, we'll have more tax dollars available to provide truly world-class public amenities. We could have safe and beautiful streets, parks, squares, transit stations, and libraries for us all to share. You just need to have the vision and understand what it takes to get there. We simply must build densely to catch up to our debt and create a better city for us all to enjoy, not just us lucky few. Also, some people just have differing opinions on how they enjoy their property and public space. For example, I don't mind the 6-story construction across the street from my home. With the windows closed, I hardly hear anything. But cars on the nearby arterial road are always loud and droning. The number of cars matters a lot, but the number of bicycles or people, not at all. And I don't mind being shaded by big buildings because there's plenty of ambient light in the atmosphere to go around. Plus, I can simply go for a walk to enjoy the sun and trees in the area whenever I please, which I do because I have a dog. So, with more density, we can fix the car issue by bringing destinations closer to home. My preferences are just that, but so are the preferences of those opposed to change. So you, as the city, should really look at the impact of aligning one way or the other in terms of social and economic value for the city. But I'll leave that up to you to decide. As for tree coverage within the city, I completely agree that trees are amazing for our cityscape. We should have as many of them as possible. It's true that they help substantially with drainage and heat island effects, not to mention they look amazing, and of course, tree exposure has positive health effects. But to me, the best trees are public trees, which line our streets and fill our parks, especially in mature neighborhoods like mine. If we introduce a barrier to building new housing by regulating private trees, we're just moving the location where trees are being removed to somewhere else outside the Henday. I think we should focus on protecting and expanding the presence of trees in public spaces where they're already easily controlled by the city. Adding trees on streets without trees could be a good option where roads are too wide or otherwise slated for upgrades and maintenance. All right, that's it. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Speaker Wilhelm is next.
Hello, thank you, dear councillors and committee members. My name is Marcus Wilhelm. I speak on my own behalf, but also on behalf of my neighbors and on behalf of trees. I want to say a few things about the private tree bylaw that I think we really need to implement. I don't know if my pictures are going up. I had some pictures to share from around my lot, showing some of the devastation that has actually occurred in right across my back alley, across the street, down the block, where lots have been bought and then clear cut, which has had a tremendous effect on the quality of life in our neighborhood. As you may know, Riverdale is one of the older neighborhoods in the city, close to the river. We have wonderful elm trees lining our streets. We have considerable brush, poplar and aspen on the steep ravines around here. It is a wonderful habitat for not only humans, but for many different animals, including rare species, such as the saw-whet owl or the flying squirrel. I have lived in Riverdale for 23 years. We have a single-family home, formerly a single-family home, which we converted our basement suite into a secondary suite after our daughter moved out, and then my mother moved in. So we have we are all for densification. We love to have more people in our neighborhood, but we also want to retain the trees that are on private lots as much as possible. And what we're unfortunately seeing, and I'm not sure that those pictures are coming up at all, but the lots that have been bought for redevelopment are clear cut. And I have not seen a single exception in the last 10 years or so where that has not occurred, where basically every tree, and sometimes up to 30 or 40 mature trees, spruce, aspen, poplar, you name it, have simply been razed to the ground. And I think that's very unfortunate. It's like previous speakers have mentioned, it's the easiest, cheapest way for developers to clear the land to make it easier to build. However, it has a huge impact on the neighborhood. And yeah, I wish I could show you those pictures, but I want to just also mention that I don't think trees are entirely private. Just like nothing we do is entirely private. Our homes are not entirely private. They have an effect on our neighbor, whether that's with the shade, with the massing that we've heard so much about, drainage issues and so on. We all share these things. So to simply talk about a private tree bylaw is a little bit misleading. Trees are always public good. And I think the one speaker who mentioned earlier, the primary criterion for redevelopment should be the public good. I really think that that's essential to remember, especially with regard to a tree bylaw, that this is a public good, that our neighbors benefit. We all benefit from trees and from just good urban planning. We've heard enough about the benefits trees provide in terms of temperature regulation, soil conditioning, drainage, aesthetics, habitat, et cetera, et cetera. Don't need to repeat all that. And I just want to close by saying we don't live in completely isolated boxes. We live in neighborhoods, and neighborhoods need to cooperate. One speaker mentioned the need for kindness, and I think that's a quality that city planners, city administration, and all of us need to foster. So thank you for being kind and reconsidering the tree bylaw. That's it.
Thank you. And
there are my pictures. There you can
you.
see some pictures from my neighborhood. Yes,
Perfect.
that's right.
Thank you for those.
Yeah, those are all taken over the last couple of years. Some of those lots have been empty for 20 years and counting. Some of them for just a few months. Okay. There we go.
Thank you for joining us. Our next speaker is Speaker Lowe.
Hi. Okay, I am Audrey Lowe from Holyrood. I represent no one but the unheard, unsophisticated voice of older single-family homeowners in mature neighborhoods who were told bungalows were good choices for aging in place, and acting on that advice, bought, invested, and upgraded their policies or our properties. Then city infill policy changed, and we waited to see how bylaw 2001 would be played out. Now I and my neighbors have seen the impact of the new infill policy, especially mid-block multi-units, 8-unit multi-units in their neighborhoods. And in sidewalk chats with me, they feel we are in an Avatar movie where business interests and governance are in alliance to overshadow, bulldoze, and destroy our homes, neighborhoods, and way of life. Moreover, we feel ignored and our voices crushed and our perspectives misrepresented as being selfish and outdated. We are angry, emotionally distressed, and worse yet, depressed. My neighbors wanted someone to garner up courage to come forward and speak. Proposed amendments in bylaw 2001 should be rejected and revised to ban interior mid-block 8 units and reduce them to 4. There should be a moratorium on these units developments until the city of Edmonton revisits all rules. The heights of buildings should be scaled back to reduce massing and overload. The proposed method of measuring the roof at mid-slope means roof lines will project far higher than single-family dwellings. When is the saturation point for infill development? What is it? When has there been enough development and densification in a neighborhood? In Holyrood, there are at least 21 development permits approved. The majority are interior mid-block 8-unit dwellings. This is close to 10% of the 2025 233 development approvals listed on page 73 of the agenda. Driving through Holyrood, there is already a huge amount of densification through the Holyrood Gardens, which are towers along 85th Street and the LRT, affordable housing with the George Spady Center, and affordable housing proposed for the demolished Golden Home site. For all of the Edmonton neighborhoods, when has the densification saturation point been reached? Why has the city adopted a laissez-faire approach to development in mature neighborhoods where power, money, greed, return on investment overrides all of the voices of existing long-time single-family home dwellers? Why are the rules allowing a single-family dwelling to be surrounded on both sides by 3-story, 8-unit structures with roof lines that are more than 2 stories higher than a bungalow-style dwelling? Moreover, why are you allowing interior mid-block corner lots to be split into 2 and then 8-unit structures built on each? Examples of this are in Crestwood, and when Crestwood residents were told it would never happen again, it is happening again. In Holyrood on 77th Street and 97th Avenue. If the current infill policy was working, why then, in response to the policy, are Edmontonians resorting to restrictive covenant legal agreements between neighbors within neighborhoods to restrict their policies from becoming multi-unit interior mid-block structures? Why didn't admin represent the number and report on the number of people in semi-detached or single detached homes that are adding to the housing stock by building basement suites and the extent that this is meeting the growing population needs? What are the rental costs per square foot in the units of interior mid-block development versus rental units? Are these really affordable? Why has the policy created housing inaffordability as new first-time homeowners are being outbid by developers snapping up single-family dwellings? Little voice, big heart, who only sees the way forward is to advocate for restrictive covenants until infill rules change.
Thank you.
And the city gets it right.
Time there. Thank you very much. We will go next to Speaker Sevda Montefar.
Hi. Good morning, Council. I can't really take the day off work, so it's really luck of the draw if when I'm supposed to speak happens when I'm not in a meeting. So today I'm luckier than yesterday. A few weeks ago, my commute to work in -30 with a bus that was 10 minutes late during rush hour had me waddling through icy sidewalks and roads that were the city's responsibility to keep safe. My brain kept going to infill, not only because I'm a zoning nerd, but because our personal experiences with our city are political, and my commute is political. While I was struggling to walk to the bus stop, I thought about how Edmontonians have to somehow pay for the snow removal of over 12,000 kilometers of roads with the same tax base that Ottawa has, a city with only 6,000 kilometers worth of roads, which is still big, by the way. Toronto has 5,600 to take care of, and almost 3 times the population that both Edmonton and Ottawa have. Nevertheless, we keep adding more roads and sidewalks. Most recently, Council approved the preparation of a new statutory plan for the Kettle Lakes neighborhood that's going to spread our taxes even thinner, even when faced with the possibility of property taxes increasing by 44% in the next decade. Housing choice has been the compromise. Substantial completion has been the compromise. In the name of investment and the city being seen as a developer-friendly environment, we're locking ourselves into more of the same style of neighborhoods we can barely afford. But the same regard is not given to infill investment, the more fiscally responsible of the two. Seeing as a lot that would pay $2,966 a year in residential property taxes could pay $24,519 a year in other residential property taxes if an 8-plex took its place. 8 times more tax revenue from the same land. No new roads or pipes. That is the definition of fiscal responsibility. So it confuses me that we don't treat these developers at the very least equally, given this compromise that can be summed up by the city plan targets. 35% infill, 65% greenfield development at 1.25 million in population, and 50% infill, 50% greenfield development at 1.5 million in population, which I think could be better, but we live in a society and compromises were made. What admin has put forward is breaking that compromise of building both out and up. Despite being the fiscally responsible choice needing none of the infrastructure a greenfield development needs, infill has already compromised, going down from 10 to 8 units during the zoning bylaw renewal, and a unit size that IDEA has said barely makes the economics work. And bringing it down to 6 units would reduce some infill developments, wouldn't reduce some infill developments from 8 to 6, but 8 to 0. We know which of the two choices is a quadruple win. Infill increases housing supply, which keeps apartments affordable. Infill increases the city's density, which reduces carbon emissions, increases transit ridership, and most importantly, increases our tax base per hectare so we can pay for the services we want our city to provide so that one day the sidewalks I take through my commute are safe year round. Ultimately, the math is not mathing for making such substantive changes to the zoning bylaw. And I am once again asking council to keep mid-block units at 8. Please consider the requests already made by speakers yesterday. Reject the proposed amendments from administration in their entirety. Direct administration to develop an as-of-right transit-oriented housing policy for all areas within 800 meters of mass transit stations integrated into district policy. Direct administration to initiate proactive rezonings for the remaining priority growth areas. And also consider youth, women, and marginalized people who trusted you to make Edmonton a more affordable place, but aren't aware of public engagement channels. As an immigrant, even after you become a citizen, it's really hard to navigate engaging in municipal politics if you don't know somebody who's already engaged. After seeking asylum in 2005, I grew up here, and I was not municipally engaged until I was appointed to the Energy Transition Climate Resilience Committee 4 years ago. Also, I spent the first 12 years of my life living in apartment buildings in Colombia, Peru, and Canada. And it's always been lovely. My family rented an apartment at the village at Southgate, and there were no slums. And I've lived in cities with slums. Density in livable cities is inevitable. From Bogota to Antwerp to even Montreal, for a Canadian example, density done meaningfully results in livable spaces that pay for their sidewalks to be safe for commuting no matter the weather. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, has Speaker David Barry been able to join? Or are you in person? No? Okay. Next, I have Speaker Taft.
Thank you, Council. In the lead up to this meeting, a video on YouTube titled Cruel Musical Chairs has been getting circulated in Edmonton's infill community. The video likens housing to musical chairs and describes a neighborhood in which there aren't enough houses. The video makes a new house instantly appear. Let's make it a fancy one, it says, and likens it to adding an extra chair to a game of musical chairs. This solves a housing shortage. It then recommends playing the game of musical chairs citywide because, quote, our city is really a huge game of musical chairs and we're all playing, end quote. This is simplistic beyond credibility, and it's troubling that it's getting promoted by advocacy groups and policy leaders. So let's play a different game called How Housing is Not Like Musical Chairs. First, in musical chairs, there's no charge for floor space. It's free. With housing, the floor space is called land. It's expensive, someone must pay for it, and when demand for it jumps, so does its cost. Second, in musical chairs, players don't pay for chairs, the chairs are free. In the housing market, houses cost money, and the players must pay. Third, in musical chairs, the players all have the same need, one chair. In the housing market, there are countless needs for more or fewer bedrooms, for wheelchair access, for a location near a school or in a quiet cul-de-sac. It's endless. And because needs are different, middle-class families rarely compete with university students, and neither of those groups compete much with retirees or luxury buyers. Housing is not one market, it is many loosely linked markets. Fourth, in musical chairs, the players know exactly who they're playing against. In the housing market, they don't. Local buyers are competing against investors and speculators from across the country and around the world. Imagine a game of musical chairs where an unknown person clicks a button and the chair you're about to sit on disappears. Fifth, in musical chairs, the game lasts a few minutes. In the housing market, players stay indefinitely, sometimes a lifetime. They build friendships and communities, look after each other, shovel each other's snow, and keep an eye on security. They want to build a neighborhood, not play musical chairs with their homes. I could continue, but I only have 5 minutes. A city is not one huge game of musical chairs. It's a complicated and diverse range of housing markets. This means the one-size-fits-all approach of blanket zoning is a mismatch with reality. Last week, the Canadian Centre for Policy Alternatives, one of the country's most respected progressive think tanks, released a report titled, tellingly, "The Housing Crisis is Not Caused by a Supply Shortage." The report states the number of houses per capita and per adult in Canada has been rising for 50 years. It concludes, quote, there is no evidence that demographic pressures have contributed to the steep housing inflation, and, quote, it is not viable to argue that a supply shortage has driven housing prices up. There is no shortage of supply, end quote. The culprit isn't red tape or zoning. The housing crisis, states the CCPA, quote, has been created by banking practices that have directed excessive amounts of credit into the property market, and especially residential mortgages, end quote. This reflects a consensus emerging across the country. Concessions to infill developers are not going to solve the housing crisis. Please remember, they made nice profits before the new zoning bylaw. The changes proposed today are tiny corrections. The proposals brought forward for an FAR approach seem to me to make more sense. But in the long term, the zoning bylaw needs to be rethought from the ground up for its effects on affordability, sustainability, and quality of life. Until it is, it will be a constant cause of conflict. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, was Speaker Ryan Jakes able to join?
Yes, I am here now.
Great. Over to you for 5 minutes.
And I have a presentation as well. A very short one. But yes, good morning, Mayor and Council, and thank you for your time. I have a very busy week, joining last minute and quite unprepared, but there are a few contextual things I want to share. It can be hard to join as a young person in the middle of a work day. Thankfully, no meetings lined up with this one, and I'm speaking here as an individual private citizen. So made this chart a few months ago. Basically, I took some vacancy and rent data from Government of Alberta data sets, specifically the residential vacancy data set and average residential rent data set. So this can easily be recreated by anyone listening to this. So new market housing is not affordable by definition, but it begins a vacancy chain. As the previous speaker was mentioning, the analogy of playing musical chairs. And I would say, looking at this chart, adding more chairs, there's a pretty clear correlation that it allows more people to play, live, and thrive. Every time the vacancy rate goes down, the annual change in rent goes up. This is a very basic supply and demand over the decades. So while new infill housing can be a bit pricey up front, it is brand new after all. It creates more homes for Edmontonians using economies of scale and opens up homes elsewhere in Edmonton when people move into the infill housing, hence the vacancy chain. And again, such added supply puts upward pressure on the vacancy rates. I also adjusted the change in average rent to inflation. Next slide, please. I also took a quick look at the data, the general building permits data from Edmonton's open data portal. Again, anyone can go to the link and see this for themselves for 2025. So 4,711 building permits were added with row houses, which is quite a significant chunk of new housing. So to me, the zoning bylaws ultimately about fairness, especially for younger Edmontonians like myself who want an affordable and livable city. And any neighborhood that restricts infill housing forces other neighborhoods to pick up the slack. Putting all our infill housing eggs in downtown is not fair. Many Edmontonians would prefer to live closer to the ground and neighborhood streetscape than in skyboxes, and we don't want downtown to further subsidize property taxes of existing low-density neighborhoods or sprawling neighborhoods, as we've been discussing in the recent weeks, and significantly restricting infill housing mid-block, which is the vast majority of lots, would decimate where missing middle housing can practically be built. On a fundamental level, mature neighborhoods are desirable because they're close to the action and they allow for human scale urban living on tree-lined streets away from noisy and exhaust-filled main roads. So we should not be putting all of our new housing along there. As well, one thing just want to note is would like to see more consideration for transit-oriented development and utilizing our mass transit investments. There's nothing arbitrary about being within 400 meters of mass transit. That's just a 5 to 7 minute walk, and just a great place to put things. We also, regarding trees, we need infill to help save trees in the suburbs, but would like to see some more consideration as well for trees in mature neighborhoods. I think building around trees that are actually mature trees can be a great way to force developers to better fit the context of a neighborhood. For example, the city of Victoria has a tree bylaw where you need a permit to remove a tree that with a diameter greater than 30 centimeters. These private trees benefit the neighborhood and everyone in the neighborhood, make it a more interesting, livable, and breathable place. So let's also find a way to make density and trees go hand in hand. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Just a quick comment on process. So I think we'll have time for 2 more speakers before our lunch break. Then we've had a couple of new speakers register. We'll be making a motion to accept those speakers just before the lunch break. But just wanted to reiterate that that motion to accept new speakers will be our last. So if you do wish to speak, please let the clerks know prior to the lunch break, so that we, 5 minutes before the lunch break, so that we can make that motion and continue on with our afternoon. So our next speaker is Speaker Forbes.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can, yep, over to you.
Okay, thank you. You should have my slides. Starting slide 1 is Urban Planning Committee, February 10th, 2026.
Yep, we've got that up.
Okay, thank you. On the phone, it's a little hard to make sure that I'm talking to the right slide, so wish me luck. Thank you to committee for hearing me today. I'll ask you to go to slide 2, please. So with respect to the conversation, much of this is about mid-block infill, medium density, what I'm going to loosely call the row house. So if we sort of take images from the city's presentation yesterday, I think the upper left-hand corner, you say, tell me what a row house looks like. That's what you comes to mind. Victorian row house in Ottawa or Toronto, you know, from the late 1800s to early 1900s. If we look at the lower left-hand corner, then we say, well, yeah, that maybe the infill is looking similarly to what we might conceive as an infill if it's on facing onto a side street. But on the right-hand side, as clearly the issue is, there are a number of very small homes which are abutting properties, which are dealing with the massing and size of these properties, which seems to be the core issue to be addressed today. Slide 3, please. So I think there have been improvements with respect to what I'm seeing building in and around my neighborhood, which is one of the core neighborhoods that's being affected. So the image in the right seems to me to reflect more recent developments where I said to myself, that's interesting. I'll call that a triplex as opposed to a row house. So things are happening. I think there are improvements. Slide 4, please. I was actually interested to speak today because after having attended council yesterday, and Mayor Knapp was asking about this particular image, I to be concerned about. When you first look at it in passing, you think those gray blobs, they're kind of all similar. Unfortunately, when you actually look at the size envelope, the clicker, you see that there are major differences. No house in the middle, single family home, maybe built in 1956, probably grew a family of 5 people, mom, dad, 3 kids. Each style is, I think, agreeably enormous. Health is not necessarily, because if you look closely, and it's our red space, not there, they're not.
I'm so sorry to interrupt. You're just cutting in and out a little bit. Speaker Forbes, are you still there? I'm sorry, we can't hear you any longer. Perhaps you can try leaving the meeting and rejoining. We will mark the time. You've got 2 minutes and 20 seconds left.
Hello?
Hi.
Hello?
Hi, we can hear you now.
Have you lost me?
We did lose you. You were just at the point of explaining some of the diagram, if you want to pick up from there.
That doesn't help me. Can I ask to be rescheduled till after lunch?
Sure.
And I will come in person.
Okay, you'll only have 2 minutes after lunch, but 2 minutes and 30 seconds we'll give you, as we'll see you then. Thank you. Next, we'll go to Ben Migelnik.
Yeah. Should I just start and then the timer will go?
Yes, thank you. It's over to you.
So hello, Urban Planning Committee, Council, and all the speakers here and folks in attendance, and thank you for the opportunity to present. I apologize for missing some of my earlier opportunities to speak, but I've just been working around some classes for school. My name is Ben McGalnick, and I'm speaking on behalf of a group called Paths for People, which is a volunteer nonprofit that works to make Edmonton a friendlier place to walk, roll, and cycle, and advocates for safe, accessible, and livable streets and neighborhoods. We recognize the positive impact that the zoning bylaw renewal has had in its first 2 years and the potential it continues to offer. We do not support these proposed changes, which include reducing the maximum number of mid-block units and altering unit size and height restrictions. In our view, active transportation options go hand in hand with density. Our shared vision of a sustainable, multimodal city where people year-round have choice in different tools in their tool belt, like taking transit to work, walking to school, taking a scooter to dinner with friends, or taking the car to the garden center, all become easier when these things are close to where you live and neighborhoods become more mixed use and vibrant. Density also makes this possible from a financial perspective. New infill construction is generating over $62 million per year in additional tax revenue, and with more density, this number could go up. This will allow us to fund infrastructure and services that active commuters rely on. If we reduce the maximum number of units to 6, it will not only make it more difficult to build mixed-use neighborhoods and supply housing needs, but it will also lead us to miss out on potential tax revenue. Furthermore, we experienced some challenges around snow clearing this winter, which affected every single form of transportation. This made it particularly difficult for individuals to get around using active transportation, especially those who use wheelchairs and other mobility aids. It's clear that snow clearing needs to improve, and with more residential units, it's a lot easier for the city to fund this. We also do not think that there should be changes to the size and height restrictions of infill housing. These changes would interfere with the flexibility and affordability of new homes being built. I also want to touch on a point that I heard brought up yesterday. For many developers, building 6 units may not be financially viable, and what seems like a small change from 8 to 6 could end up being a much larger reduction. While we're still working out some refinements, we believe that the zoning bylaw is working very well. Housing is becoming more affordable in mature areas, and it is helping us become a more multimodal city and generating additional tax revenue. While we still have work to do for affordability, we're making important progress towards that goal. Anecdotally, I know fellow students who have found affordable, high-quality housing that would not have been available without the zoning bylaw renewal. I'm not sure that we've provided enough consideration as to what could happen if these amendments are accepted, and it could significantly slow down the progress we've made. We all know that the city is growing rapidly, and of course we're going to experience growing pains. It's important to refine this policy. We supported the architectural standards brought in recently, and we truly believe that making these buildings more visually appealing will address many people's concerns. Overall, the data shows that keeping the current arrangement that allows 8 mid-block units with the existing size constraints is the right choice. We strongly believe in Edmonton's future as a city connected by active transportation, and more density allows more people to participate in this shared vision. We understand that change can be difficult, but we're going through the necessary changes to make Edmonton a more livable city for all. Thank you. I yield my time.
Thank you. So with 3 minutes left, we're going to make that motion for a final addition of speakers. Councillor Jans, would you like to move those?
So moved.
Thank you. So committee will hear from D. Newman, J. Cavalier, and R. Padovani. And that will be the close of our speakers list. Any questions, concerns? Okay, thank you. Please vote.
Yes.
Thank you, Councillor Jans. Just waiting on one vote. Mayor Knack, are you with us? We will mark him absent. We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. That's carried. Okay, thank you to all our panelists. Hope to see you after lunch to hear our final speakers, and then we'll have questions from committee and council colleagues before we move into questions for our administration. Thank you all. We're on recess until 1:30. Quick roll call of committee colleagues. Councillor Jans.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Clark.
Good afternoon.
Mayor Knack. Not with us yet. Councillor Paquette.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. With us in chambers, we also have Councillor Salvador. Online, we have Councillor Rutherford, Councillor Morgan, Councillor Principe, and Councillor Parmar. Thank you all for joining. So, as we move through the last of our speakers, I would like to invite Speaker Forbes. They had previously been cut off. Oh, you're here. Wonderful. So the clerks have set your time, so we're happy to turn it to you. And you've got it. Perfect. Okay,
Yes,
thank you.
I believe this is where you lost
Great.
track
Well,
of
thank
me.
you for joining us in person, and look forward to the rest of your presentation. Over to you.
Okay, thank you very much. So just maybe I'm not quite sure exactly all that you heard that I was speaking about this, but these are examples. They are not real buildings in a sense. So I think what I want to just return to is to say that the context matters. This is an issue about conflicts between actual physical structures. Slide 5, please. So again, it's relative to the massing of it's the relationships between the buildings and the lots and the structures that are there that are really creating a lot of conflicts for everybody. And so while we tend to think about, the street beautification, etc., what's really driving some of these issues is related to the context. So I just want to reiterate that these things are about understanding what the options are available to you. Slide 6, please. So I think when I think about my context and being a little tiny 1950s bungalow, some of the things I think about are, if I'm sandwiched between two of these buildings, what could I possibly have available to me as remedies? I currently could not put my garage attached to my home because of the way the bylaw is structured, in order to put my personal space at the back of my lot to avoid the shadowing and or the overlooking windows, etc. I cannot build a privacy wall that's over a certain height that may actually not allow for privacy from someone's entry or exit decks that's on the sidewall of their long building. I also may not be able to extend my fence to a height that allows me to have privacy from a front side entrance that's in front of my my street entrance facing the front. And maybe to Councillor Salvador's point about, what about a U-shaped building where the new structures all face into a green space? That actually puts their private space in the interior of the lot and does nothing to resolve the conflict between the exterior lot, between those side lot lines, between the existing building and the new building that's there. Slide 7, please. So I think the other thing that I really want to speak to is that there's still a lot of uncertainty in this process. And so we do know that, there's the notion about nodes and corridors as a place to be putting growth, and I think everybody agrees that that's the right way to go. The question is, what does this actually still mean? Slide 8, please. So in terms of secondary corridors, a secondary corridor is a vibrant residential and commercial street that serves as a local destination, and that corridors are not contiguous in terms of development patterns, nor as highly visible from an urban perspective. So that's from the city plan, just to remind ourselves. So slide 9. I'm going to return to something that Mr. Soltis spoke about yesterday, which is the 2.5.2.5, which still is not necessarily providing us the clarity that we need.
Sorry, I know there was an interruption, but that does take us to your full 5 minutes. But there will be questions later. If there's a question there, to get some further information from you. Thank you. Thanks for being here. Next is Ruben. Speaker Thomas. Is Michael Thomas there? No, not currently. Speaker Bembridge, are you with us? Andrew Bembridge, no. Okay. We'll try some folks again. Speaker Newman. Oh, wonderful. Thank you. You can come take a seat here. Maybe just while you're doing that, I'll just see if there's any other speakers in person. James Cavalier, online or in person? We'll come up there. And Remo Padovani, in person or online? Okay, we'll come back.
I'm online.
Online. Okay, great. We'll give you a second to get settled there. over to you when you're ready. You can just turn on your microphone there.
Hi,
Perfect.
thank you for hearing me on my issues. I have concerns regarding the gas and the exhaust fumes coming off of multiple units and the height of the units and the air clearance of those units. So I agree that there needs to be fewer units, more of a setback on the units. But as I've spoke to on previous occasions, I am concerned that the building code is not adequate to protect the safety, health, and well-being of all residents, and that the side doors and windows of existing bungalows may be impacted from a buildup of furnace exhaust during the long heating period of approximately 8 months in our Canadian climate. I truly do think the building code is problematic, as we did suffer from carbon monoxide. It was professionally installed, and while there were issues, there are so many issues that I truly do believe that the exhaust, when you have this intense building, needs to be going to the roof. And as many of the high efficiency furnaces now are capable of dealing with the condensation of the exhaust, these may be the only solution truly for a fail-safe system. So I also feel that, as I said, there needs to be a better way to monitor this, as it has been dismissed on many occasions, my concerns, and left for me to defend the situation, being a non-professional person. So I just am very concerned that the city includes a capacity for complaint systems regarding the exhaust. I'm also concerned that many of these homes are having smaller lots, and they're developing their yard completely with decks, patios, sheds, dog sheds, and gardens, and that exhaust is difficult to remove from a yard, as the wind is not as available to dissipate the exhaust. During the industrialization, there was concerns about the coal and the toxicity of it, and there were streets people didn't go down because of the toxicity. But with carbon monoxide, you don't have that absolute warning that there is toxicity in the air because it is not seen or smelt. So I recognize we're not at that situation, but for those who may be sensitive or have multiple other medical conditions, it is important that the air quality is maintained. Thank you.
Thank you. We will go next. Speaker Cuvelier? Nope. Next, Speaker Padovani.
Hello. Can you hear me?
You're a bit quiet. If you're able to...
Can you hear me? Is that better?
That's much better. Thank you. You have
Okay.
5 minutes. Thanks.
Good afternoon, Mayor, councillors, and all those participating today. My name is Remo Padovani, and I offer my comments today as a private citizen. I've been listening to the committee's proceedings yesterday and today, and at the last minute, I wanted to speak to offer my perspective on the proposed amendments being considered today. Firstly, I'll start by noting I live in the community of Sherbrooke, and my wife and I built an infill, single-family home and garage suite in 2021. There was some initial pushback in the community to our home due to its size, but we did our best to make friends and be a piece in the fabric of our community. We also rent to students above our garage since we moved in, with great success and very good tenants. With all this said, I want to make it clear I'm a proponent of well thought out infill that considers the community and overall usability, infrastructure, and reasonable enjoyment of the neighboring properties. I should also note there is another single family home built directly to the south of me, which is very similar to our home. 2 years ago, a duplex was built to the immediate north of my home, which was done relatively quickly and with minimal disruption. Fast forward to today, there have been no issues with the tenants living in the 4 suites within the building. I will note that there is no garage on that property, and there are 6 parking stalls behind this home. This, I think, is an example of a mid-block multi-unit success, what I believe infill was meant for. In November last year, my neighbor to the south and I noticed that someone placed a demolition sign on the property to the south of her. This home is old, and this signaled that it would be removed for a new development. When I reached out to the developer, the House of Modernity, they dismissively noted that there was no timeline for demolition and no details for the coming development. I asked to be kept informed, and when those became available. Fast forward to a week or so, and from that point, and we ended up finding out through contacting the manager in the department of the city of Edmonton that the development permit for an interior lot 8-plex build on that property was approved on November 14th. The developer had lied to us. Because of this, we were paying close attention to the property. And through my date-stamped, very sharp 4K security cameras, noticed the developer place the demolition sign and a new development sign on the front lawn, then take a picture, which was then submitted to the city as proof, then immediately removed. This was clear evasiveness at best and calculated deception at worst. Developers know these 8-plexes are contentious, and this is proof they are acting without a moral compass and also not playing by the rules. Clearly, this was done by the developer to prevent an appeal within the appeal window. I contacted the city of Edmonton to let them know that what the developer was doing, and they insisted the sign was on the property as they had proof. I had to tell them I'm looking right at it right now and it's not there, and had to be referred to a development enforcement officer that confirmed the sign wasn't there and asked me to share my security footage, which I did. After he reviewed it, he called me and told me they were moving to immediate enforcement due to the clear deception on the part of the developer and the requirement for the sign to be on the property. When the development officer called me back an hour later, he noticed no fine was issued and the sign was now in place, and that a development clerk had likely, and I quote, tipped off the developer. This didn't pass the smell test to me, so I reached out to the City of Edmonton's Director of Development and Approvals and Inspections, Lila Peter, regarding my concerns with deception and enforcement, and she explained to me that she was informed of the situation and clear mistakes were made and the enforcement policies weren't followed. She apologized many times. Myself and my neighbor both filed appeals that were heard on January 8th, and all of this information was presented with video proof. But because there was no variance in the plans due to the blanket infill policy, ultimately our approval was denied. Not only am I concerned about these large 8-plex builds mid-block, I'm also concerned that the City of Edmonton is seemingly failing at keeping developers accountable and failing at infill development enforcement, even though they continually assure Edmontonians that enforcement is top of mind for these developments. So myself and my family are left with the decision to live near an interior 8-plex where parking will be completely monopolized outside of our home, which will make it difficult to unload our infant and 2 kids under 7, as there is no room to unload in the garage due to its small size. Also, our potential for noise, disruption, smells from 12 garbage bins, and the sun blocking our home, or what the city would call reasonable enjoyment. The city council needs to ask itself what it wants to prioritize, because families like ours will surely be moving out of the city and into communities like St. Albert, Sturgeon County, Parkland County, Leduc, and Sherwood Park in order to get away from the clear lack of development planning that completely disrupts mature neighborhoods. My family and I have already made the decision to sell our home in the spring due to these concerns. Now is your opportunity to keep families like mine from moving away from the city. At this point, I don't trust this council, and so we just can't stay. I suspect there are many other families like me where mid-block developments should be capped at 6. On the point of mature trees, the city is quite limited in its ability to generate income aside from property taxation. And I'm not sure if it's been discussed, but maybe using a formula the city uses to evaluate a boulevard tree to replace a tree on the property.
Thank you, Speaker Padavani.
Yeah.
Thank you. Is Speaker Dave Barry there?
Yes, hello.
Hi,
Can you hear
thank
me
you.
okay?
Oh, yep, you're coming through. Over to you.
Okay, great. Thank you. I appreciate the chance to talk here. I just kind of want to focus a little bit first on something I haven't heard spoken a lot here. As you know, those of you with kids probably know we're into school registration time. And I recently had a chance to have a conversation with one of the people in my daughter's dance class who was talking about how they are facing the prospect of a lottery just to get their daughter into the school across the street from them. And even if they are successful in that lottery, they're going to be sending a 6-year-old into a class with 30 or 40 kids. Now, I know that that is not City Council's purview, and there's probably a longer conversation to be had about that. But you do have levers that you can help with people with this. And one of them is making sure we have plenty of space in our mature areas that don't face these pressures. And more to the point, you control a lot of other aspects of these suburban areas that I think are given short shrift in conversations about infill. How many public places, and I don't mean like a gold-plated rec center, I just mean like a free or low-cost space, are in the neighborhoods that are near the Henday? Like, where are there indoor basketball courts? Where are there meeting rooms where neighbors can get together and organize? Where are there buses that come, more often than once an hour? I know that the city is working on this, and I'm sure we all appreciate that work, but we have a $1.5 billion infrastructure deficit, and every piece of public infrastructure we add is going to dig that hole a little bit deeper. So I would just ask realistically, how much are we going to be able to put in these developing areas when we are already $1.5 billion in all? Now, I do want to be clear that I live in a central area. You would think this maybe wouldn't affect me. I am fortunate enough to live about 15 minutes away from a brand new world-class rec facility. I'm about 15 minutes away from an LRT. So I will be fine on my day-to-day life either which way. But the reality is that I live in a city, and if my neighbors are not okay, even if those neighbors happen to be 10 or 12 neighborhoods away from me, we won't be fine. We talk a lot about neighborhood character, but I would like us to consider what it does to the city's character when we force hundreds of thousands of people to live in suburbs that are far more crowded than any of our mature neighborhoods, without adequate services, with hour-long commutes, without places to gather with their community. Like, what does it say to a kid that they have to go 40 minutes on a bus to school and then drive an hour just to go play a sport, and they might not ever see a city service or building or multi-use path built in their neighborhood before they graduate? Like, are these people who are going to be invested in the city, who are going to want to stick around in the city, who are going to take part in the life of the city, like, for instance, showing up at council to talk about these things? Like, the question I keep coming back to here, honestly, is like, why is it that my backyard in Westmount should be more important than a family living in Secord? I like my house a lot. I like my backyard a lot. I like my neighborhood a lot, but none of those things are disappearing with infill. What we are doing is trying to make sure that the city works as well for Windermere as it does for Westmount. And because if it doesn't work that well for 500,000 people living on our edges, it's going to affect me a whole lot more than if I have some shade on my solar panels. Now, I appreciate that the response to this broad conversation is often, well, we're not really talking about infill in general. We're talking about specifics. We're talking about fine tuning. But respectfully, very little of the conversation I have heard here seems to be about fine tuning. It is about basic issues. And I will set aside for a moment the number of people who were here in July arguing successfully for design changes that haven't yet been implemented, that we are now being told are inadequate for what we need. And just want to focus on administration's recommendations for a second here. They are telling us that they want to direct things to nodes and corridors. Setting aside the degree to which that's good urban planning, I just want to ask the question that I am 42 years old. What have we been able to direct development towards with that level of granularity in my life? I'm not trying to suggest that this is a grand failing of administration, just that city building is very, very hard. And you can all come up with your own examples of areas of the city that we want to see developed. If we have not figured those out yet, if we have not developed the quarters or Blatchford to the degree we want, how are we going to do this 20 plus times all across the city? I think that's a fantasy, and I do not think we should kneecap one very successful policy that is doing what it is designed to do and what we need it to do just to achieve that. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I'll do a final call. Speaker Covillier? No? Okay. And Speaker Thomas, Michael Thomas? And Speaker Andrew Bembridge.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Speaker Bembridge.
Great. Over to you for 5 minutes.
All right. Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak today. I apologize. I am actually out at an industry conference right now, so I've taken time out of my day to come speak from out of the country, so I appreciate the time. So just overall, these proposed amendments, speaking as personally as resident of Edmonton, they really don't make any sense. So we should not be pushing forward or changing something that's already not broken, and changes that were actually placed in from some commentary folks today that haven't even seen the chance to actually be implemented. Referring back to the mid-2025 change we haven't seen really turn into actual permits yet. So, why are we trying to break something that doesn't need to be broken? Let's keep the course and actually see those incremental improvements and see those enforcement complaints get reduced through actual having time to catch up to those city departments that are working to address a lot of the concerns that I've heard on these calls today and yesterday. Also, just as a kind of a personal note, I live in Prince Charles, and I think based on the stats and just visually, it is one of the most, if not the most, infilled area. It was previously RF3, so it is already being infilled before ZBR came through, and it's now proceeding to a lot of permits under RS. And overall, commentary-wise, I'm multimodal. I take the bus, I have a car, I ride my bike frequently. Parking is not an issue. The waste bins are actually, everybody's pretty well behaved. I tour the alleyways and poke around the neighborhood to see what's going on. The population increase has been great to rejuvenate the neighborhood. I think I'm actually getting community league newsletters now because they have more people involved and some more money to do it. So overall, it's the high-flying concerns about what possibly could be threatening down the pipe isn't really turning out to be that big of a deal. I mean, it is very anecdotal, obviously, but I think once we get past a few of the construction sites, actually everybody's integrating pretty well to the neighborhood. I have a great mix of skinnies, duplexes, 8plexes, 4plexes, you name it, 3plexes, 6plexes. Actually, they're all and responding to the market-driven parking demand as well. So a lot of the properties include 3 or 4 car garages. So that's been fantastic. So I think for being overwhelmed with so-called monstrosities, everything's working out pretty well overall, in my impression. And this going to skip over a little bit more commentary, mostly just because positive, in my impression. I wanted to address also some of the components that have been proposed about things like nodes and quarters, some of the sentiment expressed about wanting to drive developments in nodes and quarters. It's a great plan. It's a great plan we've had in place since 1978. I think I found an archive city council wrap up for the year, published in a beautiful binding that talked about the plan for developing nodes and quarters. It's not in conflict with urban mix, though. People will naturally settle into those spaces. So if we focus on our PGAs, our priority growth areas, to bring those development opportunities by right, people that want to live there will move there, and those developers and other agencies will respond with housing as appropriate. Especially in the mixed use areas, we'd love to see a lot more kind of commercial business integrated into communities within RS and in MU would be awesome. We don't need to be trying to force people out of places they want to live, just so we can realize our dream of looking like Toronto. Because if you want a visual example, go zoom out on Google Earth about these very high density and then very low density changes that you'll see from a nodes and corridors policy. So let that develop more naturally. Let people utilize the RS zone to reinvigorate our mature communities, build the population back up. And then as we become more competitive, it'll be important to have that expansion. And actually, speaking of competitiveness, I'm going to steal a line from one of my keynote speakers today, talking about kind of the main rules of business. So 3 major industry players consolidating maturing markets. If you're not outgrowing the market, you are ceding market share. And to, I think, Councillor Clark's questions about things about market dynamics, if we want to be competitive, let's show it. Let's actually compete to get the population and to get the market opportunities for our growth and our economic development and become the place to be, rather than trying to regress into a hole that says, hey, if we keep doing what we're doing, it'll be fine. We can go back to single family homes. Awesome, awesome, awesome. So I don't think that is worthwhile to entertain. So I please reject a lot of these amendments and let's stay the course and see housing develops. So I appreciate your time and thanks very much.
Thank you. So again, final call for Speaker Cavalier or Thomas. Not hearing that. We will go to questions of our.
What is the first name for Cavalier?
James.
Okay, it's not me then. Just wanted to make sure.
Yeah, thank you. Okay, we'll go for questions of our panel then. If we can bring up the board, thank you. Councillor Clark.
I'll just start by Speaker Forbes. I'm just going to give you a chance to kind of finish where you got cut off there.
Oh, thanks.
There's some
appreciate
technical
that.
difficulty, before.
I really appreciate that. So I just wanted to point out that relative to the speaker yesterday, Mr. Soltis, who spoke to 2.5, I just think that there continues to be a lack of clarity with respect to the sort of statements that are currently underway and the considerations underway. And that this lack of clarity could be expected to contribute to ongoing disagreement over redevelopment of some lots. So with respect to, and I can send some proposed editorial changes to those, but I think with respect to the list of criteria that would be contextual factors, A and B could consider to be constraining. That's size and support of the additional scale, location, orientation of the site. C depends on the interplay loosely defined by concept in the city plan. That's the location in a node or corridor, which I do think is a line that could use amending, because a corridor and node is already loosely defined. However, to add the proximity and the area of a node and a corridor actually increases the opacity of how this clause is likely to be interpreted. D and G could be assumed to be supportive of additional scale. That's proximity to transit and proximity to active transit networks, and I think that's exactly the right intention. And E and F could be interpreted as being either constraining or supporting, but without clarity or ambiguous. So that's design and function of adjacent roadways and proximity to a park or open space. So I just wanted to reiterate that the primary corridor is already relatively defined, and these are not as drawn on the map, like, the entire length of a street. They are components and subcomponents of streetscapes where intensity should be placed. And so adding more ambiguity around these things, which are already ill-defined, don't necessarily help me as a citizen to determine whether or not I should be investing in renewing my home, investing in a garage, investing in a renovation to make my house more attractive to, a family who's no longer in their first home but looking to buy a second home. It's just very difficult, I think, for individual citizens and probably for builders as well to determine what actually are the rules, what's going to be allowed. And so I'm just asking council to really think some more about improving the clarity, thinking about the interplay between these different forms and uses, and give that really careful consideration as you're heading into this. Thank you.
Great, thank you. I'll stick on kind of this theme and speaker, I think Dave Barry, who was just speaking. Just got a question for you, Dave. I love what you brought up about, your entire time you've been in Edmonton, we've been trying to promote these certain areas. How do we actually expect to do that for nodes and corridors is being recommended to us from the presentation. And And, you know, if we want to get, so I think if we actually want to get this right, I'd like a little more detail from you on what would be some suggestions to do that, if it's even possible in your opinion.
I don't know how it's possible. And I wish it was possible. If someone knows how it's possible, please let me know. There are a lot of parking lots near me that I would like to see gone. But like, I'm just saying that in my experience, it seems like the only thing we've done that has really, really worked is this broad infill thing that we've tried. And part of the reason it's worked is because of how broad it is, that we're not trying to pick where exactly things to go. I mean, I guess I would also point to something like downtown. We all kind of agree that we would like to see more downtown. The only suggestions we've come up with are, you know, $100 million to do that. If we have that around suddenly, that would be wonderful. But like, I'm like, the reason why I think I find this suggestion frustrating is because like, I don't know how we direct it like that. I would love to know how we direct it like that.
Yeah, you and me both on that. You know, I'll just come back because I probably don't have time for the next one.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Jans.
If I can go to guest Forbes. So that's correct, number 15, guest Forbes?
Yep.
So I think that's part of the tension I want to ask administration about with 2425. Because on one hand, if we take an art approach that's subjective, it leads to that uncertainty. On the other hand, if it's very strict and defined, it does provide that certainty, but then sometimes we miss some of those other local context pieces. So what's
my recommendation?
Yeah.
I think that one of the challenges is that the documents are, they refer to one another, right? So the city plan has a map, which essentially loosely says what a node in a corridor is. But it's because of the nature of the city plan, it's not at a level that's granular enough to actually be helpful. So when you look at the zoning codes for 109th, you know, there is an RSM zone, which essentially is that corridor. It identifies and recognizes there's that corridor there. But if you look at the plan map, 61st, as it passes the McDonald's and then passes the intersection at 111th and goes towards the university, none of that really fits the notion of a corridor because there's no services on that. It's essentially just a mass arterial roadway to move people to and from, and there's actually no buses that run there either. So it doesn't meet any of the corridor criteria, but it's identified on the map as being a corridor, a secondary corridor. So I think the thing is that I do encourage planning to think about better defining those, because right now there is still a lot of ambiguity about how to deal with properties that are not, you know, in the corridor on 109th, or, you know, closely adjacent to the McDonald's and the Circle K that are there, that gas station hub. In order to be very, very clear for everybody what it really should be considered in scope and out of scope. And I think right now we still have this gray area, which is not helpful.
And so I think I hear you saying then it should be a number. It should X distance this way, that way, this way, that way.
I think it's that, so right now, if you look at, I guess, Park Allen or Lendrum, or, you know, that's the area that I know the best, the RS zone that is not in the RSM zone should stay small scale. It should be small scale. It shouldn't have this kind of like flex, because 2.5.2.5 kind of gives this like, well, maybe, right? It kind of like, it's semi-expansive. And so that's where the ambiguity is. If it's small scale, leave it as small scale. If it's truly that you want to rezone those as RSM because they're truly in corridors, like, go through that exercise. That's my recommendation.
Right, yeah, we heard from another speaker suggesting kind of the same thing around similar to what we did with priority growth areas, just saying this is the area around transit or around university or the hospital or somewhere that somewhere in our city, West Edmonton Mall, that we're going to really focus on, and then just upzoning those areas and kind of saying nothing else to be accepted from there.
I think, like, you know, Mr. Soltis also recognized this idea. Proximity to a corridor or a node gives this idea of a sliding scale. And then what's built right outside of a corridor or a node is then referential to the thing that's beside it. And so suddenly you get creeping development of growth that's of the RSM zone in an RS zone. So I just think it's careful consideration
Yeah.
about how this is executed and what we actually mean by these terms, because the zoning bylaw sort of is enforcing or aiming towards the goal of the city plan. We really need to be careful about how we use those things.
I think there's other. I agree with you. I think there's other parts of the city where we're seeing like just the apartment buildings are 100, getting close to 100 years old. No, maybe not 100 years old. Let's say 75 years old, 60 years old, 50 years old, 40 years old, and they have not been taken up, looked after, and so they're going to be replaced. So we're seeing, even though there's a lot of appetite for those areas because the infrastructure is crumbling, and then others, they're in great shape in a better location. They aren't being as targeted.
Yeah, but I think one of the speakers just close to the very end also spoke to this idea. It's like there's a lot of parking lot space that could be used. So the node at Southgate, in terms of build up in a concentrated area, is going to fulfill the objective of a node. And before the city wanders off into expanding the use and the expansion of RS indiscriminately, keep focused on those objectives. Like that's really,
Thank you.
You have the
Thanks.
objectives, keep focused on those objectives. They're not bad ones.
Thank you. I just had a quick question for Speaker Schneider. Just wanted to follow up. I know you'd referenced, just the question around which housing needs were being met. Because I think that's a really important question. What type of data would you want to see? Like, how do we answer that question for you?
Well, I think when we look at what our housing needs are, I think I identified. So on the rental side, it's core housing needs, right? And looking at providing a product that's going to give them at a price point that they can afford. I mean, 1 in 8, that's significant. So that's a core need. But on the other needs, it's just people want to still own homes. And the push before this new zoning bylaw came into place was, well, if you want to buy a home, it was easier to go out into the suburban developments because the chances of buying a home in the mature areas too expensive or just the lack of supply. What our new zoning bylaw allows, if we follow the next increment of intensity in development, is we're allowing that, permitting the different housing options of low scale housing. 8plex is I wouldn't put that under the scale of small scale. And
okay, yeah. So I just want to. I think that helps clarify my understanding. So when you're talking about core housing need. I think typically when we talk about core housing need, those needs are usually met through like a dedicated government subsidized affordable housing strategy. So just wondering about sort of the other 7, I guess, in that 1 in 8. How do we think about meeting those renters' housing needs, which again may not be in core housing need, but still represent a portion of our population?
Yeah, and when I look at this, it's a housing choice. There's nothing wrong with it. But the argument I just don't follow is by providing this choice that it will or additional supply that's actually going to push down rents. It's cyclical, but I just draw this concern because if we were building these purpose-built rentals and rents were coming in at $1,800, then I would argue that yes, that's creating some competition, pushing down rents. My concern, and I don't think the data to show this yet, but I think we've upped a scale, and anecdotally I've just heard from people where their rents have gone up $200 or $300 only for the sole fact that they can.
Yeah, no, thank you for that, and I think you're right. That's an important piece of information, and we did have some data and some analysis from our economists looking at that, and so I'll certainly ask our administration around that. But I think we're seeing that intended effect at the systems level, but appreciate that. Okay, thank you. Councillor Clark, back to you.
I'm going to go back to the first speaker. I think it was Kristen or Kirsten. I don't want to get that wrong. If you're still with us.
Yeah, I'm still here.
Great. I really love your passion for the community and your passion for this subject. So I guess my question to you is, do you agree with any recommendations to this bylaw, or do you think we should just put off to the side for now?
The zoning, I've participated in the evolution of the zoning bylaw for close to 20 years. And so we've had this not, we've had the zoning bylaw, the new zoning bylaw for about 2. You adopted changes already in July, or the changes were up, and this particular segment, the lower density residential housing, is the area where you see the most conflict, and it's also the area where we desperately need more diverse housing types if we're going to literally, frankly, rescue a lot of the communities that people are saying are just fine the way they are, but have literally lost half their population and lost their schools and are losing their businesses, and we're still having to maintain their infrastructure. So is there a possibility for modest changes to regulations at some point? Sure. But I think in terms of the goals here, what it sounds to me like is that we're trying to address bad behavior through zoning. That doesn't work. That's an issue of enforcement. We're trying to address certain kinds of very specific design considerations in very specific places. We can't, if we do that at the zoning bylaw level, we will literally turn it into the same thing it was before we renewed it, because it was so full of all of these little tiny detail directives, and we kill missing middle housing, and we basically continue to create this massive gap in terms of housing options for people, and a Ponzi scheme development model, because that's really what it's been for 80 years. So right now, no, I don't think we should be making more amendments, especially to this, to the RS zones, because we need to see how they work, and we need to, but we do need to invest. And I'd say our charge that council has a leadership role in, a theory of change, and helping communities navigate the change, and helping people figure out where their anxieties, their real concerns, as well as their, fears, which are real fears but aren't necessarily going to materialize, but how to navigate that and have some empathy for that. But that is not where good policy comes from. That requires anticipatory guidance. It requires leadership. It's not policy. And we don't we're not going to get good regulations if we're trying to use zoning as a mechanism to address very real feelings and very real situations individually, but not put them in the right place. So do we need to look at enforcement? Yes. Do we need to look at change management? Yes. Do we need to look at possibly design considerations within the building permit or development permit stages? Sure. But at the zoning level, at the land use plan level, we should be really just looking at form, and saying, okay, this is the relative scale we want to develop at, and then we can address some of these more detailed things with community and with developers at the development permit and building permit stages in much more nimble ways that are much more responsive to the given context. This is broad-based land use planning is not a good place to be dealing with individual properties. And we did that for a long time through direct controls. I did at least 50 direct controls as a community member. I don't want to go back there. So yeah, so that's more than my 2 cents, I guess.
Yeah. I'm just trying to get a sense, because anytime it's hard to get everyone's feedback, but every time we put out surveys, the city does, or I do for my ward or other things, people are saying they want to look at some changes. I know it's not everybody, but I don't have the context to everybody. Do you know what I mean? So I'm just trying to get a sense of you, and I think what you're saying is looking at some different options, whether that's zoning or something else, would be welcomed.
Yeah, I think issues around design, issues around landscaping, issues around enforcement are all either separate enforcement vehicles or building permit or development permit stage discussion more than the zoning discussion.
Thank you very much. I don't see any other questions, so I'll thank all of our speakers of this oh, sorry. No, that's okay. Sorry for the false start. Councillor Clark, back to you.
Okay, speaker 3, Greg, just because we don't always have kind of a developer and builder, somebody who's got your experience. Can you kind of walk me, we talked about this CMHC and the MLIS program, but why is that so appealing? I just want a little bit of background on that.
In a nutshell, 95% of cost financing. So the developer builder by manipulating his budget or managing his budget, which if you want to use a favorable term or a cynical term, you can knock 10% off your budget. So if you shave your building product and stick to a basic cookie cutter 3-story apartment, 8 units, you'll bring it in as close as possible. And I won't mention the person, but somebody here today was pointing out to me in their neighborhood, he's of the opinion that the builder's pocketing as much as $500,000. So the incentive is not to be a long-term rental landlord in the mature neighborhood of Edmonton. It's actually to mortgage out and to sell that property as quick as possible. And that's what concerns me, because if you had an application here a week ago Monday for rezoning at Century Park. I believe that was a 6,000 to 8,000 person development. I believe it'll be well built, phased, and well managed, and offer housing opportunities for seniors and others in a TOD environment. I don't believe these little 8-unit apartments are meeting any particular need. I don't think, with all due respect to Ms. Goa and things like that, I don't think she'll be moving into a 8-unit apartment building in her neighborhood. I don't, as we heard from Alan Bolstad, I think they're actually going to hurt attendance in schools and population in neighborhoods. So I'm quite cynical. But the point of it is, if you can build with negative dollars and put money in your pocket. Now, this is rapidly changing because the vacancy rate is going up, rents are going down. I think you'll see on national TV, was it not 16 straight months average rents in Canada have gone down? So Edmonton has been one of the more positive stories in that context. But generally speaking, the federal government through the CMHC MLI Select program has overstimulated the rental market, and we're going into a situation where vacancy is not going to be a problem. And I worry that there's going to be 2 years out foreclosures. And these are very tightly strung budgets. Originally, there was 2% and 3% vacancy used to calculate what loan could be supported. I talked to a builder 2 weeks ago. He said they're now using 6.8% vacancy. So I think CMHC will be backed into a corner where they, in July, almost doubled their mortgage insurance fees, and their underwriting's getting tougher. So they realize they've not only opened a barn door and let the horse out, there's a few too many horses running around out there. So I think you're going to see some chopping back on that. But I'm suspicious, not of credible long-term developers building major rental, or nobody's building condo right now, it's all rental. But I am suspicious that a short-term incentive has been made for people to mortgage out, and then the new zoning has allowed them to walk in. And I believe there's a lot of suspicion and animosity in some of the mature neighborhoods with some of the developments that are going in. Does that make sense? 95% finance?
Yeah, I think it makes sense. So if when you're breaking that out and you're trying to get those rents to start with, when that doesn't happen, right? If there is, what's your next step on it?
When what doesn't happen?
When you don't get the rents you think you should be getting as part of your pro forma.
Well, you dump it as quick as you can, or it goes into foreclosure.
And just my knowledge on this, and everyone doesn't know. So when you sell that to someone, they have to inherit that.
They take over the mortgage. There's usually a personal guarantee for the first lease-up period. One of the unknowns right now, and CMHC's, of course, been through these cycles, as people like I have, is that they will not lock in your takeout mortgage until you're complete building and leased up. And right now, interest rate volatility interest rates are pretty stable, but you're highly vulnerable with a 95% mortgage to any interest rate fluctuations. So if you believe they're going down, which virtually nobody does, I'm not asking you really, it's a rhetorical question, there's a chance of stability or goes up. But I would say the trend line on vacancy is up. I would say the trend line on rents is either break even or down. So I would say to those listening, not that they need or asking my advice, I would say proceed cautiously.
Thank you. Mayor Knack.
Thanks, Councillor Stevenson. And just to continue on with guest Christensen, sorry, I want to make sure I understand, because that's the trend I'm hearing as well. Vacancies are up, rents are down. That's what we want, though. right? I mean, because the housing crisis is going to, right? We want to see. So
That's
so
how
how do we make sure we continue that?
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, I agree with you. You want a competitive market. Somebody said, was it yesterday? Maybe it was Councillor Land said, maybe we should be targeting a 5% vacancy. Generally, 3% is considered balanced in Canada. The American markets are higher. 5% would be leaning towards a renter, but generally they go through cycles, and I've been doing it since 1979, and I've been through 3 or 4 cycles. So there's days when the numbers work and everybody's jumping in with both feet, and there's days when you can't make the number work. We heard comments about urban villages, and that's a different discussion. But fundamentally, yeah, you want a competitive market, you want supply, you want the private sector active. There's also been federal programs that are bringing out on the deeper subsidy program for affordable housing, and those are needed, don't get me wrong. The private sector is not going to do the deep subsidy housing, but it will numerically add product to the city of Edmonton. Like right now, I believe we have roughly 85,000 rental units in Edmonton, and we have roughly 10,000 under construction. If all those units were to be completed with, say, very little increase in population, I think we will have some positive population in Edmonton. I don't know what CMHC or city economic staff say. You could add 10,000 to 85,000. You could be going up 12% on your vacancy rate when those units are done. I don't think it'll be that bad. Ex-appraiser friend of mine said just yesterday, he said he believes it will slowly backfill and those units will be rented. But I don't think it's an easy market to build in personally, but I agree, it's good to have lower or competitive rents.
Yeah, and so I guess the question is, and obviously you have decades of experience in this, like what caused Edmonton to be in this position? Because I do think we've managed to put ourselves in a much better position than most major cities.
Correct.
You've watched the transition of our zoning regulations over the years, and I believe, and sorry, I missed your initial presentation, but I believe through some of your posts that I've, you and I have friends on Facebook, I think you suggested that this is maybe too far, but I want to get a sense of how have we had success, and how do we make sure we don't accidentally undo that success by making too much of a change? So what's your happy medium in your perspective?
Thank you for that question. I think that's a very good question. I think in the broader context, Edmonton has been very successful because administration, chamber, home builders have all sort of worked together, and I think there's a longer term perspective. I think we have in the broader metropolitan area a large supply of land. I think the province, through things like the Henday, have taken the brunt of some of the development cost charges and servicing costs. As you know, in Toronto, it's as much as $300,000 on a single-family home and $130,000 on an apartment unit. Edmonton, we've been diligent. We've kept our fees and services more commensurate to what the cost of delivery is. And Build has a role in this, of course. And I think that's given us a broad base. And I think our attitude is towards being competitive and affordable. And so I do think even the openness to try different zonings and things is to be complimented. So while I'm sounding like negative Nelly, I think we've had a good track record as a city. Many of the political parties, I would say there should almost be an Edmonton model in terms of how to develop cities. So I think you're right, but your question is, what happens if we go too far?
Yeah, what's the modification we need to do? What, in your mind, based off where we're at and hearing the success, what's your recommendation for changes?
You were picking up on it. I think you're hearing it's not an 8-6 issue. I think it's a massing and a parking issue. I think there is a confidence issue. I think there has to be trust. And I think it is, as my cohort to the left here was saying, is I think when it gets into buying or even renting in the inner city, I don't think it's about 8-unit apartments. I'm particularly negative to those because I think they're difficult to manage. And I don't think it's a good rental built form. I think sort of the owner operator on the single, the duplex, the threeplex, the fourplex, I think more grade orientated. I think these are the kind of products that are different than you'll get in the suburbs. I think in the suburbs, you're going to get more of a 50, 100 unit apartment building. That's a completely different lifestyle.
Thank you. Sorry, I'll stop you there.
I might come back around. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. I'll come back around.
Councillor Jans.
Thank you. Maybe guest Christensen while you're in the hot seat.
Sure.
Yeah. I've tried to tour a number of infills in my ward just to like see what the user experience is like, and
Yep.
I met with a number of them who have said we're stopping building for rental. We're building now for sale. And Qualico Streetside, for instance, they have a model which has 4 3-bedroom townhouses, like a bedroom in the basement, a main floor, and 2 bedrooms up top. And it's a fourplex in the front, a fourplex in the back, with like a little green space, etc., between them. Kind of like what you see in a cluster housing model.
Yep.
Those are being built to be sold, and they're in central areas, coming in at less than 300 per unit. Like that. I don't think you can touch that even in the burbs right now.
No.
So are you, and I met another one who said rental is dead, we're moving towards this sale model.
Rental's not dead, and I didn't say we're moving to a sale model. I said that the renter builders of these infill are taking a lot of risk, and it's very thin margins. I do think the idea, like you're talking about Qualico there, I think it's great to always encourage ownership models as a choice and a lifestyle choice. I think the solution to the world's problems is not always rental. I think you need both rental for lower income and people in transition, and you need the opportunity to invest in communities. So kudos to Qualico for developing models of that type.
Yeah, and I guess maybe what my understanding is initially with the zoning, some of these models are like, this is the first year of it, but now we're going to see more sophistication towards a builder style product to sell, which will lead to higher build standard, better furnishes, but all of that sort of thing. Where for you is sort of the delta where if you had a project where you would decide, okay, I'm going to build this for rental or I'm going to build this for sale?
Well, if you look at the MLS and everything, I think regular apartment condos are still selling for far below replacement cost. I think the MLS number is something like $190,000 per unit. So I don't see a lot of opportunity to build apartment condos, whether it's downtown or I think the grade orientated, the missing middle, those types of products. I think there's going to be curiosity, and I wouldn't want to put a wet blanket on that because I think that's what the market needs. And I think our zoning, as we have this type of opportunity to discuss it, can be adaptable to encourage those types of missing middle ownership products. We heard from one builder about a month ago, right, 142 Street, where they said, I won't do the 11-unit rental. I'll do the 6-unit condo with the garages. That's an indicator. It's anecdotal.
Yeah, and I think we're seeing more of those, and kind of like what you're seeing, like what I call the Rossdale model, where you have those townhouses with garages and everything. I think we're going to move away from the mass 8 rentals and into more of this builder piece. But what I'm trying to unpack is like, what are the signals or what are the indicators you would look for? How hot does it have to be before you get out the ice cream truck?
What was the latter part of the question?
Like how do you decide when you're going to actually take a property and move it instead of a rental, you're going to move it to a sale?
Well, it comes down to cost versus potential projected sale price. But I think what happens is if construction costs or interest rates have a lot to do with in that product, like in seniors housing, for example, nothing. No, it doesn't have much to do with interest rates. But when it comes to that product you're talking about, and then you need a couple success stories, to be honest, because if you get a couple of builders, Arnie Gable's sitting here today, and he's been an experienced developer, and he's quite creative. And you get he was talking about the 6-unit model and how you can take a lot and put 6 units on, and how he would put 4 of this and 2 of that. And it almost doesn't matter. There's no magic formula that will work. It's in the eye of the proponent. If the proponent does it well and debugs the problems, you get 1 or 2 successes. The building industry is great for copying.
Thank you. That's really helpful.
Thank you. Marinac?
Thanks, Councillor Stevenson. And no break for you, Mr. Christensen, just yet. Just a few more. Just looking to tap into your decades of development experience. So I think you're right. I have very much found this series of discussions, this sort of public discussion, the last 2 days, very fascinating. I'm hearing a lot more people talk less about the unit count and more about the massing, which I and you echoed that as well, and that's where I'm sort of leaning towards focusing a lot of attention on. So what I wanted to understand from you, two pieces. Let's start with just the height. So I was really interested in the report that it showed, I think 80% of all of the developments happening under the RS zone are still being done at 9.5 meters high or less. So even though there's the potential to go to 10.5, it seems like the majority are not using that. So from my mind, I'm trying to figure out how do you deal with that 20%, because I'm not sure 9.5 is the issue, because it's a minor difference from what our previous maximum height used to be. Is that a fair comment?
Yep.
Really, we need to be talking about that extra meter.
I agree. It's not the hardline number. One of the things personally in earlier bylaws, as you were alluding to, we've had the half story, like the 2.5 instead of the 3. I think the flat roof, mansard roof, 3-story, but can keep consideration, there is a 4th floor. If it's below 6 feet, you can actually have a basement unit, and you can manipulate that. And through my career and my compatriots, we're always manipulating heights of buildings and stories. When I started, you could only build 3 stories on an apartment building. Now we're up to 6, talking about wood construction. But I think this is not the time or the place to look at the positive impacts of half stories, because what I see is, I've done a number of apartments with this in town as I live in a coach home on Mill Creek Ravine, and I have a half story, and it lends to dormers and interesting architecture. And while it's not a silver bullet either, I think to go into these discussions thinking that you're going to get an architectural masterpiece with your 3-story, 8-unit apartment plus basements, very naive, and we're setting ourselves up for some bad built forms. And I think outside of the context of this room, we've heard people talk about the TOD needing some specific attention. I think under, for example, not to lead you, but your leadership, I think we should be looking at those types of things, how to reduce impact.
I appreciate that. Thank you. And the other question I just had for you, just on the parking piece, because you're right, I do think it's commonly one of the biggest issues I hear about. But I want to ask you first this question. Would you build any development in the city of Edmonton without parking unless you were on White Ave?
I have done it, and usually it's a mistake. It's better. It's good for the construction budget. It's bad for the long-term profitability, particularly the further you get out. You need a certain amount of parking, but like, I don't know, I don't want to blame other developers, but I've made that mistake. And when you get into the outlying areas, it's worse. If you're into the Ledukes and the Spruce Groves, you just can't make mistakes on parking. And I think there's a certain minimum, and that might be one of the speakers that said half a stall or some number like that. I think the development industry was agog when they heard that council was going to wipe out all parking requirements. I'm a little suspicious of that.
And that was going to be my question, though, because I've always struggled with the notion, we had parking minimums for decades, and that didn't resolve parking issues in the central core neighborhoods. And even from our own data from the report that we just received, it showed that I think 0.48. So we're I'm going to round it up to 0.02. Essentially, the half is happening at 0.5. Because that seems to be what the market is suggesting needs to happen. So I'm just curious from you as to, what value you see having that built in the zoning bylaw is when it didn't seem to fix
I think it gives neighbors some confidence, a minimum level of confidence. I think it restores trust. I think the idea that the market's going to work it out and that future LRT stations are going to drive it. No, I think parking is an important element of housing and neighborhoods in Edmonton. Some neighborhoods less, some neighborhoods more, and I don't think the minimum needs to be particularly aggressive. I think we had examples of buildings where there was underground parking and none of the stalls were used. I've been involved in those on bigger developments where they get turned into pickleball courts. So there's cases where you don't need the underground parking and the expensive parking structures, but to have zero parking, that is an overreaction in the opposite direction.
I appreciate that. And I think that's it for me for my time. Thank you. Take care.
Thank you. Last call for questions of speakers. All right, then we will thank you again all for being here, and thank you to everyone who's participated throughout the past 2 days and shared your thoughts. It's been a really, really constructive and really insightful discussion. So thanks to everyone for taking part in that and helping to inform our decisions in front of us. So we will now be turning to questions of our city administration. I'll ask colleagues on committee and council to please sign up. Councillor Jans.
Thank you. Just wanted to go into understanding a bit more of the 24, 25, 26 modifiers there. So I think if I'm understanding, admin wrote this to have a little more subjective review. It's a little more interpretive, if you will, as opposed to hard 800 meters, 700 meters, etc. How do we balance that, giving certainty, providing certainty to community, while also and development and everybody else, so everybody knows what can be done where, with the different criteria, the modifiers?
So, Councillor Jans, this is Trevor Illingworth with Planning and Environment Services. So you're right that there is an interplay here between certainty and flexibility, and that the interplay between the different policies themselves is where you get that balance. And so you've got, in terms of the more certain direction, you've got, of course, our node and corridor policies throughout the district policy, where we've said explicitly that we would support additional scale, and with the changes before us today, the proposed 2524, or 2523, sorry, is the policy where we've given that, again, express kind of support. So then the counterbalance to that, because it's fairly limited in terms of those locations, is this policy that you're referring to that specifically uses the word consider. So that's, that's in part a reflection on what we've heard at public hearings over the past little while, where, council is observing that there might be certain locations where we've supported things because it's kind of met that checklist, whereas there might be, other suitable sites that don't meet that checklist that are falling through the cracks. And so this is intended to give us that opportunity for more thorough and thoughtful analysis at the time of public hearing.
So really, even with the new revisions, ultimately at the end of the day, it's up to council. This is just saying, does it come forward with admin support or non-support? That's really what this is about.
The decision always rests with council, and all of these changes are a suite of changes, and they go together in terms of like the changing of the purpose of the RSM, the changes to 2524, the changes to 2525. They all go together. None of them work in isolation of the other. And like Trevor said, we've heard at a public hearing, like, is that really a collector? We're not, like, from council, like uncertainty around some of the context around sites, and the checklist doesn't enable administration to have that influence over the nuance or the location or the context of a specific property. So, and that additional scale with the changing of the RSM, that additional scale, having that conversation and having that decision rest with council is fine. Like, it's okay, because we're talking about that additional scale. We have all this opportunity in RS, but we need to have that conversation when additional scale's on the table.
Right. So it's is there another jurisdiction that does this interpretive model, or like?
It's not an uncommon practice. I can't point to one jurisdiction or another, but it's not uncommon.
Yeah, because I'm worried that it's actually going to kind of cause more anxiety, that it may send the signal that any of these properties may be considered.
Yeah, and it's a trade-off. Like in the context of all the other changes that are being proposed. We're providing certainty. If you want certainty, go to the nodes and corridors. If you want certainty, develop under RS. If you want to take on the risk of asking council for permission to do more and asking the neighborhood to do more, it is worthy of having that conversation at public hearing, and it's okay. And administration has some guidance in terms of how to review that application.
Okay. when are we getting an update on builder accountability, construction accountability, all those other pieces? There was a lot there that came up.
That report will be coming to Urban Planning Committee in March.
In March, okay. We heard a lot of comments today about issues not related to what's getting built, but how it was built in the built process. Is that all going to be kind of wrapped into the March report, or is additional direction from council needed?
What is in the March report is an update on the construction accountability program.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Paquette.
Thank you. Okay, so you're here because council asked you to come a little bit early. I had some concerns about that. I still do, in that we've got a few factors I'd like you to speak on. One is our population boom has slowed down. And two, and maybe you know this better than I do, but I wouldn't be surprised, the federal program that is enabling a lot of these builds, Illinois Select, is it's either got I know it got topped up, but at some point I would imagine that changes. And so the question is, we had our projection of growth, which was very stable, like 2.5% a year. Suddenly it spiked with population, but also that federal grant program. But that spike is now dying off, and I don't know how long that federal grant program has life for. And we are back to a 2.5% growth pattern. Are we looking at a realistic expression of the bylaw, the zoning bylaw, or are we looking at a outlier moment in time?
So, Councillor, you are correct in terms of population growth and leveling off at that 2.5%, where we experienced probably 5.5% in the last couple of years. So there's a leveling off of population. In terms of the timing of a new zoning bylaw that allowed a new built form, population growth, and a federal financing program, there was a lot of factors driving the development of these types of units that we've generally talked about in the RS zone. Two ways to look at that. One, it has accelerated that expression, but it shows up in terms of what we would have seen over time. I think if we were to have a perfect scenario in terms of launching a new bylaw, we would have liked to seen smaller uptake so that we can make adjustments to smaller pieces as it moves forward, so that that learning cycle isn't as quick. We didn't have that. We don't have that benefit. So I think the issues that have been expressed through the past 2 years today generally have been the same. I think we've heard something new today in terms of the built form and the massing being the primary issue. Through our surveys, just as recent as the end of January, it pointed to the number of units. Through the conversations in the previous years, it pointed to the number of units as well. So I think there is a lot going on, which I think when we bring forth those recommendations, we go back to our guidebook, which is city plan, and what we're trying to achieve in city plan, and how does the data and the monitoring match up with what we're trying to achieve. So there's trends and analysis that we look at, and how are we achieving that? How are we performing against it? What are we seeing that is moving towards those goals? What is maybe moving in parallel, and what is moving in divergence as well? So that is how our recommendation was brought forth today.
Yeah, thank you. And then the other question that I hear a lot is the parking aspect. And it's a very odd question, because we've been socialized into believing that public parking is free and a social good, instead of looking at it as, a commodity, like a hotel room or something that everyone is paying for and subsidizing. And so I guess I'm wondering about that tension, because in larger cities, this is not a conversation. Like, you pay for your public parking spot to the city, or you have your own parking spot that you provide for your own private property, which is your car. So where do we land in that discussion? Because Edmonton's been a widespread prairie city with like lots and lots of like basically freebies that people are paying for through their taxes, but not equally paying for it through their taxes.
Really challenging question. And so, and it identifies where we're at in time and space. We are in a transition. We are becoming a very large community, and our land use pattern is shifting, and we're becoming more dense. And our modes of transportation are shifting, or the opportunities for shift are building out. And so, but we still have to recognize that close to 80% of Edmontonians get around by personal vehicle.
Yeah.
Thank
so
you.
that is a reality. Oh,
I'm so sorry. It feels particularly rude to cut off because I will be going next. But thank you. Just want to stay tight with our timelines today. Yeah, thank you to administration for this work. And I'll start with the first report around the RSM. So I think a lot of it makes a lot of sense to me in terms of some of the other criteria. I just wanted to understand some of the implications. So what I think I'm understanding from the new 2.525 is it seems like sites that met that criteria would not be allowed to have, let's say, RSM 12. So any site that meets that criteria, it's sort of we're automatically starting at a higher built form?
Yes, and so that's where that extra scrutiny is necessary, and that extra, that conversation here at public hearing is worthy.
Okay.
So that choice goes in tandem with the general intent in which we were trying to achieve the not having that incremental upzoning that the RF1 to RF3 was doing in the old bylaw, in which the RS looked to achieve through its development. So it's looking for that 2 steps of development increases before we look at it, because we think the RS zone can handle a lot of that development pressure.
Okay, no, that's helpful. And then apologies, RM can have height modifiers, right? So you could do an RM12, for example, if that was appropriate scale.
Yes.
Okay, great. And then I'm just having a bit of trouble working through this question around the sites that would no longer be subdividable in RS with the new amendments in terms of the 90 square meters. Just wondering again, how do we end up sterilizing some of those properties? Like, what do we anticipate happening on those properties, if not something like RSM for a larger site?
Sorry, can you just repeat the first part? Like,
yeah, and again, I think this is, I may be just a little bit confused around, we've heard about a problem it seems we want to fix is around people subdividing larger lots and doing like 2 8s or 6s. But again, what happens to those lots now?
Well, they develop under the current regulations. So what one of the reasons for the increase in the site area per unit, that 75 to 90, was to maintain relatively the same equal development rights between before and after you subdivided. So on a larger site, and if there was a unit cap of 6, you'd be able to do 6. If that corresponding site area didn't increase, you could have subdivided, and then between the 2 lots, you would be able to do 4 and 4. So you'd be able to hit a different unit maximum.
So then we would have these larger sites now, and they would only be able to provide 8 or 6 units, even if they're much bigger.
Yeah, so the intent is to keep the permissions the same through the development process, so that there wasn't opportunities. It's been described at the zoning bylaw one review as a loophole where you can put a cap on, but I'll just subdivide and I'll reach the cap either way. I think the point being is to maintain that integrity of the overall regulation change. And what happens to them now is you can subdivide them and you can hit the unit maximum as you can. Like, as long as you have the sufficient site area, you can develop up to that 6 or 8, sorry, right now.
Yeah, and I guess I'm still not sure what problem we're solving. So it's the sense that they would be circumventing the max. But again, if both sites have the site area for the units, yeah.
If they both, even after they're subdivided and they both have it, that's fine. What we're trying to prevent is a standard site from being subdivided, and then we're getting 6 on both. Like, we're trying to make it more difficult to get to the 6 if you subdivide. We're not going to prevent it on every case, but we're trying to make it more difficult. And I just want to clarify, I misspoke earlier about your question on the RM. The minimum height for RM is 16.
Okay, well, maybe I'll come back on that then. Thank you. Councillor Clark.
Great, thanks. I just want a little clarity, and as probably you'll know where I'm going to go with this. The incentives on nodes and corridors, right? So I'm just gonna do a little bit of analogy here for a second, okay? So my old beer days when I was working for Molson, we'd have Molson Canadian, did really well. It doesn't do that well anymore, but it did really well. But we really want to push Rickards Red, didn't do that well. So when you have a hot product like mid-block units that people are taking on those, right? And we want to push that. If we're just trying to redirect people to another area without giving them an incentive to do the nodes and corridors, which we haven't really done to the scale that we want, as we've all kind of seen and shared with us, I don't know how do we do that without an incentive. I don't know what that looks like, tax breaks, whatever. I don't know what that option is, but to just to not have a carrot and just have a stick seems like a bit of a miss to me, and I don't know if it's going to be the intent. And if we're trying to get really laser focused and there's less capital coming into Edmonton and all across Canada, I don't know how we do that. So that goes on my thing, you can't just say, hey, buy Rickards Red, not Molson Canadian 20 years ago. It didn't really work.
Yeah, there's different ways that you can incent, right? And one of the ways that we have done it is through the Priority Growth Area Rezoning Project, and identifying those high potential areas and doing that initial step. We have done it in policy in terms of even identifying the nodes and corridors and mapping them. And through the words on the page and the policy, but there are all the sorts of different ways that we can incent, and we have the infill infrastructure fund currently right now. That is one way of doing that. So yeah, there's various ways, and this is just one.
So we'd be looking at some other, maybe some additional funds or incentives on top of that. I'm just trying to, it doesn't seem like it's working to the level we want it to work now, which is why you're bringing this forward, right?
Yeah,
I'm just saying it's fair to say that maybe there needs to be additional things added to it.
And this shouldn't be considered or positioned as the solve-all. This is the solution to getting incentivizing more development nodes and corridors of what you see here today. That's not how this is being positioned. Rather, view it as it being calibration in terms of some of the policy. But you're absolutely right. There's additional work, financial incentives like the Infill Infrastructure Fund, which is only applicable to nodes and corridors, to really drive those infrastructure improvements and those costs to incent development. There's additional work in terms of infrastructure, in terms of building out the active transportation network in those core areas, which is occurring. There's work on the next phase of the bus rapid transit, so making sure the mass transit corridor is in place to serve those nodes and corridors. So all of this will be layered in to really drive development to nodes and corridors.
Maybe a step one for more to come. So my next question is, we heard from a few speakers about FAR and how that would play a role in this. And I know in the report, there's a couple mentions of it, that it maybe doesn't really change things too much. But is there a real possibility that could be something that you would layer into the bylaw, and would it have a meaningful effect? How would it change anything?
The bylaw has limitations in terms of how it can incent, and as do plans. So if there's a desire for additional dollars like that, you have to find the right place to do that, and it would be through a program.
So, Councillor, just in terms of the building mass and the RS zone, the way the bylaw is structured right now is that it regulates the built form, the height, the volume, et cetera, through a series of setbacks, height limitations, distance from other buildings. So the volume is controlled within the zone today. FAR is a different type of tool to do that. For small-scale development, it historically hasn't been used for it because it's simpler to outline the box that you can play in through setbacks and height because it's a fairly simple exercise on a standard lot. When you're bringing FAR, it brings in uncertainty and also it depends what you want to achieve. We can create an FAR system that limits units. We can create an FAR system that increases the units where we think it's more transparent and predictable that through the bylaw currently is if that we want to limit the mass on the site. We have the tools available within the bylaw today that are more transparent. So if we want to shrink the building length more, we can shrink the building length more if council desires. If we want to squash the height, we can squash the height.
Thank you. Mayor Knack.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. Thanks for all of this information, for the presentations, a number of questions. I wanted to go back to a question I had the chance to ask one of our guests about the building lengths. And your slide 23 of your presentation showed sort of the old version, what the July changes would be, and that was in comparison to a narrow single detached house. And my understanding, and I was going through my neighborhood, and I feel like I've seen some built, not just in the last couple of years, but even years before, that those narrow skinny homes can still be fairly similar in length to what the July changes could be. Is that accurate of a statement?
Yes, like the image that was shown, it shows the skinnies. They are pre zoning bylaw, and
that's right.
Yes.
Yeah. So and the reason I ask this because I'm trying to make sure, when we're talking about massing and different folks' concerns, those narrow detached homes on slide 23, just to be clear to what you said, were pre-RS zone.
Yes,
that's
they were built in 2019.
2019, yeah. So that is under the old rules as well. So, and this is why I want to make sure we're sorting out and solving the right problem, because if we're looking to go, I mean, how long have those rules been? Essentially since we allowed skinny homes, so 2017. I mean, we allowed skinny homes in 2015. We made a few modifications 2016, 2017. So probably the last 8-ish years you've been able to have something that's that long, right?
Yes.
Okay. Good. That's helpful context, and that clears that up. All right. The next series of questions I want to ask, just around, I talk about. I voted on this last year during that lovely meeting in July, where I voted to do a unit count reduction. I've heard pretty overwhelmingly from, I think, a lot of the speakers that mass seems to be the greater issue. And your presentation gave me some information I don't think I had originally realized, which was that from what I read, 62 or 61.8% of all lots already can't have 8, or in most cases 7 lots. That their maximum was already 6. Is that what I should be taking away from that slide in your presentation where you showed that breakdown?
Yes, if I'm thinking of the correct slide, yes, there are limitations already in the RS zone, or the 150,000 lots that we have in the RS that cannot accommodate 8 as it stands.
So then I guess I want to ask this question, because I've got a few things. I think there still needs to be adjustment on height. I want to do the tree thing. What problem then, based off the number of lots that we're talking about, what in your mind, what problem are we solving based off the recommendation you've made, which is bringing down that unit count for those 32% of lots that can have that larger amount? Because you can't do it elsewhere already. So what are we trying to solve in those areas, those select communities?
We're trying to make it more difficult to achieve the 8 and cap it at 6 for mid-block. In July, we made the changes to design to address those concerns, and council also debated the unit count at that time. But yeah, what we're
Yeah,
discussing.
so somebody that voted for that originally, I guess what I'm, now that we've had some time to reflect on it, you've obviously taken time to do an analysis and you know, we have this data now that you provided in your presentation. Do you feel that solves a problem, or should we be focusing primarily on the built form, the massing? Like, I'm just trying to get a sense from administration's perspective, what that recommendation accomplishes in the communities where you could potentially go that large, which includes the community I live in.
It addresses the concerns that we've heard, through the one-year review, that we heard at the public hearing when this was debated last year. What we've heard at public hearing, it obviously wouldn't have to do with a property going to RS, but moving away from RS, that RS has enough opportunity as it is. And it's making a choice about what we're hearing from community, what we're hearing from council, and some of our technical analysis.
Yeah, I'll come back around because I want to understand like what problem we're solving, what technical problem we're solving from that change, but I'm out of time. I'll come back around.
Thank you. Councillor Salvador.
Yeah, thank you. I'll actually pick up right there. It's had a similar line of questioning. I think up until this point, it's fair to say that a lot of the focus has been on unit count, but I think there's been through this discussion a refined understanding or further clarity around massing and just the size and scale of buildings being that underlying concern. So I guess with that in mind, does that shift administration's thoughts at all around where that focus should be placed?
No. We've addressed the building design. We have heard that unit count is the issue. That's why we're here. That's how the motion is worded. And so what we've heard today is not dissimilar to what we've heard in the past. It does change, it has shifted a little bit because we are hearing that it is the massing, but we've addressed the massing. We addressed that in July, and unit count was still on the table, and what was motion to bring us here.
And so the changes that were made in July, it would be your assessment that those do address the concerns that have been brought forward around size scale massing?
Yes, and also to be clear with the 8, like there was no magic to 8. Like there was magic in terms of that it was a bump up from what we were doing before, and we want that flexibility within the zoning bylaw. But our recommendation and the analysis that we're recommending the 6 on is based on all of the things, like whether that's our technical analysis, what we're hearing, and the direction from council.
Councillor, just to add to that, when we looked at this and analyzed it, just go back to city plan and what we're trying to achieve. There are a number of parallel objectives in that plan. One of them, obviously the most often cited, is 50% infill. Within that, there is divisions in terms of where we expect infill to occur, where we want it to occur, and where the development trends have been shown that it is actually occurring. So that interior of the neighborhood, it is described as city plan to be incrementally evolving over time, where the nodes and corridors network would be a transformational change.
Right.
That's important because the city plan is rooted in a nodes and corridors network in terms of changing our built form, managing our infrastructure and our redevelopment cost and goals, because that concentration around an efficient transit network is important to achieve that compact city that we're looking to grow.
For sure. And I totally understand that perspective, absolutely, and that's embedded in city plan. I guess the follow-up question then, I think the language was used around calibration. But the challenge that I'm seeing is if nodes and corridors are, I'll say, underperforming, we want to see more intensity along nodes and corridors close to transit. changing things on the RS side doesn't necessarily mean that that's going to shift over there, right? I think it comes back to Councillor Clark's point around how are we actually incentivizing and unlocking those areas to encourage more development there. So just on that point, I'm just aware of my time. Do we have work queued up for the next round of PGAs?
There is no next round of priority growth areas. I would say that we've just begun the work on the first PGAs, and it's important to focus and be strategic where we direct that growth. Growth isn't an unlimited pie. We have a number of tools and levers in our toolbox. There's policy, there's land use policy, there's densities within zones that all helps build upon the entire system in terms of where we want to go, and that includes financial incentives as well. So in terms of guiding growth, I would say city plan provides that direction, and our lower level plans, the district plans, follow suit, and our zoning bylaws have to follow within that.
What's the risk of accelerating some of that work on PGAs and working on more areas sooner rather than later?
The risk is that we spread any of the density gains too thin, and we don't see the corridors that are envisioned. We then spread our infrastructure redevelopment funds too far and wide. They already are minimal to begin with. So the focusing of redevelopment and the strategy around having a staged development pattern, it helps in terms of redirecting, or not redirecting, but directing those infrastructure dollars and systems in towards that.
Okay, I'll follow up on that. Thanks.
Thank you. I'll go next to Councillor Rutherford.
Yeah, thank you. I have a line of questioning on height, but I'm going to focus first and foremost on a different line of questioning. Can I get clarity from administration? While I understand that the motion in November of 2025 asked for items to be brought back, my understanding was that it was for all motions related to the RS zone to be compiled and brought back in one report. Is my understanding correct?
Yes, if I understand your question correct. So all the items related to the RS zone, so the height, the unit count, and the trees.
But it was also, from my understanding, there was multiple disparate motions on the RS zone that you were to bring back all together and consolidate. So rather than being due at different times, they were all to come back together for one consideration together.
Councillor Rutherford, there was an RS zone regulation that was a multi-part regulation or a multi-part motion. That motion is anticipated to be part of the repeal package, and this motion is replacing it. But the intention here. Sorry, go ahead.
So what motion are you talking about? Because the reason I ask this is because, you know, you were there as much as I was, Ms. Petrin. Like, I didn't support going down to 6 because I said at the time in July that I did not have enough information on the consequences of that decision on our housing supply. And there was a subsequent motion from that meeting that asked administration to bring back a report on the RS zone going from 8 to 6 to include anticipated changes of the number of dwellings likely to be developed on interior sites, an analysis of impact and opportunities for project constructability. Is that getting repealed? Or why is that not included in this report? I guess is what I'm getting at.
So the due date on that report or that motion was in 2027. The intention for council to make this motion was to accelerate, I guess, elements of that motion through the motion as part of this report.
So I want to be clear that was not clear to me. I would not have supported that motion in November because that context of that discussion, and I'd be curious what the mayor thinks, was that it was to consolidate all of those things. There's no way that I would have said yes to bringing back the same report with the same problems with the lack of the same information that was concerning to me in July. So just as a frustration point, I think that's where I'm at with that, but I'll leave that for a further conversation with the mayor. I also am very curious, you know, as the mayor's pointed out and other colleagues have pointed out, massing has been something that I have heard continually over and over again as a concern. The height has come up in numerous conversations. And yet here we are, administration brought back a report with no recommendations to height. And when we had had that conversation, we had explicitly asked administration, don't just bring back recommendations on height reduction potentially, but ways that we measure height and or design features that could help reduce the impact on height. So why does this report seem to miss on those two last opportunities?
The report includes, in attachment 3, includes some opportunity or other options to address height in the RS zone. When administration reviewed those options, it was determined that they weren't worth pursuing at this time due to various factors such as mentioned in the presentation, the market demand for higher floor to ceiling heights, as well as trying to addressing infrastructure and some of those roof insulation issues as well. And the 10.5 is a small increase from what was allowed previously under the old zoning bylaw.
That's not true. Just putting that out there. I'm out of time. I will come back because I won't have time for another line of questioning on this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Tang.
Oh, great. Thank you very much. I think there was some comments earlier from the speakers around the definition of corner lot, and that ones abutting alleyways, etc., should also be included. And I think that is also a motion, but that's not coming back until much later. Correct?
Councillor, there's a motion around doorways or access and egresses facing alleyways or public pathways to be treated similar to a corner, correct?
Right. And that's coming later. I guess kind of similarly, but that does affect the ARS law, just not mid-block, it's just on a corner. Anyways, so I just want to mention that, so that will be dealt with at a later time. I wanted to ask about a few, I think, questions that I want to follow up on. So out of all the permits, the significant increase we saw last year, how many of those was approved after the July changes that conformed to those changes? Do you have a sense?
No, we don't have that. We don't have that data.
Okay, and then out of the 400 or so from last year, how many of them are you aware of that have kind of come to fruition and have people living in them? Do you have a sense?
Councillor, that 400 includes permits that were issued on December 29th of this year. So just in terms of development progression, I wouldn't expect to see a whole lot. But in terms of a build-out progression, it would be, I think we would see a majority of these move to construction. There was an accelerated application submissions through the fall, and that's where we got that record year for the number of row houses at 400.
Okay, well, sorry, then maybe let me change the timeline. Since the zoning bylaw went into place, how many, I guess, aplexes are complete and neighbors have moved in? Do we have a sense of that?
We have a sense in terms of our growth monitoring and our building permit completion rate. So from 2024 and 2025, we're looking at probably, just a second here, between the two, I think there was 400 development permits last year and another 160 in 2024. So as we move forward with the building permits, we usually see about an 80% turnover rate from building permit to development permit, or vice versa, sorry.
Yeah, I guess I'm kind of where I'm trying to go is, how much complaint are we receiving after it's come to fruition and people have moved in versus during the construction period. And then I was curious because the appeals did come up quite a bit. I am wondering if you have the numbers for kind of the SDAP appeals number, and how many of them were properly appealed out of those permits in 2025.
So in 2025, and the way these projects are permitted differ from projects to projects. Sometimes they have one single permit for both the main building and the garage and secondary suites.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes it's split up. So for the 400 row house permits, there's in total 700 associated permits to those. Out of those 700, 27 were appealed. Out of those 27, 6 of those appeals were overturned by the SDAB. 4 of those 6 were related to the 2 projects that were highlighted by the speaker today, in which there was an admitted error by the development officer, where the development officer brought that up through the appeal. And the other one was through an interpretation between a subordinate suite or the secondary suite versus the primary suite. So in total, we're seeing a very small ratio of any appeals being successful or overturning development planners' decisions.
And sorry, 10 seconds. Those 6 appeals that were overturned, were they for permits after the July changes?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Wright.
Thank you very much. I'm just going through the reports and presentation, sort of taken with the number of dwellings that have, or the number of units that we have increased. And I'm just wondering, I mean, I would expect to see a higher increase because we are going from, going up to the eight units. But I'm just wondering, how many of those are actual, like, what's the increase in lots that have been rezoned to allow the 8 units?
The lots, Councillor, do not need to be rezoned to allow 8 units. They're within the
Sorry,
R
not
zone.
to rezone, but that have 8 units on them.
So how many lots have 8 units?
Yeah.
Okay, just
And what's the increase been?
sorry, I'm just looking.
Councillor, are you looking for the total number of lots that could accommodate 8 units?
No, how many? So I know we've got 400 permits in 2025, you said, and 160 in 2024. Prior to, I'm just trying to see if it's more of a gradual increase with the number of lots that these structures are being put on. And I'm not explaining myself well.
Sorry, Councillor, now this is 2024 data, not 2025.
Okay.
We had 100, just about 120 of the permits were for 8 or more dwellings.
Okay, so 120 of those 160, and like in a year, okay. And then, but we don't have that for 2025?
I'm just looking to the team, sorry.
Just tell her to speak into it.
Sorry, I'm going to defer to Lisa on this one.
Yeah, what
Sorry?
is the exact, we have the count for how many combined with 2024 and 2025 that are above, that are at 7 and 8 units is 292.
And that's 7 or 8, okay. And then would this change to the bylaw, would that, so just by reducing from 8 to 6 doesn't necessarily mean that the size or the mass of the building would reduce. It could just mean larger 6 units than 8 units, correct?
Correct, and sorry, if Clarice could pull up slide 9 from our backup slides. But Councillor, yes, you're correct. So reducing the number of units from 8 to 6 doesn't address the massing, but and the reason why we didn't suggest changes to massing today is because we addressed those in July of last year.
Okay, but so when we were getting feedback from people prior saying they want to go from 8 to 6, was it necessarily the number of units they were against, or they thought by going from 8 to 6 would give them a smaller building?
We heard, in July, we heard about massing as well as unit count, and that's what led us to the motion that was we were supposed to come back later in 2027, but then this motion is bringing that conversation forward to provide council with options to reduce the number of units for mid-block sites. And that's what brought us here today. So yes, that motion wouldn't have been made if units weren't a conversation or part of the conversation or an issue.
Okay, and why did you originally want to wait till 2027?
That was a motion from council.
No, but originally you were going to wait to do another review in 2027, right?
Sorry, Councillor, for interrupting. In July of last year, we also recommended a reduction from 8 to 6, and council at that time didn't move forward with that.
Okay, so I know council requested the change to come back earlier, but your initial recommendation was to come back in 2027 after further review?
Councillor, the motion to have us back in 2027 was made by the mayor in the July public hearing to do another review of the RS zone at that time. So administration didn't recommend or look to see for a motion for these reviews in 2027 or today.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Paquette.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, so just to follow up on the parking thing, when it gets crowded, though, we do have a mechanism for that, and that is a residential parking permit zone, right?
That is correct.
Yeah, so at what point does that get triggered? Like, so if people are saying, well, geez, these units are like starting to affect my parking, what do we do about it? What is their next step?
So the next step, and there's an exciting report coming to committee in May this year, and it's going to give an update for council on the residential parking program. And so that is looking at a new paradigm, a new approach to utilization and monitoring of areas to determine where different levers need to be employed. It will also talk about utilization rates and permits and pricing of parking to make that connection and hopefully look to address some of those constraints in neighborhoods.
Perfect. Okay. So just fun fact, Buffalo got rid of their parking permits in 2017, and now they have about 47% as much parking being built every year as they would have. They were overbuilding parking, just like we were, so the market kind of corrected itself. Just fun fact. Okay, so now I want to, you may not have this information, but we're hearing a lot from communities saying, hey, we're having meetings, people are putting up their hands, they want to put in restrictive, they want to put in restrictive covenants into their neighborhood or on their block. Do we have a count of that?
We aren't tracking that, but just in terms of what we've seen, there's over 10 discrete communities that are doing that.
And so what would it take, like how should we best get that information so we know how many homes are affected and therefore we can see sort of, I mean, I don't know, a better way to put it, the burn rate?
There is no easy way of doing that because the restricted covenant would be registered on title.
Yeah.
So you would have to pull every individual title in the city to find that out and read the title.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, and just for the record, restrictive covenants doesn't stop the city from zoning. It doesn't even stop someone from building as they want, but then there could be a legal battle there between different property owners, but the city doesn't really have anything to do with that.
You're correct. That's a contractual relationship between the property owners once they're part of that restricted covenant contract.
Yeah. Okay, so there is a little bit of a cost risk involved in putting a restricted covenant. We all know this. Okay, so the next question then is, do we know, like, what indicators would we have that the market is cooling? Like, we're hearing anecdotal things, like we're moving away from market or from rental into market sales of these units. It's too early. We've only got January, and I'm sure you don't even have the numbers, but can we see a year to year, month to month, like compared to the year before, growth, stagnation, or decrease of applications for permitting? Because I would imagine the lowest hanging fruit of available properties developed have already been snatched up.
I think permit data is a good indicator. It is it's not a lagging indicator. It's real time, and even before that construction starts. And as mentioned through the presentation, at least last year we hit a record number of these permits, more than doubled in 2024. We're still seeing applications, but there isn't a month-over-month cadence that I can
Okay, so
provide.
we don't know, like, just looking at January alone of 2026, like, how does that compare to January 2025?
I could find that out, but I don't know if it would be.
Right, sure. And it's only 1 month. It doesn't show the totality. Yeah, I get it. Okay, but it'd be interesting to find out, which is why I kind of wanted this reporting come later. Anyway, go ahead.
Councillor, yeah, just CMHC released their outlook for the year today. And for Edmonton, they are forecasting, so we're of course looking at forecasting that housing starts will decline. Population will slow to a smaller rate, but still definitely in a growth cycle. And we'll move to a balanced market on the housing side. On the rental side, forecasting that the market will soften due to the new supply. Vacancy rates are forecasted to increase, and rate growth will be moderated through this year. So that's the CMHC forecast for release today.
Yeah, and it's close to the Conference Board of Canada, and I wrote a blog on that, so I'm kind of familiar. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Knack.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. So I'm going to bring it back to the questions I was asking earlier, just to make sure I'm going through, because I appreciate appreciate the recommendations. I'm also appreciating some of the things I heard. So maybe just on the restrictive covenant piece, because this might help inform the next question. You mentioned currently happening in about 20 communities that you're aware of. Would those primarily be within the communities where you could do the 8 units? That seems to be my guess from what I've heard, but I don't know if you have any more data to help inform that.
What I mentioned was about 10, and it's happening over I would say not a large, but a very disparate set of communities, just in terms of the age of the neighborhood as well as the size of the lots. Okay, yeah, because I can think of at least 3 or 4 just in the West End, which I think are all primarily lots that would be 8s. I just didn't know about the other ones. And so why I keep really dwelling on this, because I appreciate that council ultimately gave you direction for the 6 piece. But based off what I've heard, a change to 6 without a change in height, I think doesn't solve the problem in the other 62% of communities. And so this is what I'm trying to think of here. When we're hearing that massing is the bigger piece, I'm trying to make sure we're using the right planning tool. And I'm fully acknowledging I was one of the ones that was comfortable 6. That's what I thought. That's why I wanted to move. That's where I was going. But I wasn't hearing that as the feedback. So I'm trying to think from a planning tool if changing unit count instead of changing height is the right tool to help address the community feedback that we've heard. Mr. Mayor, just to echo, I would agree in terms of what we heard today was mainly around massing. Obviously, there was some discussion around unit count, but a lot of pointed conversations around massing being the bigger issue. What I'll say is the July 2025 measures, I think they put us in a good place for how the massing hits the site. I think there may be some conversation around height with that extra story and how it was described by members in terms of the maximization of that building volume creating maybe undesirable design outcomes, and in relation to roof lines, design features on the building, etc.
Yeah, and so let's dig in, and I appreciate all those answers. That is really helpful. So talking about what's changed, and I mean, going through those changes, the way I think I've understood the changes, besides the building length and the side doors and the setbacks and the front facade, is that you could still ultimately have a rectangular box that is 3 stories high. Is that it might have more windows on the front, there might be some other changes, but the actual sort of rectangular box built form is still very much allowed with even the 2025 changes.
Correct.
Okay. So as I'm trying to think through what the right height change piece, if that is something council as a whole agrees with, but I think that's something I'm really zeroing in on. Thinking about what has the greatest, both in terms of impact, but then also in terms of just responding to what I think we've heard. Knowing that only 80% are already below 9.5, I'm not sure just a flat change to the number. So this, I've been leaning towards option 3. That's where my head was originally at. Is that like, I guess you recommended none of them. I hear that. What do you think would be the best option if we felt like we wanted to respond to the feedback we've been hearing?
Mr. Mayor, through the report, we didn't recommend to pursue any of them, but if you were to pursue one, we would recommend a 9.5 for ease of administration and clarity around it. It also provides a significant enough reduction to see a meaningful change in the building massing.
And that was okay. Yeah, I'm out of time again. Goodness, so many questions. Okay, thank you. I'll come back around probably. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. I want to go back to just get some clarification on the data and analysis that was provided.
Sorry, point of order. I just realized it's break time.
Oh, thank you so much.
Sorry, I should have waited. I should have waited for it to be called on. Sorry, point of order.
No, it was a very friendly point of order. I know we don't like friendly amendments, so I'm sure we don't like friendly points of orders. Thank you. We'll take a 15-minute break. We'll be back at Councillor Jans,
Good afternoon.
Councillor Clark,
Good afternoon.
Councillor Paquette,
Good afternoon.
Mayor Knack,
Good afternoon.
and we are also joined virtually by Councillor Salvador, Councillor Rutherford, Councillor Wright, Councillor Morgan, Councillor Principe, Councillor Elliott, and Councillor Parmar. Thank you all for joining us. It was my turn. So, questions of administration. So, yeah, I wanted to get some clarifications on the data and analysis that was provided. So, when we're looking at the proportion of infill that's been happening in nodes and corridors, is this including 400-meter buffers from transit?
No, this, the chart that we showed in the presentation on slide 5 is just corridors.
Just corridors and
nodes.
And nodes. Okay, so again, so that's like the very narrowly defined geographic areas from district plans?
Yes, it's what's defined in district plan.
Okay, because I think I heard rationale that, nodes and corridors were around supporting mass transit, but again, that analysis isn't capturing units that are happening within a 5-minute walk of mass transit.
If we could just pull up slide 31 from the backup slides, please. So within that analysis, there's a further breakdown around the RS uptake around the 800-meter buffer of transit stations and LRT stations. And it paints a similar picture just in terms of where we've seen some of these developments happening. And I would just point you towards probably that second row where it gives percentages. And this is not just row houses, this is all of the units within the RS zone in the redeveloping area. What we're seeing is around a general 80-20 split between the majority of the units being outside the 800-meter buffer of the LRT stations and 20 inside. So taken in concert with the nodes and corridors data, there is a trend there in terms of it's not being concentrating, it's being spread out.
Okay, but we that's not a combined, so the table at the bottom is not a combined geography of the nodes and corridors plus the buffer?
No, so generally the nodes and corridors follow the trains. So the nodes and corridors data is generally inclusive of the LRT. And what's extra is that 800-meter buffer, which is why we pulled it out.
Thank you. And so did this include the city center node?
It does. The nodes and corridors percentage.
Okay.
Correct.
So again, just wondering what role, some of the larger high rises would have played in terms of skewing some of those numbers in previous years. Like I think the case is that there's a decline over time. But again, just wondering if again the thousands of units that have been being built in the city center node are shifting that proportion, even if sort of the absolute outside of that node and corridor are increasing.
Yeah, I think you're going to see spikes, especially during the COVID construction grant. I'm not naming it correctly, but it spurred additional construction in 2021, 2022 in the city center.
Yeah, okay. And then did this include local nodes? I know these are not geographically mapped in our nodes in our district plan, so just wondering how local nodes were considered in the analysis.
No, they wouldn't have been included.
Okay. And do the numbers include single detached home permits? Like it was any infill, any permit in the redeveloping area?
Yeah.
So that could have included like single detached homes?
Yes.
Okay.
Just to correct, the data is net new.
Is net new. So again, you could go from a single detached to skinnies, for example.
Yeah, you didn't have one net new.
Okay. And so I guess I'm just in trying to understand this. It seems like that analysis that it provides some information, but is not necessarily capturing the nuance. Again, I don't think we would expect. I don't know that we want new single detached homes clustering around transit, for example. We would anticipate those being more further out from nodes and corridors.
But they do exist. right? So there are single detached homes that are constructed, but our policy definitely supports more intensity around mass transit stations.
Right, and so I think my point is that I don't know that I'm worried about new single detached homes being built outside of nodes and corridors. But the analysis, you know, kind of puts that all together in terms of development outside of nodes and corridors.
I think when you combine it with the permitting data in terms of the breakdown of what is being built within the RS zone, and if we can pull up.
We will have to wait on
Yep.
that, but look forward to that. Councillor Jans, have you had a second round? No, not yet. Okay, Councillor Jans.
What is there a standard TOD guideline in distance? Like, is it?
It's 400 to 800 depending on what we're looking at.
Is that an Edmonton guideline or a?
It's a international standard.
400 to 800?
Correct.
Does the federal government with the, what's the money we've received?
The Housing Accelerator Fund?
Yeah. Does that have a number?
Sorry, I don't know in terms of our half funding if it was tied to that, because we already had zoning bylaw in place when we received our half funding. There wasn't necessarily concern about that because we were at we were ahead of the game.
So do any of the changes contemplated here, well, I guess first question, all I see across, to be clear, these are all, in a sense, reductions, right? There's nothing in here that's going to be an increase in units or an increase in development rights.
Yes, that's fair.
And is there anything here, given these changes, that would jeopardize our half funding?
No, we've worked with our housing team who has close connections to CMHC, and they've confirmed that these changes would not put into jeopardy any of the funding.
Right. So we don't have like an Edmonton standard when we say TOD is 400 meters or 800 meters. It's because I think we need, as a council, I think we need to decide what that is and then pick a number and use it consistently. Because I know we have a report coming about TOD incentives. I think I said 400. It might be 800. I hear other jurisdictions are 800. Where this city plan doesn't have a contemplation, or there's no.
So
Third Corinthians or something somewhere.
We do look at this a little bit differently here in Edmonton in terms of the city plan and the district plan policy, and district plans use the node and corridor network as a proxy or substitution for the more formal TOD regs. And so when you look at our regulatory landscape and strategic landscape, really the guidance comes from the node and corridor boundaries for how we envision supporting the traditional TOD.
But didn't we get into, because I think in city plan it was said plus or minus 5 blocks.
Correct.
And then I think we dial that back on the nodes and on the priority growth area conversation.
When we look at the district plans, they're mapped out to the full extent of 2 million population horizon. But when we look at the priority growth areas, which is trying to look at the very first places that we look to see redevelopment, those are scaled back from the nodes and corridors.
And the district policy does include policy that supports more intense development within 400 meters of mass transit stations. So that 400 meters is, like, we don't, transit-oriented development is not used in the city plan. We move towards nodes and corridors, but we do have mass transit policy, which is proposed to be 2524, and it's set at 400 meters.
So, Councillor, just to give you a brief overview of the history of TOD in Edmonton, we used to have what we called transit-oriented development guidelines. Those were approved in 2012. As we move forward in our policy journey and city plan, the nodes and corridors network took over that policy regime because of the nodes are generally identified within city plan. The train stations are generally those nodes, and as well as the corridors. So that further refined the Edmonton policy context around transit-oriented development. It enshrined them in the nodes and corridors network. Those are broad. Those are, as Kent mentioned, looking to capture that full breadth of the 2 million population. Then when we look to incentivize, pull policy levers in terms of looking to direct and strategically place and accelerate development through the priority growth area rezoning conversation, we look to concentrate that so that we don't unleash a bunch of density or zone capacity that isn't strategic in terms of trying to drive that density where it needs to be around those priority growth areas.
So city plan, district plans, nodes and corridors, and local nodes are another.
The local node is it used to be described in a district plan. Think of Ritchie.
Yeah.
That was removed through committee and council discussion so that they can evolve organically. They're not linked to the mass transit network.
So if they're
Thank you, thanks. Councillor Salvador.
Yeah, thank you. So I'll pick up there as well. I'm just still not understanding the need to throttle zone capacity in those nodes and corridors. I through the PGA work as a tool. So my understanding is that we have an opportunity to really set those conditions and lay the foundation for greater density along nodes and corridors near transit where we want to see them. But then we get to let the market find the places that make the most sense, right? So I guess picking up on my previous line of questioning around what is that risk? If they don't materialize right away, that's fine, but we're creating the opportunity and capacity to see growth and density where it makes a lot of sense.
So, Councillor, is going back to your previous question about priority growth areas and the rezoning. So, yeah, that was a discrete piece of work that was driven by a motion, and that work is complete. And so, but as...
sorry, just to jump in, there's 19 of them though, right?
Yes.
19 PT? Yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry, go ahead.
No, and then as Travis mentioned before, they're priority growth areas, and we have to prioritize which ones we want to light up, so to speak, whether that's through policy or other incentives. But there's a limitation in terms of how we can do that. And yes, if we do it too much in terms of that rezoning jump, then we might disperse the impact that we want to see. And then if we are attaching financial incentives to that, again, we would be spreading it more thin.
Okay, I do have more questions, but I don't want to take up the rest of my time on that one. So maybe I'll come back time dependent, but I appreciate the answers. I wanted to ask about some of the assumptions that are built into the recommendation to go to 6, particularly around the need to accommodate more operations on site. And I'm just trying to understand, I can see how the previous changes that we made in July around limiting the building length, increasing the side setbacks, how that physically creates more space on the site. But with just a change in unit count, if the building's footprint isn't actually changing, how is that accommodating more operations on site?
The change from 8 to 6 does not change the massing of buildings. You're correct, but in terms of, can you be more specific just in terms of the operations?
Oh, I was just pulling some of the language that was used in the report. It was around proposed adjustments to reduce the overall development intensity, reduce conflicts, like vehicle parking, waste collection bins by accommodating more operations on site.
Right, and so just more space. So instead of having 8 bins, you're having 6. So just having that more space to handle the operations that are occurring on site. And so also going to the parking, if there is a desire to include more parking, you can still accommodate, because right now we're seeing 0.5 generally per unit. But if we're reducing that, 0.5 stalls per unit on site. So if the site's not necessarily changing, but it's less units, then you might have more parking. So it's having more space for those operational activities that are happening on the site.
And are we seeing a need to I guess what data are we seeing that suggests the need to make a change to the underlying zone to accommodate those operations and not to use things like our parking management program or the changes that we're making to our waste bin sharing to address some of those operational challenges? Or is it, that's happening as well, right?
Correct. And what I would say, Councillor, is that the recommendation doesn't hinge on that clause or that factor in terms of increasing the operations on site. It's part of the overall recommendation. But you're correct in terms of waste bins. We are implementing a new shared bin guideline through Waste Services in terms of the row houses, which will see a reduction in the overall bins on site.
Okay. And then actually I won't have time, so I'll pause there. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford.
Yeah, thank you. I'll just pick up on my line of questioning around the height again. So I guess what I see in the report is, you know, and you've said to in your responses to other councillors is 9.5 is your preferred. But again, I go back to when I look at the progression of changes to how we measure height, then changes to the mature neighborhood overlay and removing that, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, and then the collapsing of the zones. There, you know, while when you look at everything in isolation, it's not a significant impact. Cumulatively, I can see how it gets there for residents and that they feel that way in their community. Why was there no recommendations for like looking at the way that we measure height or where we measure height? For example, in the old mature neighborhood overlay, we looked at dormers, for example, and I don't know, like this is where I'm getting out of my depth because I'm definitely not a planning expert, but you know, why are we not considering those again?
Councillor, the way we measure height hasn't changed drastically since 2015. In general, it's from grade to the midpoint of the roof. So depending on whether or not you have a pitched roof or a flat roof, the midpoint is determined, and then that overall height is. What I would say in terms of the perception of height and new builds is that there's a couple of things working, including the overall increase of the absolute height from the MNO or the mature overlay from 8.9 to 10.5 today in the RS. When we build a new development, it undergoes a lot grading review, and typically what we see is that under current regulations, most existing buildings wouldn't meet modern drainage standards. So new grading on the site has to occur, which generally raises the height comparatively to the neighbor next door. So you're starting off at a higher point because we have to allow for sloping of the site. That's generally about a foot or two higher.
So if I'm understanding and just breaking this down for any public members that are following, is we measure from grade to the midpoint, right? But the grade on new builds and based on current standards is already higher than where we might be starting with the property beside.
Correct. Yeah, it's about between a foot or a two in general. In addition to that, there used to be a regulation that would limit the height of the first floor
to 1.5.
Correct. Now that isn't there anymore to allow for those units in the basement to have higher ceilings. So there's a trade-off there.
I thought it was still limited to 1.8. Is it not limited to 1.8 now?
Yes.
Sorry,
just checking.
Yeah, so we went from 1.5 to 1.8.
Correct. So you have a number of things, like if the perception height or the way people feel of height, that is probably the most impactful because you're standing right next to it. You look at your own front porch, which is probably 4 steps off the ground. Then you look over to your neighbors, which can be probably 5 to 6 steps off the ground, plus that additional 2 feet from grade. So it looks higher and it feels higher. When you add on to
there's
that,
nothing that you can recommend in terms of, aside from actually sheer overall height reduction of 9.5, which is again not recommended, but if there is an option, that's the one that administration is saying they prefer. There's no other options in terms of further design or measurement in the way we measure that can help?
I don't think so. The height is the height. I think at the end of the day, if it's too high, then we should just tackle the problem straight on and reduce the height if that is the will of committee and council. Just in terms of the way we measure height, as mentioned, has been placed for 10 years, and that was a consolidated effort back in 2025 or 2015. So the way we measure height hasn't really changed. It's just the factors that are involved in it.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Councillor Paquette.
Well, thank you. Yeah, so that's all an interesting question. So I do want to get back just one more crack at the nodes and corridors conversation, and that is that I understand that we want to focus on certain ones because there is a limited amount of capital that's willing to invest at any given time, and these things do take time. But I'm wondering if there's a way to incentivize faster attention to nodes and corridors than we currently have.
So just for clarity for the public, with what you have, what is in front of committee here this morning or this afternoon, is not about the priority growth areas, it's about the nodes and corridors. But the concept of how do we get more development in nodes and corridors and incentivize that is important. And so we have a very successful program currently that is doing that, and that is the Infill Infrastructure Fund. Yeah. But those funds, those are federal funds, and they run out this year, and in fact it's fully subscribed, 39 million for infrastructure in nodes and corridors over the last 2 years. So very successful, very significant and impactful. We are going to bring to administration, or administration is going to bring to committee later this year, this spring, what does a future incentive program look like? If we don't have those federal funds, how can we still have a financial infrastructure incentive for development in nodes and corridors specifically? Current thinking is that we would refine that to be very focused on the priority growth areas, especially the ones that we've already had those policy incentives, the rezonings, to ensure that we can unlock those lands to their fullest potential.
Okay, great. And aside from incentivization, are we like assertive or aggressive in going out to developers and saying, listen, there's a real opportunity here? Do we actually do that, or do we just wait for folks to come to us?
We generally wait, but through the Infill Infrastructure Fund, when we receive a rezoning, we make sure that, or we made sure that they were aware of the opportunities that exist, and even through the work through the priority growth area rezonings, that definitely we reached out to landowners to let them know that the project was underway, and that.
Okay, the reason I ask is because if we've done 39 million passively with what we've got, I'm just curious, and I have no idea, and probably you don't know, what would happen if we were more aggressive with it and actually bringing that investment in?
Councillor Paquette, we're always looking to showcase why you should invest in Edmonton and what we have to offer. And so certainly these type of programs, or what we've done to remove barriers to enable investment in our priority growth areas, is something we do have conversations or present on or share with our building community. And so we're here to help if people want to invest in a priority growth area.
Okay, that's great. Okay, and just looking through my notes here, I had one more thing, but I can't recall. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Jans.
There's an infill I'm thinking of in Royal Gardens that I think's 117th Street. It feels really, really tall. And what I think I hear admin saying is that because they would have had to redo the I'm sorry, I'm so tired.
Grade.
Grade, there we go. That's like the drainage, yeah, the grade. That puts it up. Over time, probably the neighbors' houses have sunk as well. Am I hearing that correct? Settled?
They settled, but also not graded to modern drainage standards. So in the past, we allowed drainage to flow from lot to lot.
Okay.
Now that drainage has to flow lot to road.
Okay, and then it's about 6 to 8 steps up to the front door, which would be allowed because of the grading. And then at peak, it still is at 10.5 meters. Am I correct there?
Yes, so at its, the way it's measured hasn't changed, so yes, it's 10.5 meters.
So even though but 10.5 meters off what?
Their grade.
And how is their grade determined?
A average of the four corners of the lot.
The property.
Yeah.
Okay, so this isn't new. This is what we've agreed. It's there. It just feels different because of these adjustments and because it's built to the max.
The building is also higher than it was previously because the maximum height is now 10.5 instead of 8.9 meters.
And I'm assuming it would have it's not just eyeballing 10.5, like an inspector would have gone and looked at it and got out the tape measure, so to speak.
Correct. So what I would also say in terms of that perception of the height, as you look to fill out the box to its 100% capacity, the ability to push and pull the facade to reduce some of that perception of height is reduced. So as you're looking to max out the maximum available building area, it leaves less room for design measures to help the building look better.
Okay. How about rooftop patios? How do those factor in?
In terms of?
The height.
They don't.
They don't.
Unless there's an enclosed roof structure on it.
So you can go 10.5 plus a rooftop patio?
Correct.
As long okay.
As long as it's open air.
As long as there's a way to get to it.
Yeah, there's also privacy considerations as well that we look at in terms of overlook.
Okay. So if we were to, as the mayor's sort of suggesting, adjust the height down, I heard 9.5. I heard which wasn't 9.5 the old previous standard pre-2024.
So there's two heights within the mature neighborhood overlay, which applied to a select number of neighborhoods within Edmonton in the inner cities. It was 8.9 meters.
Yep.
Outside of that, between that boundary and essentially the Anthony Henday was 10 meters.
Okay.
So think of like La Pearl, some of those 1970s, 80s communities.
So if the mayor is suggesting a change to height, I hear administration saying just make it 9.5, give it a consistent number. Did I hear that correctly?
Correct.
So don't start mucking with the heights of the basements or ceiling caps or anything else or the grading piece again?
Correct.
Okay. What would be... Yeah, I'm just trying to think of other implications of a height reduction.
What it would do is it force a choice for developers. Right now, you can do 3 stories plus a basement that has high ceilings. You can still do 3 stories in 9.5. It's been modeled out. We've seen development permits for that. What it would do is you kind of have to choose, do you want a high basement or 3 stories, or do you want high basements and 2 stories? So it becomes a choice of product that the developer wishes to pursue instead of allowing the maximum allowance in every scenario.
Right, so they would have to mod and find space there. So the height changes, that would still allow for, say, the walkout basements?
If the grade and allows for it. Typically you don't see walkout basements unless they're on a slope.
Because I've seen some really nice infills with like huge basement windows. Are those only possible on an 11-foot ceiling?
I think it's hard to judge just in terms of what those sites look like. But generally, like the increased height of that floor, of that basement floor, is facilitated by that main floor height. So which is why we would recommend not to look at that again.
Thank you. Councillor Clark.
Yeah, just one question, because I didn't ask the fine folks administration yet, but I asked a couple developers and developer organizations Is there, I didn't see in the report, but there's a modeling, like if we accept these recommendations in a version of them, but it's specifically on the unit count, the 8 to 6, what investment, are we doing modeling, what investment are we losing on that? Or is your approach that we're gonna make that up on nodes and corridors?
So there's a number of points that we've looked at in terms of trying to figure that question out. One of them is that we did hire an independent consultant to do some pro forma analysis on the options presented. No surprise, they all perform worse, just in terms of removing 2 units. But some of the surprising aspects of it is that the smaller lots still perform reasonably well, and also the for sale market would perform better in comparison to the rental, because rental products is usually capped at what the market's willing to pay, and it's usually not a function of the amount of space. So the notion of that the 6 units would just become bigger 6 units is probably not what we would see, because the rental demand is probably of a certain product of, we'll say, 1,000 square feet. It's not looking for 1,200 square feet, and it's a function of what they're willing to pay. So the for sale market becomes more attractive in comparison to the rental market in with these changes, is what the consultant showed us.
That's it.
Okay, thank you. Well, just on that note, I think that is really pertinent information. Just wondering why that analysis wasn't provided in the report?
So the report was put together in a short period of time. The motion was on November 19th. We had to commission the consultant to do that, and we just got that back on Friday, which was past presentation and reporting.
Okay, so the recommendations were made prior to administration having that information?
Correct.
Okay. I guess just going back to this question of nodes and corridors, so I think I'm seeing a different interpretation of the city plan imperative around nodes and corridors. So my read, I know that some of the goals, it does note nodes and corridors supporting 50% of all employment in Edmonton, but then calls for 50% of new units to be added through infill citywide. I think there's also language that talks about diverse residential infill is anticipated to occur in all neighborhoods and will be reflected across all parts of the redeveloping area outside of nodes and corridors. There's commentary on neighborhood life cycles, ensuring that all neighborhoods continue to be desirable places to live across many generations depends on how we plan and prepare, including revitalization, redevelopment, and intensification. And I also see this question that, again, a lot of the urban mix infill that we're seeing is not necessarily intensification, it's repopulating neighborhoods that have lost considerable population. So can administration point to what in city plan is informing this expectation that 50% of infill is happening in nodes and corridors?
Sure. So you're right. We did mention it in the presentation as well, that city plan does not have on the residential side where that 50% is going specifically. So it does talk about within the redeveloping area. But nodes and corridors, how we're interpreting that and why we're suggesting there's an important focus around those areas, are designed to capture more employment, and there also are spines for our mobility network. And so in order to provide definitely mobility and transit options in a efficient way for the city, that system performs better when we see density around that service provision around those spines. And so it's important for us in terms of providing our transportation network, active transportation network, and then as well as utility infrastructure too, to not pull pipes and roads and transit further and further away from significant corridors. So there is a cost savings to the city. The density and location is important when we look at the context of within the redeveloping area, in the developing area. Those are really important factors to consider as a compact form even within the redeveloping area.
Yeah, and I think that certainly makes sense for, again, those more substantial intensification efforts in nodes and corridors. To the best of my knowledge, we are not having to make significant infrastructure investment to accommodate 8 plexes in redeveloping areas.
That's correct. Yeah.
Yeah, so again, I think that that logic of concentrating, again, those sort of those more intensive increases, I can, again, definitely see that rationale and why there is notion towards nodes and corridors. But again, I'm still not hearing the imperative for, again, that gradual redevelopment. And again, I would argue a lot of what we're seeing is not intensification, but repopulating. So then I guess going to some of the other, again, I think the motion was really explicit about a request to understand implications. So I understand that, administration did look at some market implications in terms of the independent analysis, which we've just heard of from Friday. A concern for me is that no GBA plus analysis was completed. So just wanting some commentary on that. And I think also to the point that a speaker made, we did have quite extensive GBA plus analysis as part of the renewal, and were we not able to draw from some of that to inform this work?
So the GBA plus gains that we've made are throughout the zoning bylaw. They don't rest solely in the RS zone or the RSM zone or in our redeveloping areas. But the biggest gain that we have is the diversity of housing options that are available in single zones. And
so so just to stop there though, would the cap from 8 to 6 not decrease the availability of housing diversity? It would
in terms of number of units, but the options for housing, no, those options still exist, the housing forms.
But there would be fewer of row housing, for example.
There'd be fewer units.
Okay, I'm going over my own time. Sorry,
Okay.
Mauricio, please mute yourself.
I don't have one. Go to the shop.
Thank you. Marinac, I think, sorry, yes, and then we'll go to non-committee members. Marinac.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. I just wanted to make sure I clarify when you talked about the independent analysis that you did. The for sale market is better than rental. Can you just specifically expand on what that said? So does it mean? Yeah, can you just explain what that meant? That phrasing meant.
So in comparison to the rental, the for sale market would become more attractive in the 8 to 6 scenario because of the reduction in units that would spread out the cost to build the rental. So it's in comparison. It's overall, the analysis was clear that a reduction of 8 to 6 reduces the profitability of the product on a whole.
So more likely, so I'm just trying to understand what you meant by that. So it means that those 6 units have a greater potential to become a sale product versus a rental product.
Correct.
Which means the overall number of rental properties goes down, or not goes down. It doesn't increase at the same level as we have currently been seeing, because you would potentially, that's what we should be anticipating.
Yeah, I think right now you're seeing majority rental product. That's also enhanced through the CMHC funding program. And so a change from 8 to 6 would create a condition where it's more favorable in some instances to create a for sale product and a rental product because the numbers work better for that scenario.
Okay, so less rental, again, I'm using less, but we don't actually see a net decline, but less growth in the rental markets, potentially more growth in the sale markets, assuming there is a sale market. And there's good and bad impacts to both of those, because we know, I think it's 1 in 8 households face a home ownership housing core need, and it's 1 in 4 renters have a housing core need. And so that change wouldn't help the 1 in 4, but it would help those in the 1 in 8 situation. Correct? That's how I should interpret that analysis that you suggested. If we're building more of this and less of rental, those that are the 1 in 4 housing need are not as benefited as if you're putting with that situation here.
Yeah, I think there's a couple of ways of looking at that in terms of that split moving forward. It's hard to speculate in terms of what would be delivered to market post changes, and this wouldn't just be related to those changes. It would be related to the economic conditions and whether or not they want to bring a project forward. But you would see a more mix of product being brought to market.
But generally speaking, I think from the data we've seen, and we heard from Gus Christensen earlier, that the more supply you bring aboard, the more that helps either how quickly rents increase, or if there's enough supply, potentially even hold firm or in fact start to go down. If you have more supply, that is a very much a supply and demand type. Whether or not it should be, housing is a human right. I have a whole other set of questions, but from a basic supply and demand standpoint, if you're not building as much rental supply, you don't have the same downward pressure on the pricing. Correct?
Correct.
Okay. Yeah. I think the other question I just wanted to check, I think it was in relation to Councillor Salvador's question about if you do 8 to 6, that you have more room for parking. And I wanted to just make sure I understood, because I think, if we're talking about a 50-foot wide lot, you can still only do, say, 4 spots on a parking pad. And so if you're building a 6-unit development under the same 45% footprint, I don't think you can build more parking. It's just that there's a few fewer people living on the lot.
Yes,
correct?
You said it much more succinctly than I
Okay,
did.
great. I just wanted to make sure I wasn't misunderstanding that, because I was like, I don't think we can expand that piece, but that helps me. That's probably, I'm out of time. Anyway, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Rutherford.
Okay, just a few more questions that I don't think have been covered yet through this discussion. While it's not in this report, I just want to confirm we are having a larger conversation about parking in May, correct?
That is correct.
And can administration confirm, while we're talking a lot about the curbside management strategy, will there be any information about, the parking minimums or district policy or any of those pieces for information and consideration in that context of that bigger parking conversation?
Yes, Councillor, there will be some consideration of what is the right tool to address the community needs around parking. And so there'll be some commentary and analysis around are some of our regulatory tools, options to be utilized, like district plans, like zoning bylaw. So they'll be part of that broader discussion in May.
Perfect. I just wanted to confirm that. And then it's kind of been alluded to, and it is a line of questioning around, the operations. And I definitely know, one of probably the biggest resistances I hear about the unit count is around stuff like the recycling and waste bins and, having 8 out and some of the mess it creates. We had talked to Waste Services about some work on that. Does anybody know the status of that work?
So, Councillor, a shared bin strategy is being implemented currently, and that is being used for both the green and the black bins. So what you'll see is a option for the owners of these sites to consolidate their bins into 4 bins or four green and 4 black for an 8-unit building moving forward. And then once that's implemented, we plan on going back and offering that option to the previously constructed ones.
Okay, so in the start of the implementation, if I'm understanding correctly, it's to new builds that are getting the bins. And then once that rolls out successfully, you would do it retroactively to other multi-units.
Correct.
Well, you being Waste Services.
Correct.
Right.
So Waste Services will go back, but it's important. The optionality there is important to remember. It's not a forced change.
Will this be coming at all to utility committee? Because will there be different fees for that?
Waste Services is evaluating that right now and whether or not there will be changes to it.
To utility rates?
Correct.
Okay.
Right now, it doesn't look like there is, but if there are changes, that would be coming to utility committee, correct?
Whatever comes out of this and where this goes, would administration want to see, like, because if there's no natural checkpoint, should there be a motion for some sort of memo with a status update? Because I know it's definitely something I get inquiries about a lot. Would that, or is there already a plan to have some sort of information memo coming to council?
For the shared parking or the shared bin rollout?
Yes.
Waste services isn't here, but I think we can commit to providing a memo when that program is up and running and the intentions on the future of it.
Perfect. And, if this is sent to council, maybe just connecting with them and I'll re-ask the question then. If that's okay.
We'll take that away, Councillor Rutherford.
Thank you. And we haven't really talked a lot about the private tree bylaw. Can you, again, just in a Cliff Notes version, explain why you still think it's not the best tool?
Attaching a private tree bylaw to development doesn't prevent someone from removing trees prior to development or prior to applying for a development permit. And so that's one of the issues. And then there's other issues just in terms of concerns about impacts to our redevelopment gains, as well as we have a philosophy of the zoning bylaw itself in terms of flexibility and choice. And so introducing a tree bylaw impacts some of that.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor, just to add, there's complexity and costs associated with operating a tree bylaw in whichever form it comes. And just in the last 4 seconds, Waste Services is committed to providing a memo to council on the rollout of the shared green bin and black bin.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thanks. Councillor Salvador.
Yeah, thank you. Great to hear that we'll be getting more information about the bin rollout. Looking forward to that as well. I wanted to follow up with some questions around GBA Plus. And I'm just wondering if we, at this point, have done any surveys or even demographic analysis of who's being supported by the new forms of housing enabled through the zoning bylaw?
No, we haven't done that work.
Okay, is that something that can be done sort of in the future? Or do we ever look back to see what kinds of who's benefiting from the changes that have been made?
Councillor, a lot of our monitoring relies on Stats Canada and how they bring forth their counts every 5 years. So it's very hard to parse out that type of information that you're looking for in terms of status and whatnot in these specific developments.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. No. Definitely understand the challenges there. Just trying to bring in that equity lens. I have a slightly different question here, and it's about the relationship between the unit cap and the built forms that we're seeing, particularly when it comes to larger lots. So might need a little bit of preamble here, but we see a lot of singular 8-unit row houses, but then I've seen multiple instances where maybe you have a large lot and it's subdivided multiple times, and then you get like a 7 plus 7 plus 7 for a total of 21 units. And then you get a built form where you get sort of these longer rectangular buildings. And my understanding is that is really a result of having a cap on those properties. Have we really drilled into how that unit cap is influencing the architectural and design outcomes on those kinds of larger or consolidated sites?
So I'll answer it in a couple of ways, but first, the cap itself, yes, it may encourage some subdivision, and so that is one of the reasons why we're recommending changes to the site area factor. And then also, if we were to base units count solely without a cap, solely on lot size, we may see development that is outside of the intent of the RS zone and a level of intensity that was not the intention, and whether that's mid-block or on a corner. And so that conversation in terms of not meeting the intent of the RS, that is when we need to have a rezoning conversation. And so so the cap keeps the RS at its intent, as well as the change in the site area factor.
Okay, and yeah, so I really appreciate that answer. I guess the question I keep coming back to is how, on those larger consolidated sites, how do we deliver a better built form that is actually, I'll said it a few times, but using that example of courtyard housing, I think back to the early days of zoning bylaw renewal, and there was a lot of talk about, at least I heard, excitement and interest in that form, but it really feels like that has been limited, and I'm trying to figure out what is the mechanism to allow for more diverse options that would include something like that on a larger site within the RS zone that is still within the scale and intent.
So, Councillor, there is that opportunity on corner lots. If you consolidate corner lots, you're just subject to the site area provision, site area per unit provision, so you can see different configurations on corner lots. That was purposely limited through ZBR to the corners, and that cap of 8 units currently for mid-block, because of the existing conditions that we see in these mid-blocks where development is generally built on single lots. So the intent of that RS zone was to maintain the general scale and density of that. And I think as we move away to more larger consolidated mid-blocks, we're talking about a different built form that's probably not in the RS zone.
And Councillor, I'll just add that other zones, such as the RM zone, once we get taller, we start talking about different side yards and different FAR. And so those, in terms of better design outcomes, those zones for the more intense building forms are designed to respond to that.
Thank you. We'll go next to Councillor Tang.
Thank you. Just want to follow up on the tree bylaw. If I know you don't recommend it, but suppose there is a tree protection on private property bylaw, would the enforcement of that be with sort of typical community standards, or would that be more with infill enforcement teams?
It depends how the bylaw is structured. If it's a standalone tree bylaw, that would be community standards. If it's within the zoning bylaw, it would be our development officers. So there's a couple of ways one can structure a tree bylaw. In terms of the effectiveness or the aim of what we're trying to achieve, as we move forward, the impacts of including it on the zoning bylaw or including a tree protection bylaw in the zoning bylaw has its challenges, as outlined in the previous reports. So the standalone bylaw would look to be the better option outside of the outlined complications with regulatory complexity and costs and some of maybe the unintended outcomes that we may see with the tree bylaw.
Yeah, right. Right, because I think I'm just following some of the answers. It sounds like, there you could go either way on this. And in those past many years throughout all those 13 reports, has administration ever consulted with other municipalities that have implemented this kind of bylaw? And, what is their success rate when it comes to enforcement?
We've consulted and also have done jurisdictional scans. I don't have their compliance rates on hand right now.
Okay. Yeah, just in my experience, I have spoken with at least one city where enforcement is nearly impossible. And that's one of my concerns as well. I think you indicated that. Okay, and then I know this is more of an operation question. So it's okay if you don't have the answer handy, but I do wonder about you know, suppose, let's say, all of our tree canopy at 100%, what percentage of that would be on private property?
The LiDAR
Do we
data
know?
that we have does not distinguish between private and public property.
Okay, right. And I recall during budget that we needed a particular technology to be able to distinguish that. Is that correct?
Yeah, so sorry, we did get new data, or we collected new
Oh,
data in 2025, but we won't get that data back we won't get that data back from the consultant until 2026 June of this year.
oh,
Yeah,
what's the data?
the
Data of,
updated LiDAR data.
Is the
but
tree
that still
canopy
won't
coverage of
have the
the city?
breakdown.
Yes,
Okay,
and
but that still won't have the breakdown.
from that, we will be able to estimate the canopy from private versus public, but we don't have back data.
Sorry, can you?
We don't have a
Sorry, can
baseline
you just?
data,
Oh, I see.
but the new data will be able to distinguish
Uh-huh.
between private and public.
Okay, great. I will leave it there.
Hey, thank you. Councillor Paquette.
Thank you. So just to be clear, that would be the baseline.
Correct,
Yeah.
yes.
Okay, so I think that Councillor Salvador was kind of asking this already, because I'd made a commitment to Alan Bolstad to ask about what kind of people are moving into the Aplex. Is it families with kids, but we don't have that information is what I'm hearing.
Edmontonians are moving in.
Edmontonians, yeah. Do you know, and I can double check, I can follow up myself, but do you know if the builders are actually keeping track of that for their own marketing?
I don't know. What I would say that there's a wide variety and number of builders, and by visually walking around and seeing who's coming in out of them, they serve all types of Edmontonians, from families to singles, etc.
I'll follow up with idea on that. Okay. Go ahead.
No, I can add that we took a sample of 50 row housing development permits in the RS zone for 2025, and half of the dwellings in each of those developments were greater than 100 meters squared and also contained 3 or more bedrooms. So it
Right.
doesn't talk about who's living there, but just the form.
Right.
In a small sample.
Okay, that's great. Okay, and I would love to put this to rest. I don't think we ever will. But one of the things that I heard raised a few times from public speakers was the capacity of the drainage and sewage lines and their fear that those will be overwhelmed.
So in terms of the redevelopment at this scale, it is not a concern from City of Edmonton officials. This is reviewed through a number of different ways, including discrete applications. The sewer systems in these neighborhoods were built for populations far greater than they have today, as well as just for example on the drainage side, fixtures that produced a lot more water or put a lot more water down the drains in the past. What can be affected is the water pressure for firefighting. That is reviewed throughout the development process to ensure that there is adequate fire protection throughout the neighborhood.
Right, and EPCOR is involved with that and ensures that there will be adequate pressure.
Either adequate or they have to build a new fire hydrant to serve.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
Yep.
Yeah. In fact, fun fact, I've heard that EPCOR is actually, in many places, reducing the size of their drainage capacity because the larger capacity just doesn't have any flow because that's how efficient we become with water.
Correct.
Yeah. Okay. And so I think those were the biggest questions I had. So I will follow up with idea on the demographic stuff. Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Jantz.
Thank you. Of the July 5th amendments for the RS zone, there was an architecture amendment, correct? It was architectural features.
We increased the percentage of the facade that had to have windows,
right,
if that's what you're referring to.
Yeah, and there was also another design, there's like another body of work coming about design standards coming back, I think, at some point, right?
No.
There isn't. What we're working on is a standard set of designs that people can use for their development permits. So through the Housing Accelerator Fund, we're using a portion of those funds to create a standard set of design plans.
So the, what was the word we just used? Are we saying facade, architecture standards? What are we wanted the RS to be prettier.
Yeah, so we changed the regulations with respect to the facade, the building length, the number of entrances on the side.
Yeah, so with the facade, those changes to the RS, do those cascade upwards? Like is then the RSM, RM, is all the other zones, do they have to also meet or exceed the same standards?
There are different zones in different building forms, so they look to achieve different outcomes. What we do have throughout the zoning bylaw is design measures to meet the need of the zone. So for a larger building, you're looking at different patterns to break up the massing. You're looking at different materials and colors. Similar to the RS, where you're looking at those two materials and that differentiation there, but they're to a different scale.
So if we wanted to, so my concern is I think it appears there's some minimalist builds above RS. And so just as we're seeing in RS, the new architecture standards coming through, I'd like to see those applied upwards as well too, or a consideration of them. Is that happening somehow, or would that be a subsequent motion?
That's a subsequent, and what I would say is that a lot of design measures are subjective. There was a lot of work through zoning bylaw renewal to hone in terms of what we were trying to achieve through design and through regulation. As we've seen in the past, some regulations had you can't repeat certain design elements, you can't repeat certain colors. That turned into some unintended consequences in terms of limiting design availability. So in terms of looking to regulate design, I would say we're at the right level. We would look to influence design through more of an influence stance through M Design Committee, through design awards, through guidelines, etc.
Okay. And did council just fund the infill compliance team?
Yes, that's correct.
And could you remind me what that includes again? That's five FTE?
So council just funded through budget the infill liaison team, which was for FTEs funded through the planning development business model, which included analysts, communications, as well as policy and planners to look to see how we can achieve better outcomes through infill.
Right. And when will that be fired up?
Part of it's already being recruited. Right now, the team is undergoing an analysis of where to best use those scarce resources and how to align them with the outcomes that we're looking to achieve.
Yeah, and again, the date on the memo on the PIP and CAP work coming?
That is in March.
That's in March. So, because I think one thing I heard from a lot of speakers, and I realized I asked this last time with like 15 seconds left, so that's not fair, but I think almost everybody we heard, there's an acknowledgement that whether it's a single, double, triple, quad, eightplex, whatever it is beside us, construction can have hard impacts and challenging impacts, and it can. How do we make sure that we're mitigating that in a reasonable way? And I guess we have the info liaison team. We're going to have some other standards, but what else can we do here? Because that's undermining the case for investment in all these other places.
So compliance and enforcement as a priority is heard loud and clear. We've made some significant strides in order to address those in the past years. One of them was to change the funding source for a lot of our enforcement officers to the planning development business reserve model. This allows scalability, so we can match the volume that we're seeing in terms of how many enforcement officers we have out there. Keep in mind, there's a time lag here. It takes time to train a safety codes officer and then to train them into an inspector.
But are we posting for this? Are we trying to hire this? Is this underway right now?
It's underway.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. So I just wanted to go back. A question came up quite often through our public speakers around affordability. So I know, one data source that we have is our December 8th, 2025 economic forecast report that highlights that the improvement in consumer inflation was driven by an easing in price growth in the shelter component. This easing coincided with continued strength in new housing construction in both Edmonton and the CMA, especially for multifamily dwellings. and within those specifically for rental units. I think the report also notes that rented accommodation annualized consumer inflation in Q3 2025 was 1.9%, the lowest rate since Q1 2023. So again, it seems like the current path has been leading to those affordability outcomes that we've been hoping for, I think.
I think the general route of increasing supply through our policy mechanisms has led to that, correct?
Okay. So with the independent analysis that was done, did they consider impacts to affordability?
That analysis focused on the micros, like the site-by-site scale, not the larger citywide scale, just because of the diverse lot types and neighborhoods and pricing throughout the city.
So I think you referenced that they completed some pro formas. I assume that those would have had different rent points or sale points for viability.
So they looked at the different site options, 3 options of a small site, large site, medium site, and then analyzed the rent of the rent scenario as well as the for sales scenario.
Okay, so the rent scenario, for example, they were comparing on a small, medium, and large site against current regulations and proposed regulations?
Correct.
And so what were the rental differences between the current and proposed?
It didn't look at exact numbers. It rested on a comparison, and as mentioned, across all scenarios, the rental product performed worse, which means not necessarily saying that rent will go up, but it was saying that product becomes, the probability of it being less viable is increased.
Okay, I guess I'm just struggling how they conducted that analysis without having unit rental costs.
So it was built on the cost of construction and the viability of financing it, and then having a rent to recoup those costs.
Right, so you would need to know the rent revenue to do that analysis.
Correct, and those were based off of today's rental rates.
So the analysis was just, okay.
That's what I mean by, it was a discrete analysis in terms of a point in time. If these regulations were to come in effect, how would it affect a building that is being built today under the current regulations with all of the same assumptions built into it?
So assuming that average market rents stay the same.
Correct, it wasn't a predictive model.
Great, okay, so then the fact that rental then became unviable suggests that the current rental rates were too low to make it work. Therefore, if we wanted to make it viable, the rents would have to increase.
Correct, or the unit mix would have to change.
Yeah. So I guess just back, and sorry, I've lost my time, so I'll try to wrap up. I guess I'm just wondering if administration sees any risks in us not having an understanding of the impacts to affordability or to different demographics.
There's impacts, and there will be impacts to rates, to rental rates. There will be impacts to unit count, and those are trade-offs that will have to be considered through the decision that committee makes.
Okay, and I guess what I'm struggling with is that we don't have those impacts captured.
So, Councillor, just to reframe it in a different way around when we're looking at recommendations and what we're using to guide those recommendations and analysis, and then what are those impacts that come from there. When we're looking at those recommendations, we're looking at how are we achieving the outcomes of city plan. And there's a number of outcomes in the city plan between affordability, from where density is looking to be placed, et cetera. What we've seen in the analysis is that overall city affordability on the long term won't be impacted. There's going to be short term.
Where is that analysis? I'm sorry.
So just in terms of unit availability and unit supply of the overall Edmonton market.
But where is that? I'm not seeing that.
So as we look forward in terms.
Sorry, I'm out of time there. Councillor Rutherford.
I'll just hop onto that question. I guess, I brought up in one of my first line in questioning about the lack of analysis and impact. It sounds like there is a report. Is it possible to get this report as an addendum? Attached as an addendum?
We would have to get back to you on that. I'm not sure of the agreement that we had with the consultant.
Okay, even if there was an agreement with the consultant, I don't see why that would preclude it from even coming to council as a private attachment addendum.
No, I agree. Like I said, we just need to look at options on how to bring that forward.
Okay, so I guess that would be something that, I'm understanding the R word might be used, and so I would want to see that when this comes to council.
We can take that away, Councillor Rutherford.
Okay, and then just on that renter line of questioning too, like I'm just real, like I've talked about this so many times where we have these contradictory conversations, and I said the same thing about industrial action plan versus downtown, and how sometimes the things that we're recommending actually impact each other even though they're contradictory. We literally are phasing out a tax subclass with the expressed intent and purpose of getting more purpose-built rentals. Yet we're saying in another breath that we're completely fine with knowing that this recommendation from administration could have a chilling effect on rental development. Can you square that for me?
Councillor, I think it speaks to the complexity of all the moving parts within a city, and aligning and how does it achieve city plan objectives and where the values are in terms of which objective is most important to the council at the time. So in terms of our recommendation, there's a recognition that there will be an impact on this section of the housing market in terms of the row housing mid-block. That is not the complete spectrum of housing being provided by the City of Edmonton. That is being balanced off or squared off with the objective of the parts of the city plan that look to strategically direct density towards those corridors.
But the recommendation from administration around 90, like the unit size, applies to corner lots too, does it not?
The recommendation is to mid-blocks.
I thought that we're keeping that one at 75. Okay, sorry, it's been a long day. Okay, I'll stop there.
Madam Chair?
It's okay, I'm gonna go to Mayor Knack.
Oh, okay. Just a warning, 458.
Yep.
Yeah. So I'm going to say requisition.
Requisition.
Thank you. We are firmly requisitioned to council. Thank you. I know this has been a long 2 days for administration, for our staff, so thank you for staying with us through that. And we will pick this up at council next week. Thank you. We are adjourned. Oh, any notices of motion? Motions without customary notice? No? Okay. We are now adjourned. Thank you.